Alright, we're not going to delay getting into it, so to cover what's going on is we had our last character at a decent length survival, Laurel. She died because I pulled a dumb. I sat the character down to recover stamina, turned to grab a drink for 10 seconds, and in those 10 seconds, zombies snuck up on us. We tried to get up as fast as we could, but it wasn't fast enough. Got bit. She died. So now we're at Marisa Flanagan, who this is our second day playing. Same settings. Well, mostly same settings. We have helicopters to once, just I was getting annoyed from re-clearing the same place again and again and again, so I just turned off the helicopter. Well, the helicopter set to once. We've had it, but it won't reoccur. We'll see if I get bored with that setting. If it is, whatever. We are still actually pushing for Ekron, just because we respawned. The difference is where we were coming from the south side of Ekron with Laurel. We're actually at the north side of Ekron. We did have to back off from our push into Ekron. We were running out of food and the water turned off, so that became limited. So we backed off to a little bit farther out Farmstead to try and resupply. I do believe there is 2 more buildings? 3 more buildings? Before we get back to Ekron. But we're trying to push the north end to just basically get to the gas station as our first stop. And we'll see how that goes. Anyways, without further ado, we're going to pick up. We were sleeping, had a nightmare, woke up, so that's a thing. Go and sit in the ground and rest till our stamina's recovered a bit more. Because I had hoped we would have slept through the night, and I don't think I have any, like, sleeping aids or anything. Yeah, I got a little bit of food on us now. It's not a great amount, but oh, I guess we can read while we wait. Because I do need to ditch weight, and these books would be a perfect thing to ditch. I'm not going to fully read the book, though. Like, I might fully read this book, but I'm not going to read both books. I'm just trying to ditch a little bit more weight. Because, yeah, with this, potentially what we could do is I could read the book, eat some food, go back to sleep, wake up, and then continue on our push. I mean, I do have water on us, it's just in the backpack, which is the reason we're getting thirsty. Because we're juggling weight hard. That's the reason I want to get rid of the 0.6. So we got zombies outside. That may also be why we woke up. Yeah, we didn't carefully check everything here. Because we wanted to make sure we could actually sleep and all that. Oh, there's a cooking pot, and there's a whole bunch of canned goods. There's a lot here. There's a lot here. Grr. Alright, I am going by the strategy of we kill the zombies in the area, because this is more food than we can carry at the moment. So you ditch a little weight. I think that's fine. But we kill the zombies around here. We'll eventually just grab the stuff and leave. I just wanted to run out the first few steps, just in case. We still haven't found the emergency channel. Oh, do they see me? Do they see me or are they migrating? What are you doing? It's not a good position. So we're going to... Anything that aggroes us, we're just gonna... Oh, this is lovely. So maybe we shouldn't have snuck in and dealt with this. We'll kill these ones. We'll try and just fight them as we have to. Retreating would not be that big a deal. Yep, and I can repair it twice with the materials I've got on us. Oh, that's fine. We're gonna have to kill him anyways. I just want to take them into separate waves as possible. Yeah, because the problem is we're burning way too much stamina because this panic is constantly going. So we're doing less damage per swing, which means more swings. Hey, how's it going, Sparhawk? Nice. Yeah, I still need to, I've mentioned this a couple times on stream that I've got some friends who have the game and all that, I would like to at some point schedule with them to do some multiplayer sessions. Because I don't want to I'm not looking to set up a multiplayer server that's on 24/7 or anything. Alright, so we need to sit down for a minute. Recover our stamina and get back to the fight. From what I have heard, and I don't take the smoker trait particularly often, is really it's at the beginning smoker's the most annoying. Because it's, you know, getting your first set of smokes, getting your first lighter, your first set of matches, it's like that kind of stuff is the part where it's annoying. But once you get kind of that first set and the little extras, usually it's not that bad. I wouldn't say not being a smoker is a bad choice. I feel like, from what I've been hearing people say, that they've done better about balancing smoker out, because it used to be smokes and lighters and all that were so trivial to get your hands on. It was like, you know, people would argue it's free points. Yeah, there is, I don't know the exact name of the mod, but some, like, adaptive traits or something like that. But that is how it works, that if you have, smoker and you don't smoke for a long time, eventually you'll lose smoker. If you do have, or if you don't have smoker, but you do start smoking a bunch, you'll gain smoker, stuff like that. That always sounded interesting to me. Like, if I get to the point where I get tired of, like, what my options are, that would be one of the mods I would strongly consider. That one, and there's, like, one for just more traits in general. Yes, so the way weight gain and loss works in this is a little bit more like real life than you would think. So my gauge is currently empty, but there's a calorie gauge, and basically the more stuff you do, the lower the calories get, but then the more you eat, the higher the calories get. But it's kind of a continuous thing where if you're over a certain amount of calorie count, you gain weight, and same with under. Now if I've maxed this gauge out and I eat more, the gauge doesn't get more than maxed. But the idea is you do want to kind of overeat so far as high calorie stuff to get your gauge full, which granted, if you don't have the minimal display bars, you don't actually know where you are. Yep, yeah, if your calorie gauge is full, shoving more food in your mouth won't do anything past full, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I'm under the impression of, is that just that calorie gauge is all that matters for weight gain and loss. So you can't, like, brute force weight gain where it's like, alright, well, I'll eat 1,000 fish. Once you hit max full meter, it's just that's like capped. Yeah, there's a whole assortment of mods. Some of the mods are really well balanced, really well made with consideration of the vanilla game, and then there's some mods that are just like, okay, it's a funny, enjoyable mod that really just completely breaks the balance of the game in every way. And there's a place for both of them. I wanted to sit down on a chair to recover without backtracking. We are going to bust this door down. I don't think... Oh, hell, we'll use the axe. Alright, we got a gas can, a box of nails and glue. Cool, I don't care about the plank, but that gas can, we're going to want to make sure we remember where that is. It's going to be a little heavy for us to carry right now. Yep. Yeah, so that's going to be... So like that... There's some mods that are easy to implement and some that are hard. Like an easy to implement mod is something like, I've added a new item, I've added new clothing, I've added new whatever. Like that stuff's relatively easy. Stuff like adaptive zombies that gradually get stronger, I believe is going to be way more involved, where I think you're going to have to like actually get down into to writing Java and all that. I don't think you could get away with Lua on that. I could be wrong. Basically, I'm saying like adaptive zombies would probably be a more involved mod to implement than like, oh, you know what? There is stuff there. Yeah, that's they do have places where you can poke in and all that. Okay, and I mean, I don't believe it's not possible or anything like that. I want to make that clear. I just if you are going to be new to the modding on here, I have a feeling that's one of those mods you want to work your way up to, not one of those mods you want to start with. If that makes sense. The classic, like, okay, you want someone to get into game dev, make tic-tac-toe before you try and make a an MMORPG. Oh yeah, that is something super notorious for so many people. They're like, I want to make this big time RPG, and you go, you you do understand that it took the work of hundreds of very talented people to make that game you're trying to make a clone of, right? It's like they may not have been wasting that time. Yeah, now the PZ map project is not up to date. A lot of it's close-ish, but it's not up to multiplayer. If you want to use a map, Eris Minimap mod is pretty good now. When they first did the update, the map was also horribly wrong, but at this point, it's much better. Another thing you can do is when you create your world, there is a choice of just revealing the map. So when you bring up this map, like instead of where it's just where we've been, it'll be just the whole map will be revealed like these are, where it's, you know, slightly grayed out. That's fine. I was just giving you alternative options. But yeah, if you're looking at a map just having the side, there have definitely been like Reddit posts and all that where people have made newer maps. I have no idea when the Eris map project, or not Eris, the Project Zomboid map project will get updated. Like I don't know like the development behind that or anything, like what that is. I assume it's third party and all that, so it's volunteer work, but I don't know how active they are. Because some of the danger you run when the community depends on those kind of projects is sometimes the people who make them move on, and the project just goes stale. We had that happen quite a few times in Path of Exile and Elite Dangerous. Oh yeah, and I like the new map mod, as it were. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a moment. I can give you the permissions to post links. I have that disabled because we've unfortunately had a couple of problematic people. I just have to give you permission beforehand. It's a temporary permission though, like, I give it to you and then as long as you post within 60 seconds, like, you're cool. Give me one moment. Alright, there you go. But yeah, now we had one of those things that, you know, someone came in here, it's like, this musical upset woke warriors, and it's like, alright. And, you know, tried to tell the guy, like, chill down, and it's very clear he's just there to cause trouble, so he is the only human being I have banned from my stream so far. I banned many a bot, but he's the only actual human being I've banned. Because, like, I don't mind disagreeing with people's stance at all. Oh no, it wasn't even promote music, it was... He was looking to piss people off is what he was looking for. You were talking about the new city to the northeast? Yeah, they say northeast would be Louisville, far northwest is Riverside, and along the river about halfway between them would be West Point. And from my understanding, Louisville is thick with zombies. You have a backpack. What backpack do you have? Is it just a regular one? No, you don't have a backpack. What is... Maybe it's a hoodie and the hood's down and I just can't see it. Hey, how's it going, Integer Smirk? Yep, she has lost a little bit of weight. 3 whole kilograms in about 11 and a half days. Yeah, we're gonna go into moderate exhaustion, but that's what it is. If I switch off the pickaxe, we go into heavy load. I didn't check this bookshelf, right? Yeah, bookshelf is worthless. Yeah, that's always one of the ones that gets me. It's like your character will sit there and they'll be fighting, 20 zombies and be perfectly chill, everything fine, and you'll fight 15 zombies and perfectly chill, everything's fine. And then you have the time where 2 zombies come out and they're like going into borderline complete panic. You're like, why? Am I not seeing what you're seeing in these 2 zombies? Yep. Yeah, Louisville is the to the northeast. And if you go south from Louisville a little ways, you'll see a big open area that'll have the drag track, and then southeast of that is the mall. And there's just some residential kind of crammed on the riverfront as well. All of that area is very high population density, though. Like, don't let the little quiet town on the side fool you. It is thick with zombies. And I need to stop saying the mall, because there's more than one mall now. But what I've always referred to as like the OG mall. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's still true, but the mall I know historically has been the highest population density area on the entire map. That's not fair. You guys were only grouped up and I got ready and then you like ran into each other just to bunch up again. Yeah, I can't speak for a lot of the new Louisville stuff. I haven't got a chance to really dig in on Louisville. So it could entirely be if there's places in Louisville that makes them all look like absolutely nothing. That said, I'm not aware of any. I'm leaving that there. It's a half-broken letter opener. I get one hit out of it, it's going to break. It's just going to take up space in my inventory. I'm giving directions not from a specific location. I'm giving directions just in general, like on the map, like what corner of the map stuffs are in. Like, I don't know your position. W would be northwest. Yeah, but it's, to my understanding, it's to the far right, so it's northeast. Like, north is up here. East is over here. Louisville's over here. Like, if you look at my mini-map in the bottom right, it's at a diagonal. And that'll help you kind of figure out positioning. Yep. Yeah, now if we pull up the map, I wish... Yeah, so you pull up the map, it's like, I normally keep my map like this, at which point up is north, down is south, west, east. So you can see where it switches from the diagonal. So Louisville's over here, and then the river goes like up here, it goes down, comes up, then wraps up. So the only way to go through there is to kind of go through this area here, right next to West Point. I think there might actually be another crossing back here somewhere, but this is usually the way you go. There's a bridge with a whole bunch of cars on it. I had to back away from Ekron a little bit. The reason being we were running out of food. We're still pushing Ekron. I just had to fall back to some other places to restock my food, and now I've got actually more food than we can handle. So we are going to be continuing to push Ekron. That is the plan. It's just we had to take a momentary breather. A farmhouse with a garage and a shed. There are a whole lot of them. That's one of the tricks when you spawn with the Pillows Random Spawn mod in the middle. It's like, oh, I'm at a farm, ... Well, that means I could be about 60 different percent, like 60% of the map is places I could be. You have to like go a couple buildings over and be like, ah, I know what farm I'm at. Just powering through this book because that means one less thing to carry. Yeah. No, it is weird because like it's at a 45-degree angle because of being isometric. So when people are like, you know, I'll mention north, they'll be like, wait, what? It's like this is north. It's like, but that's not up. It's like, yeah, I know. It's isometric. It's just the way it be. We're gonna drink our drink, eat our food, go to sleep. It's part of why some people find isometric games so confusing. Because you're at an angle and it really just messes with your mess with directions and all that. Pears, like part of a pear is apparently not that filling of a salad. Who would have thunk? Hey, you got me on that posture check and I'll hydrate. You have to bear with me for 1 minute on the posture check, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to sleep here, and then I, IRL, need to use restroom. So I'm going to pause. Another panic attack, great. So I'm going to pause, or nightmare, I shouldn't say panic attack. And I'm going to quickly take 2 seconds, use the restroom and all that. In the meantime, make sure you're eating, drinking, stretching, and taking care of yourself. And when I get back, I will use proper posture. So I'll be right back. Yep, okay, and we are back. Posture and all that stuff. Alright, so let's see. We do need to eat this canned stuff I opened, because that's going to go bad pretty soon. And part of the reason we're just sitting here fighting and clearing is we have an abundance of food in this place now. So whether or not, like no matter how we push, we're going to end up having to go back and forth this location. So I'd rather it be clear so we can just come back, grab food, and go back out without having to worry. There are surprisingly large groups in this area. And I don't know why, because we've never drawn zombies up here, and this is pretty much out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, we should have gotten a... well, in the actual strength attribute, I believe we haven't gotten stronger since last night. But I know we gained a point in axe, so that helps. It'll be little by little, we'll get stronger and stronger. We're gradually losing our weight. We've already lost an additional kilogram of weight today. Oh, and in addition to this axe, we also have a crowbar now. Oh yeah, no, if you didn't see the Duff Bag, we got that last night. Okay, so yeah, you, I couldn't remember when you hopped off. Yeah, we've gained 2 strength since we started. We've gained 1 fitness. We've gained an okay amount of combat skills. It's a slow burn. Gained 2 maintenance, which is, like, maintenance. So I would say nimble is the best skill for us surviving. Maintenance is huge as well, just because it means you can replace weapons. We got quite a few bags, and we finally got our way up to a duffel bag, which is nice. We did have to back off from our push on Ekron from the east. That's just because we were running out of food at the location we were at. We were able to carry absolutely all the food on our person, and you know when you can do that, food is getting scarce. So we backed off before it was desperate, hit some farms to restock. And now we're at one of those farm communities restocking. And I'm just clearing out the zombies because there's more food than we can carry. So we'll end up having to come back here unless we manage to just push in and situate ourselves. I'm just getting a little surprised by the number of zombies here. It's not like ridiculously packed, but there are some pretty big ones. Oh, I know the part. Yeah, it's if you go to the west side of Riverside and a little bit to the south of that, you find it. It's like a little bit like, what, a block or 2 south of the main drag? Oop, I need to put a longer time between those hydrates. So, human me has hydrated. Character also needs to hydrate. Where's our water? What I'm going to do is, to be safe, we do need to rest and recover stamina, but I'm going to do it inside. Yes, we did find a bottle, so that's helped a lot. We found that a little bit before we started doing our push on Ekron, I believe. Alright, now I'll do my stretch. No, actually, if I pull up my map real fast, well, we're resting. Once it's resting, I'll show you where I actually intend on making our base. Okay, so we're stretched. Just giving this rest a little bit longer to get topped off. Close enough. Hey, thank you for the look, Pursuit. So if we actually look at our map, the place I want to put our actual base is... So here's the gas station. There's a couple of pumps right here. And I want to put our base like right in this area, because that should give me access to the pumps. It should give me access to this water here, so we can fish, we can use it for our water supply and all that. The problem is, there's a city down here, Ekron. It's about shaped like this. And there's about 5,100 zombies there to start with. Good chance it'll be from scratch. It'll probably be right here. When you're looking at their carry weight, you might be looking at when they have their bag open, because if you notice I'm looking at my duffel bag, it says I have 23 carry weight. That's how much the duffel bag can fit. But when I look at my main inventory, it'll be a lower number, which is my actual weight I can carry. Because if we look at the duffel bag, if I put my mouse over it, it is a weight reduction of 65%. So it means if I were to fill this bag all the way up to its 23, I'm not going to do the exact math, we're just going to pretend it's 50%. You know, I would be able to carry like 11.5, like this would be 11.5 weight for me. So it's effectively allowing me to carry over my carry weight without it going up here. But there is a large backpack that I want to say is 37 carry weight for the large bag. How much it can carry, and it's something like 85% weight reduction. Like, backpacks are tremendously powerful in this game for allowing you to carry more. Like, if I see a large backpack, I will beeline and take some risks to try and get it. It's that big of a game changer. Yeah. Now, if they had 35 max on a character, either A, they're modding, or B, you're looking at a backpack. I don't even think with 10 strength you can get up to 35 in the main character. I think it only goes up to 18, 20 maybe? Maybe 20? I don't know. It's not 35. 35 is a ridiculously large number. Now backpack totally could do it. That sounds like a big hiking bag for me maybe. I'd guess big hiking bag is potentially 35. Yeah, now 20 seems about there. Maybe it gives you like an extra 2 or something because, you know, you maxed out. But either way, you know, 35 would be over 1.5 that. That'd be a hell of a last point that, you know, you'd hit 9 and just grind out fitness endlessly because of how big of a boost that'd give you. Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, people very often look at the backpack. Alright, so we broke our pickaxe. Luckily, I have stuff to repair it, and I'm going to actually do that. Did we really repair it that badly? Are we really that terrible at repairing? And here is all excited, like, I got tape, I got glue. We can make stuff happen. I don't think I could have repaired it less. Okay, so we don't have enough wood glue, we don't have tape, we don't have... Alright, great. Well, I'll use it. We managed to repair 1 tick of durability. I mean, we don't have much maintenance skill, so I get it, but still, even that kind of hurts. So we'll break it here in a minute, and then we'll be done with the pickaxe. Let's see. I do not believe you can remove a roof What you can do is, a lot of times you can actually build floor under here. It gets kind of weird and trippy, so I don't like doing it. But it does work fine. But I don't believe it gets rid of the roof. It gets graphically weird. It's one reason you won't see many people build on top of a regular house like this. Like, they'll build patios off the sides of that, but they usually won't build on the roof because the roof graphic sticks. And you can't, like, sledgehammer it away or anything last I checked. Because I had the same question, because I wanted to do the same thing where it's like, well, I want to build on top of this. Oh, that's interesting. So instead of going through the inventory, I could just click here and do this. That's cool. And I could do it right now, but I didn't think to do that previously. Because that just means I can walk up to a bunch of bodies and just check the crafting menu and see what we've got. Maybe at some point, we'll see. Like, the good news is it's like not like it's annoying, but it's not like game breaking or anything. But yeah, I'd agree, I'd like to be able to sledgehammer away the roof. And I'm cool with it requiring the sledgehammer, just like walls and that do. Like, that to me is fine. Okay, I keep going after these individuals because I'm expecting the pickaxe to break any second now. And then it keeps not breaking. I mean, certain parts of America, yeah. You still have the vast majority of the population lives in either suburbs or urban conditions. Alright, we got mailboxes. Those are going to be worth checking. They can have magazines a lot of times, so it's a good way to check for the generator, the herbalist magazine, or just other random magazines. I have been long, like, how is this? It's got one tick of durability on this pickaxe, and we've gone through like 10 zombies, and it's still just going strong. It should have broken by now. But now, if I'm not mistaken, I wish is unbreakable. Well, I mean, I don't actually wish it because it trivializes a lot of things, but selfishly, in the moment where I'm going to be going back to less effective weapons, you know, wanting to have a more effective weapon is something I would like. I think what I'd actually rather have right now is to find some beta blockers. Like, we're starting to get tired, and I should just be going back into the house to rest or recover. No. So for it to be prejudice, you'd have to have kind of a negative view on it. Like you'd have to sit there and not necessarily, like, harm isn't necessary because you can technically have a positive prejudice. It's weird. Now, it's definitely a stereotype, and depending on how you approach it, it could be a bias, but it's not a prejudice. Thank you to follow the real white, and I missed the last word. The real white almond. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, now that would be considered a stereotype. And then if you acted differently based on that stereotype, then it would be a bias. And then if you acted on that stereotype in a way that was like deliberately viewing them in a negative light, then that would be a prejudice. Or deliberately viewing them in a specific orientation, positive or negative, that could be a prejudice. Yep. Yeah, I actually as part of my outreach, I have a course I've done on the difference between, well, technically the course is on eliminating bias, prejudice, and stereotyping. But as part of that, I do have to go through and explain what the difference is. Oh yeah, and when you're new to this game, like, the first thing I'll tell you is death is a normal part of the cycle of this game. Like, there isn't a point where death stops being normal for the game. That said, the times between death, unless you're doing something ridiculously hard, will get longer. But the intro to the game is very much on the nose when it says, this is the story of how you, or this is how you died. Like, that, to me, is a very, like, right on the money intro to this game. Yeah, I've had people who they've gotten really upset about like the whole death mechanic being such a core part of it. And it's like, think of it not unlike a roguelike or roguelite. If you have a roguelike that you become immensely power to the point of effectively undefeatable, it becomes a very boring game very quickly. Like, it is fun to absolutely thrash the enemies, but it's a fun you burn out of very quickly because the game's not challenging you in any way. As such, it's kind of that journey from going from like where you can barely fight an enemy to, you know, you're just wiping out screens of enemy in seconds, is the fun part of the journey. I would say it's similar for Project Zomboid, and when you very first start the game, you know, no matter what your character build, they will have flaws. They will have limitations because they don't give you enough points to do all the things. But as you train up your character, get your combat skills, get maintenance up where you can start just absolutely throttling zombies, you know, you get that super powerful feeling about it. But I'd even argue getting your base set up is probably one of the bigger things, because once you get your base set up and your skill set up, the game, for the most part, stops being directly challenging. You could just live forever in your base, barring like the very rare trip to get gas or whatever. And at that point, you know, it's just, you can have fun, but it's very, what's the word I want to use? Not simplified. It's a very safe game cycle at that point, so you have to create risk for yourself. Versus when you die and you get reset back, you know, you've got to build up again. It's getting all those things together, getting it, like, and that's for me. Obviously, people will play the game differently, and that's fine. If you're having fun, congratulations, you are playing the game correctly. But for me, it's like, once I get my base fully set up and my skills start getting up, the game starts becoming tedious. Yeah, and that's actually one of the reasons I don't do that. I always start a new world. And that's because, for me, a big part of the challenge of the game is, you know, okay, you know, I need to get where I can start making food. I need to get a generator. I need to find the magazine. I need to find herbalism. Like that's to me the thing that creates the risk, the thing that creates challenge. Because if you get to the point that you're like wiping out the city and all that, yeah, with respawns on, getting back to your base if it's in a dangerous area can be tough. But it's if in like a farmland in the middle of nowhere, from almost anywhere in the map, you can just walk there, and there's not that risk. And again, not dismissing anyone's playstyle. Like if you just love being out in the wilderness, growing your farm, building stuff, and maybe occasionally going for a foray into the city to get like nails or whatever, cool. Like the fact that's not how I play doesn't detract from that any. Like it's nice that the game has different ways you can play it. But for me, that's not super exciting. But that's kind of one of the differences between, whether you keep playing in the same world or you reset. And the other reason I reset is training up like carpentry is very destructive to your world. Same with metalworking. You end up tearing apart entire towns worth of furniture, getting your skills up and all that. Then your next character rolls and the town's just been depleted. So we've got meat on us. Oh yeah. And when people ask the game, it is one of the things I constantly try and make sure to bring up. It's like the magic of this game is you can play this game, you change just a couple settings, and congratulations, it's an entirely different experience. Like you play this game all the time, and then you go, you know what, I want to do something a little different. Let me play it 6 months later, and it's just completely different. Okay, so looking at the skills, so we are at Fitness 1, Strength 2. We've got some okay agility skills. The only one that really matters is Nimble, if we're being honest. Axe and Short Blender coming along well. Maintenance is coming along well. All of our crafting skills are pretty much garbage. Like, we got a couple points in cooking, I think, from just heating up food. Like, just having a pile of minced meat that was already minced for us and then just putting in the oven until it wasn't raw. Not exactly high fine dining cooking or anything, but, we're making it work. Now, I'm trying to remember correctly. I believe the next farmhouse we can find is this road south then west, and then there's a farmhouse way down the road. But I'm not super confident on that because my memory, but I think that's right. Either way, Ekron is south of us right now. So that's the way we're going to start going. Yeah, now the mincemeat, no, like there's burger patties are like an actual thing that's separate. This is just like ground beef. Like someone just took ground beef and then just heated it up. I believe all of the above. Well, not eating. I'm sorry, not eating. It's, I believe, the cooking, so it's prep and heating. Hey, Jet, how's it going? But like eating, I don't believe has any effect. I mean, it could be wrong in that, but I've never gained a point in cooking from eating something that I'm aware of. Versus I'm pretty sure both prep and cooking, I've seen it go up. How are you not broken, Pickaxe? You've been at one tick for like 30 zombies. There you go. Yeah, so now our carry weight is down a bunch. So that's good. I believe... I know it weighs less in your hands. I think it weighs less in your quick slot. Like if you're holding it out, I know it's much less, but I think in your quick slot it does have a reduced weight as well. That I could be wrong with, but we can test. So this says it's 0.28. .4, yeah, so it is reduced. It's just slightly over half weight. Maybe something like 60% weight, something like that. Yeah, so we got a whole bunch of stuff here that we'll want to bring at some point. We need to stay up later. Yeah, I believe usually, as long as you got a decent backpack, the backpack will be the lightest of all the options. I think equipped is next, and then like back and belt are third, I want to say. Because there's often times when, you know, I've got something on my back and I'm at heavyweight, and I'll take it off my back and put in my backpack, and it'll shave off just enough weight to drop me below to fairly heavy. Still find it curious there's so many zombies over here, because they weren't really at the buildings themselves, just the last one, just this road. Oh yeah, no problem. Like that is one of the problems with a lot of maps, and like these maps here don't have like a legend or anything to them. Like, you know what? I'm gonna back up for a second. I'm gonna bring up the map here in just a second, so bright screen coming. You know what they need to do? This needs a compass rose. Just like down here that says like north, south, east, west. That way when you switch it to this one, it's north, south, east, west. I think that would fix the confusion real well. It wouldn't be a hard thing to do, is just to put us like a single little PNG or bitmap in a corner or something. I was just like, before I said, I'm like, is there one there? Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, so could you, like, how they do the compass could be all sorts of ways, but yeah. Even just an arrow saying that way's north, like, then you can figure out the other direction based on that. But yeah, the fact that it's got no label, and it's just those other things, I'm like, okay, before I say they should add that, let me actually look and see that it's not actually there, because I could totally see that being a thing that's just in the corner that you just don't notice. But no, I didn't see one. I gained a skill in something, I guess. Probably long blunt? think was actually traveling, but I could have easily overlooked it. Yep, long blunt one. Cool. Every skill we get up, just a little bit better at fighting. I'm pretty sure we are at Red Rosewood. If not, I'm not actually that concerned we're not going there yet. Oh, migrating. How far are you migrating? Could you stop? I want to fight you, but now it's one big ball if possible. I don't think we've aggroed the whole group yet, but that is possible. So I'm going to draw them back here where we can see. Alright, we're just going to fight him. Alright, well, that was a big horde gone. We're just going to go into our house, sit down, recover some stamina. Did the power go out? Nope, power's still on. Okay. Oh yeah. And I mean, once you turn the map from that 45-degree orientation to the top down, you know, then north makes sense. Like, you don't have to really think through it. But it's just when it's in that 45 isometric view that, you know, it could be confused. Alright, our sink ran out of water. Where was the bathroom? Oh, here we go. Yeah, no, and that's the thing, because you can lay the map flat. It's like, look, map north flat doesn't care what my character orientation is. If the map says that way's north in my mind, that's north, unless, you know, there's something dictating otherwise. You know, of course, knowing some of these games, they'll do something where it's like, well, actually, north is to the east. It's like, no, stop it. It's not anymore. Vetoed. Unless they put a compass rose on it, they have to, like, up is north. I saw the other one below us, trying to kill her first. Alright, I'm pretty sure from here I want to go south along this road. And I believe there's a turn off to the west that will take me to like another proper farm that's got like a tool shed and a bunch of stuff. So I want to check that out. Once we clear our way there, there's a good chance I grab all this junk that we can eat from up here, we drag it down there. And that may become, I think there's another building closer, I just don't remember what. It's like, if it was like a little, not an ice cream parlor, we've already seen one of those, but some other business or a house or something on the outskirts. But either way, we'll just keep trying to clear up there. We're gonna just go with the strategy of we're still killing zombies. As we get closer, eventually we'll just be able to start pushing into town. I think they got tired of us killing them and they're just like, nah, we'll give you space. We'll go away. Yep, that it is. Alright, so we're no longer so overweight that I can't just keep the water bottle in my main pocket. Cool. Saves me have to manually drink all the time. We didn't kill that zombie. We're gonna check its body. It's probably got nothing worthwhile on it, but sometimes it does have good stuff. Okay, so we broke a hunting knife, so let's grab our hunting knife out. I should name the screwdriver. Oh, I mean, but that was after we'd already all but killed the zombies with the hunting knife. But yeah, that happens all the time where we'll switch to a weapon and just finish them all off. It is one of those satisfying things when you've weakened an entire group of zombies, and then it's like you keep poking them, and just like they drop one after the other. So you have like a herd of 20 zombies, and then just suddenly they're all just knocking down, just like dominoes one after the other. I don't think there's a renaming it that I'm aware of. Like, I'm not aware of that being a mechanic. Yeah, could be some items you can rename, but I think random weapons you can't, because it'd be kind of just extra effort for them to be able to have you rename weapons when no weapon survives forever. Curious why there's so many zombies along this just random road out in the middle of nowhere. And that's why I check random bodies. Because that body had a free hunting knife for us, and it was not one we killed. And check the bag here in a minute. Yeah, you can rename the bag, it looks like. Nope, not a fan of the fog either. Just putting up with it. Oh, that's a lot of big groups. I do not know why there's a lot of big groups down there. We aggroed at least, I think, like 5 out of one of them. Way more than 5 out of one of them. And another zombie from a different group. Yeah, I saw 3 pretty large groups there. Didn't expect to run to all that at the same time. I guess the east-west road there is much higher density. Could have sworn there was a road that goes to the west that had another house for us to loot, but unless maybe I'm still too far north of that, but I feel like we're even close to Ekron. Just whatever the default is. I don't change too many of the zombie settings usually. let's back up a minute and take a look at the map again. Ah, meta event. Come on. See where these zombies move? No, they're just chilling right there. Okay. You moved, though. We already had our helicopter. Like, I didn't turn off the helicopter, it's just we finished it. Normally I have it set to reoccur, so like every 2-3 times a month, but this time we didn't. A helicopter usually happens around 7-8 days, somewhere in that time frame. Alright, so I'm backing up here. Because I want to pull up the map and see where we were. I don't like that these zombies are coming from this way. I'm concerned that if I pull up my map, I'm going to have to deal with that. And I know I can pull up the map and pause, I just want to be extra careful. I've already died once this week at death, that was just very annoying. But we only have the helicopter set to the default setting, which is once. Normally I have it set to sometimes. Okay, so this isn't to Ekron, this is still north a bunch. Okay. I don't know why that road is so busy. I bet you it's this road goes down, curves, and then there's the side that just keeps going to the east. It goes south again, and that's where the turnoff is to the farm I was talking about. Another point dirt blade, excellent. Alright, we haven't read this map yet, so map's coming back up. At least I don't believe we've read that map yet. I'm also trying to watch up here for obvious weapons like axes, crowbars, you know, anything I see. Not even just weapons, like backpacks too. Also, if they're just so close that they aggro, get rid of them. Alright, well we had 3 big packs here. It looks like one may have gone that way. We killed the other, and then now I just got scattered individuals. So that's curious. And it won't be too long before we need to start backing out to get back to the place to sleep. Ooh, another hunting knife. Alright, I think I grabbed this hunting knife and unequip our screwdriver entirely. Because I'd rather keep using the hunting knives as much as possible. Oh, it must be on one of these 2 bodies. Another big group down there, but I think we can ignore that one for now. Yeah, it's probably our last pull, and then we'll back out, because we're getting right about the point where we're going to get drowsy. There's no need to push too hard. We'll just kill these, back out, kill anything that gets in the way on our return trip, go to sleep, rinse and repeat till we reach something. It does seem like there's a bunch of group of zombies here, and I think they've collapsed south again. So I'm wondering if maybe as many zombies as we were clearing out of Ekron, because we might be close enough that they're collapsing back in on Ekron. Just because we've made a void of zombies. Which is fine, because the way I look at it is the more zombies I'm killing based around that area, the less zombies there are, the more progress we should make. With an ebb and a flow to it of sorts. And because of where we're basically drowsy, there's no point in us sitting down to rest really, because the stamina recovery is extremely penalized when you start getting sleepy. And that's honestly the biggest reason you back out. Sleepy itself can be a dangerous debuff to your combat ability. It's just, it compounds with exertion very easily. So tell you useful things about Project Zomboid Full War. For one, let's check this radio. It does not have the emergency broadcast, but it is good to have a radio with a very low range in single player. And the reason for that is when you find out the emergency frequency, you can put it on that radio, and because it's a low range, it uses the battery much faster or much slower, so you can get just more time out of it. Unfortunately, I don't have the automated signal, so I'm just holding on to that radio for the future. So that's one useful thing. Another useful thing is falling back onto short blades is a very good strategy when it comes to your weapons. Stuff like the crowbars and axes and all those use a lot of stamina to fight with. So when you start getting close to moderate exertion, you hop over to a short blade and you can keep fighting. Like, you've noticed we've been fighting where we were just a hair above moderate exertion, and we've probably killed 50, 60 plus zombies since that point. We never quite, like, I think we only once barely peaked over moderate exertion. So, you can see where you can just fight with short blades forever. So that's kind of their place to shine. Can I make the bars slightly larger? Let me check when we get to the building and I'll see if I can make those larger. That actually is a pretty good call. Hey, Little Beat, how's it going? To a certain extent, not counting using coffee and vitamins to deal with it, tiredness or fatigue tends to be kind of your bottleneck of how much you can do in one day. Once you start getting tired, it's very much a downward spiral so far as your stamina recovery and everything. So that's like effectively this is how much you can do in a day before you don't have more steam. Versus stamina is how much you can do per sitting in a day before you have to like back out and recover. So you can kind of think those as your time limits. So that's when someone says, oh, I killed 2,000 zombies in a day in melee, and you can pretty handily call it nonsense in most cases, because, like, yeah, the problem is every time you swing a weapon, it's going to make you slightly sleepy. So unless you're choking down coffee en masse, numbers like that just aren't realistic. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the options for the bars. I can change the size of the bars. Can I change the size of all the bars? I would like to set them all at once. It's a little annoying that I have to do them one by one. And the only reason I'm not messing with the width is it looks like I'm going to have to go bar by bar by bar with the width. Make them wider and then gap them. Gotcha. Well, I do hope you get some good sleep on it. I already did that one. Maybe sometime when we're just sitting, I'll try and actually mess with the width. The issue I'm noticing with the width is it doesn't reposition the bar. So I will have to go through manually and say, okay, if I make the bar, say, twice as wide, I'll have to move the next bar over, which means I have to move all the farther bars. Like, you get the idea what's going on there. Yeah, no, I'm going to have to... That's going to be a little bit more effort, and we'll get there, but it's going to be something that's going to take a little while. Yep. Yeah, because the thing I noticed when I made this bar wider is it just started overlapping the other bar. So it's like I have to go through, make this bar wider, move the other bar, then make it wider, then move the other bar. You get the idea. So it'll be something like, I think it's worth doing. I do agree with you that it's probably worth doing. It'll just be it'll be something that probably takes 15-20 minutes to get through. So That's probably a good one for when I'm just stuck, like, reading a book or whatever in game. I can just tinker with that, or like when I go on multiplayer. Yeah, I'm really surprised. I feel like that wouldn't be a hard thing for them to do, is to say, okay, you've increased the width of this bar. If this bar overlaps that bar, you know, push the bar over. But it's also not a horrible ordeal. Like, it's tedious, but I think it should be okay. What did they teach me? To make a stick trap and a wood cage. Cool. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Galaxy? Right. I was thinking from the programmer's aspect of, you know, okay, if bar is at X and width is Y, you know, width is X plus whatever, you know, next bar starts at X plus whatever, you get the idea. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Minimal display bars is the name of the mod. And there might be technical limitations on why they haven't, like, maybe it's just using Lua and just the way it works, they don't have the ability to do that programmatically. I don't know. I don't know why that would be a problem, but sometimes you never know. All right, we should deal with water first. That was out of water, so we go in here. Yeah, that's definitely one of those things. It's like, it's a good mod, but the configuration is a bit of a rough spot. Oh, do we have food on us? Yeah, we got food on us. Okay. But I could definitely see, like, doing, because what I did is I made it 25% taller. I could see making it like 25% wider and that being kind of a good spot to be. Because I also don't want to make it way too big where it covers like too much of the screen, because then it would block out my ability to see zombies back there. One of the other things I noticed is you can switch the bars from vertical to horizontal, and so you can, in theory, move them all back. So like I could see like moving them down here to have all the information, because I know like I don't like necessarily looking all the way up to this corner. So I could see putting them here, but I would want them to be horizontal if I do put them down here. Yep, that's the thing. Like, honestly, I would potentially take this health bar. Like, that I almost... Like, I don't want to completely get rid of it. But that is honestly one of the bars I watch the least. Because the only time this bar comes into effect for me in normal gameplay is when you have a deep wound or a neck laceration. Like, most regular lacerations, as long as you toss a bandage on it at some point, like, you're usually okay. But deep wounds can bleed you out, and then the neck laceration can absolutely get you real fast. Like, honestly, of injuries, neck lacerations are one of the absolute worst you can get so far as needing immediate attention. Yeah. Like, honestly, the boredom bar, like, if I'm being real, I'd probably turn off the boredom bar and the happiness bar entirely for me personally, because they don't matter to me until the moodles show up, and they're easy enough to address, in my opinion. The fatigue and the The stamina bar, absolutely. The food and the water bar, absolutely. The temperature bar, I also probably would just not use. Calorie bars, I think I'd keep around. Like, I may go through this and customize it quite a bit at some point. Because a lot of it's like the information's great for explaining stuff to people, but you know, like temperature, I never really pay attention to up here. Like, if the Moodle says I'm hot or cold, great, I deal with it. A group of zombies migrating. We'll probably aggro some of them. Alright, we aggroed a bunch of them. I didn't think those other ones that had already gone past us would have triggered, but they did. That's fine, we'll kill them. I do not want to fight them up-down. My big issue is I'm fighting him in the dark, and that's not great. We got a pretty decent amount of darkness left. Oh yeah, the last death was not feels good, because it was one of those ones that, like, because you know it's turning away, and it was only turned away for like not even 10 seconds. And it's just that moment the zombie made the move to strike. And I even thought of, like, as it was like, you know, getting ready to turn, I was like, you know, I should pause the game. It's like, like, we're fine. So it's one of those ones like, I knew better, I knew better, I thought about the fact that I knew better, but I still did it and we died for it. So that's especially why it's so rough, because it's like, it was almost immediate where it's like, you knew better and you knew it. Here's your punishment. Sorry, I must have missed it. I don't think you can refill lighters in any way. But what was the last suggestion? Sorry, it's a little hard to read back into chat through OBS. It wants to just force you to go down. You can change the orientation of the windows, should be switchable from down, or drop down to drop up. Pop up. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, at least having the option is nice. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I do wish with all these you could like shove it all the way down the corner, and then whatever tab you would, it would expand up. Like, yeah, especially these two. Or if it would just remember its position, I would like that as well. Like if I go like this, and I go, okay, I want that there, and I click on that tab, and I put it down here, when I switch back and forth, it should switch back and forth between those two positions. And like you could make it another toggle up here or something, like remember position, whatever. Yep, no, that's what I was thinking. I want to hit that one, not the other. Yep, no, and there's plenty of ways to solve a lot of the UI problems that games have picked up over the years. You know, it's because people like, and it's not a bad thing, people do copy off each other. If someone does something, you go, ooh, they did that better. Like, you're going to, as best you can, mirror whatever advantages, perks it gives you. I was just trying to see if they had any weapons or backpacks or anything I cared about, because we're going to need to sit down and recover our stamina. Actually, I lied. I'm going to use the knives. Just because sitting down here is where we can get ourselves in trouble again. Because you can't get too far away from the trees at any point. Yep. That's like the advantage of using this weapon, like using short blades. Normally what I'd have to do if I was using just the crowbar, we would fight for a little bit, my character would get tired at the backup and just sit on the ground. But with the short blade, we kill a couple with the crowbar, then we quickly swap over to the short blades, and we fight and we just never stop. You got a nightstick for me? Looks like you got a nightstick for me. And I did that because that gun's in terrible shape. I'm already wearing a police vest, and they're heavy, so yeah, if we look down here, I've got a police vest already on. But not going to grab the jacket, because right now with the temperatures at what they are, we'll just get hot and sweaty. As it gets colder, I'll start grabbing jackets and all that. Like, to me, I find, like, the leather jackets and all that to be a little bit of a trap for people who are new to the game. Because what'll end up happening is you sit there and you put on your leather jacket, you put on, you know, your sweater, and you get all that. And then you start overheating, and then your attack speed gets absolutely destroyed, or you start dehydrating. If you're getting hit at any frequency that those matter, the problem isn't the jacket. Yeah, no, and that's just the thing, like honestly, for the longest time, when I created characters, I would actually run around wearing a pair of either baggy jeans or long jeans for just pants, and I wouldn't even wear a shirt or anything. Like, I'd wear the helmet, because the helmets, a lot of them don't insulate too much, and I just run around with the pants. But these days, like, if I get a police vest, I'll get a police vest and, like, chuck my shirt and everything, because the shirt doesn't offer me any defensive. Like, one of the other things I almost do in every character is pretty early on, I'll just get rid of my socks. They don't offer me any defensive bonus, and they have insulation, so that's heat with no benefit. Now, with tailoring, when I actually get that up, I'll put leather strips on everything, and that's when I start actually being willing to try and, like, fit what clothing I can, even if it's going to push my heat a little bit. Because with tailoring, you can actually massively increase the defensive of pretty much anything repairable. Like, I think with level 10 tailoring and leather strips, you can get, per item, like 20% increased scratch resistance per section of body per piece of clothing on that section of body. And then I think it's 10% bite and bullet resist per same. Okay, so this is the road is saying that I believe there's a farm down this road. For whatever reason, yeah, this is right. There's a farm down this road. So that's kind of where I'm thinking I want to make our next stop. And ideally, once we secure this location, we'll circle back to the last one, load up all that food and crap we haven't been able to carry, drag it down here, and that should put us way closer to Ekron again. And it'll start pushing Ekron again. And if we run out of food before we get pushed into Ekron from this spot, then it gets tricky because we'll have to go much farther to get more food and then drag it much farther back. Yeah, also wear the military boots, sorry. Alright, before we engage the next group, we got a nice open spot here. So let's recover our stamina for a minute. Alright, we're not going to push it too far. And I do believe this is a decently long road, as I recall. So hopefully it's just not too crazy with the zombies here. And the other reason we're also resting, even though I still have a hunting knife left, is it's our last one, so I'm trying to not push in. I'd rather save that hunting knife for if we get into a pinch where we can't stop and rest, I can still fall back on it. We got a couple of kitchen knives, but they're kind of crap. Their durability's really awful. It's not spear awful, but awful. Alright, we'll kill this group down here. Keep pushing up this road, see if we can't get to this farmhouse. So the longest run I've had, period, was not on stream. It was before I was streaming. It was in apocalypse mode, and it was a bit over a year. The longest run we've had on stream, which is technically not ended, we just stopped playing it, was a bit under 4 months. And that was a really CDDA run. And the reason we basically stopped is we got past the hard part of really CDDA, so it was like, now it's just a normal run. Like, I would rather do something more challenging. And, like, we'll probably revisit when we're looking for just, like, a low-stress day. But yeah, my longest run is just over a year. I don't have the exact time. That save file was a computer ago and all that. But that was Apocalypse settings. We had started in Riverside. I got to the point where I had basically everything I needed to survive, a whole bunch of cars, you know, enough food to survive for basically just about ever. And it wasn't even like I was, you know, growing food or foraging or fishing or anything to get food. I just had cleared out like so many grocery stores that I was just sitting on so much canned goods that food was not a thing I had to worry about. So at around 6 months, I was like, all right, like, this run's getting long in the tooth. I'm looking to do something else. So I just went and said, you know what, I'm going to take on the mall. Drug all my stuff to the gas station there on the other side of the mall, made like a little fortification around it, you know, walled the whole outside out, and just pushed the mall for like 6 months before I finally got killed trying to fight with the escalators, because it was Apocalypse with respawns on and everything. And, like, honestly, the thing that kept me from going faster in the mall is there's so many bodies that you'd fight in there for a little while and you just get sick. But at the same time, if you took days off of pushing the mall, the respawns would just repopulate the thing. A pretty decent return on hunting knives in this road. Like, it's not to the point where I'm just generating them, but as I'm using them, it seems to be returning them, so that's good. back off for the stamina again. The downside of using long blunt weapons, and axes for that matter. Axes are pretty rough on stamina as well. Ooh, the artist sent us the, sent me the, they're not the final versions of the new away screen and all that, but like one version before final version. She just has to do the shadows and all that. So that's exciting. Should be getting those pretty soon. Then I'll take down the GTA character just sitting on the hill, because while it's relevant to like the past of this channel, we don't play GTA RP anymore. I haven't in a long time. Figured it would have aggroed by now. I think once I clear this road, future trips I might just cut into the field and not take the road, because these trees on the side of the road, real sketch, honestly. Okay, that's a kitchen knife in that one up there. I don't want to go out of my way for that. If it was a hunting knife, I would, but not a kitchen knife. Alright, so we aggroed a bunch of them. Let's back them up. Yep, now I've been excited. I commissioned the new emotes and all that at the same time, and the backgrounds they said were going to take much longer, which, you know, it's not been bad. But they had to basically wait until the emotes were done, which we got done a week or two ago. I mean, considering the holidays and all that. But I've been very happy. I actually didn't expect to get them as fast as I'm getting them. I feel like we should be coming up pretty soon onto the actual buildings to this place. So I'm going to walk out to the field to rest, because the field is giant and open and I can see. So sounds like a much safer place to be. Yeah. As someone in Florida, I can fully understand it being too hot to garden. Now, at the moment it's not too hot, but it quite often gets too hot. Alright, so we're getting a little low on food. We're not too close to being sleepy yet. Alright, we'll have to put the corned beef back in our backpack. Because fairly heavy load is fine, heavy load is not fine. Alright. Thought I saw a backpack in one of them. Is that a hunting knife? It's a hunting knife. We go get it. It's worth the effort. Because it's one less pack and we'll get a knife that'll be worth killing at least 3 packs with. Yep, stabby, stabby, stab, stab. And a point in maintenance. And a point along blood. Alright, the one in tan laying face up over there is the one with the hunting knife, so that's one we gotta circle back for. I was not watching my stamina. That's okay. They're all but dead, so it's okay to be a little exerted. Okay, so maintenance is one of your best skills for keeping weapons around. What it effectively does is twofold. The first thing it does is it lowers the chance of your weapon taking damage when you use it. So every time I swing a weapon, it rolls the dice and says, okay, like for the crowbar I think it's by default 1 in 70. It goes, okay, 1 in 70 chance it gets damaged. And after it gets damaged, I don't know the amount, like 10 times the weapon breaks. Now, if I get a point in maintenance, it goes, okay, you know what? It's not 1 in 70, it's 1 in 72. Or whatever, like, I don't know the exact number, but it's whatever the numbers are, slightly better. Look at those bots trying real hard. Those bots are just really trying there. But so that's one thing. It basically makes your weapons last longer. The other thing it does is, if I'm not mistaken, when you repair your weapons, it increases the odds of getting more condition out of the repair. Because the repair doesn't necessarily give you full condition on your weapon. It might only give you 10% or half. So, all that. Tell us the deep lore. Zombie plague. Things got real. Military cut it off. Military failed to cut it off. Plague kills civilization. Pretty straightforward zombie thing. Like there's more to it, like the nature of what's happening here screws with the air, and that's why, you know, rainwater isn't safe and all that. The way you get maintenance is you walk up to zombies and you slap them with weapons, and it will gradually go up. I believe repairing weapons will also help maintenance, but by and large you're going to get almost all of your maintenance from beating the crap out of zombies. I don't believe there's a third way to get maintenance either. Nor is there like skill books or magazines or anything like that. Yeah, generally speaking, everything you see under combat, the only way to get it is to use the weapons. It's just maintenance applies always. Same with firearms. These are purely fighting. These are fighting. These are moving around that will give you stuff. Fitness comes from, or I shouldn't say fitness, passives come from a little bit of everything, carrying too much, running around, beating stuff. Okay. Yeah, so it's basically anything involving your weapons doing things. Whether it's chopping a tree or a zombie. I don't know if like sledgehammering a wall also counts, but generally anything that can damage your weapon has a chance of giving you maintenance. Except for, I don't think, crafting. Don't know. I mean, generally speaking, the place you'll get most of your maintenance will be combat. Like, just, you know, that's how it usually works down, is You fight zombies. As you hit the zombies, every bonk gives you a little bit closer to gaining a level in maintenance. We are getting pretty close to our next point in fitness and strength. Yes. I'm actually going to double check that because suddenly I'm questioning myself, but I'm pretty sure I did. But it would be this body. Because it wouldn't be the first time I've gotten, like, distracted, thought I did and didn't. Yeah, no, we got it. Cool. No, it's fine. I would rather double check and not have needed to than to have missed it and then find myself hurting for a knife later. Like, it's the most mild inconvenience of all mild inconveniences. Oh yeah. Well, I choose unemployed, so I get no skills to start with. So stuff like maintenance and all that, and fitness and strength, that takes a lot of work. I mean, I'd still say the worst skill for training just so far as time consumption is nimble, because there's just no way to go fast with it, really. It's just being in combat stance and moving around. And it levels extremely slow. But I also don't mind skills like nimble and maintenance and the combat skills, because I'm going to fight the zombies anyways. That's just a thing that's going to happen, which means I'm gaining those skills just playing. Like, I'm not doing anything I wouldn't otherwise be doing. Oh yeah, and a lot of people do. Like, generally speaking, it's probably better to take a build where you get a pretty decent amount of fitness and strength over like what I do. It's one reason why when people come in, they're like, why would you choose these things? I'm like, I'm not saying you should. I'm very directly saying you shouldn't. It's like with Def Run and someone going, but you can choose a better trait than Def Run. Yeah, that's not the point. I agree. You are correct. We're not going to be able to push much farther before sleep is going to be an issue. In fact, I'm going to see if we can't see the building. Because we can see the building where realistically we could get into it and potentially sleep here. Great, otherwise we got a backstory. Yep, I would say this is an objectively bad build. Alright, I'm not fighting that big ball of nonsense. Okay, and that's the farm. I don't think there's anything down this way. I don't remember. Still. Okay, so we're going to have to do that tomorrow because we're right about to start getting sleepy. And that's going to push us into sleep and exertion and all that kind of garbage. So it's time to pack it in, go home, make another push tomorrow. Yep. I'm pretty sure there is a random trait mod or something like that. But yeah, it's the RimWorld approach that you get your character and it's like, well, unless you mod it, you don't get to choose what your character is. You just say random and you either take it or you leave it. And I mean, RimWorld's one of those games though you kind of have to like, especially if like you're doing like the lone explorer kind of thing. It's like, okay, well, if you're incapable of violence, you physically cannot realistically survive without real cheese on that one. Just because your character won't defend themselves, you have to set up a bunch of traps and do the whole thing where you like make kill lanes and all that to drag all the enemies through the traps, whatnot. So RimWorld, it makes sense to go, okay, but you can't just like get stuck with this. You have to be able to reroll, because otherwise you can have an impossible run. Like another one is Lone Explorer without medical, and then they have like a cold or something, and there's nothing they can do because they won't treat themselves. Nope, that pushed us to heavy load, so put that away. Yeah, it's like, okay. Alright, let's back off and see where they go. Because they just wander right by. That's great. If they do stop, you know, we have to... Alright, looks like they're stopping, which means we'll probably have to fight them. Kind of trying to avoid a bunch of fights at this moment, because we are right about to hit Drowsy. There's Drowsy as we speak of it. And Moderate Exhaustion is just a hit or two away once we've hit Drowsy. Hello, zombie standing directly next to us. If you don't mind me, I'm just going to move up a little farther before we fight, just so we don't make more friends out of that big group. Well, that group is not really that big. Yep, and each time we do this lap, more and more of the zombies that are just tucked away in the trees will end up hearing us doing stuff out there, come out to the road, we'll kill them, and eventually they'll just stop showing up. Especially if we get a car. Like, one of the funny things is when you first do these types of runs, you're like, okay, I want a really quiet car, and they're like, no, we're trying to kill all the zombies, go ahead, just loud as you can be. Bring them all on. Get them out of the trees. Well, right now the helicopter's set on once and we've already had it, so that was one of the changes we made this run. I don't have a map command. What do you just want me to like bring up the map? Is that what we're aiming for? Alright, we'll sleep because... Yeah, now I can bring it up at this point. Because I kind of want to keep the character up a little while longer so that we wake up and it's not nighttime. Yeah, so this is Ekron. This is where we ultimately want to set up. We're up here. And I'm trying to get to this farmland. And I believe there's another building down here-ish. And so I'm thinking as we sit there, we get our food, we try and get down here, and we hit this farmland, or this building here, because we should have water. You're wondering if I explored the lake due south. Oh, this lake? No, I hadn't explored it. Yeah, and I can see the little bit of the lake here. But no, I don't think there's anything there. I could be wrong. I guess we just sleep. I mean, I can drink the water out of the lake, but I can't bottle it up. Like, that water, if I bottle it up, it's unsafe. Alright, get rid of the painkillers, get rid of the suturing needles, get rid of the gardening stuff, get rid of the matches and the nails. The duct tape and glue and tarp we don't need on us. Put the propane torch and the mask back. Put the frying pan away, get the antidepressants out of here. Because we're just carrying too much stuff. Honestly, put the saw away. Alright, get rid of the magnum bullets. In return, let's grab the tuna and the mushroom soup. The other big thing is this area seems to have a lot of zombies in the woods for whatever reason, so I kind of want to avoid trying to trek through the woods if I don't have to. Like in a pinch I'll do it, but looks like it could be potentially pretty dangerous. I'm surprised there's like no cars along this entire road. Like even wrecks. Yes, you can clean the water by boiling it. So I could take the cooking pot, drag it all the way out to the lake, fill it up, drag it all the way back, and then boil it in the oven. Or I could go out to the lake, make a campfire, you know, take the cooking pot, fill it up, put it on the campfire, boil it, and then pour it into a bottle. But the danger is, or not the danger, but the problem is there, then I gotta drag that cooking pot around. But that will probably be something we do in the interim once we get our little base started down at North Ekron, is we will boil water out of the lake to give ourselves a source of water. Now granted, that'll only be until we get rain barrels going, and then that becomes just something unnecessary. And here's the 4 zombies we skipped yesterday. No, there's no pumps or anything like that. Like, so with rain barrels, you can put them on your roof and pipe them down to sinks, and that works. But there isn't an equivalent for the lakes, at least not in vanilla. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a mod to do just that. That's not one of those things I feel like trivializes. Like, water is already a very easy problem to solve, but I feel like that kind of stuff trivializes it. Now, granted, so do rain barrels, but I feel like that's the appropriate workaround for a long-term location. I also like that because then when the winter rolls around, it basically really doesn't rain in the winter. So you either need enough storage of water to get you through the winter, or you have to turn to doing stuff like pulling water out of the lake. So just another thing that makes winter slightly harder. Because to a certain extent, a lot of the game is prepping for winter, then surviving winter, you know, then rinse and repeat. That's part of the reason why I feel like once you've survived winter, a lot of the challenge of the game is lost. You know, barring if the only way you survived winter was to use non-renewable stuff, like canned goods. Yeah, now I have, yeah, I still have that CDA character with, like, the base is basically fully set up, and that's just like, okay, well, I can throw ourselves at danger for no reason. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of people, that's the point where they go, okay, well, let's, you know, go to the store and grab mannequins and decorate and all that, and I actually did some of that. We went out of our way to get, like, a nice fridge and that kind of stuff. But yeah, otherwise you just, you know, deal with it. Once you hit the end game where it's like you've got your survival sorted, usually that's when you have to start creating challenges for yourself. So it's like, okay, where's a place with lots of zombies? Let's see if we can't clear it out. Or, you know, let's, you know, like find, there's certain things that you there's like collectors or so, let's go collect them all, or let's make our base bigger, and that requires us to go out and get more nails. Like, people find stuff to throw. Generally speaking, it is one of those things that once you get past 6 months, I do find it loses a little bit, but it can still be fun. That's actually one of the promises of multiplayer is when you go for those longer runs, you have other people you're doing stuff with. Yeah, that difficulty curve is actually not uncommon in a lot of roguelites, where you start it, it's ridiculously hard, you power up, you power up, you power up, you eventually hit the point where you've got enough power, and you just demolish the game. Like, that's something that Noita also has a, I shouldn't say a problem with, that's just the way it is as well. Because, Noita is 100% guilty of the fact that, like, you'll sit there and start off, your wands will be super weak, you'll struggle, then suddenly you get these wands that you combine, that you just spew death in a direction, and you just delete enemies, and then there's only a few threats left in the game. We're backing off to, Yep. Well, my workaround is I just turn up the challenge a whole lot. It makes it much harder to get first that initial bump. That's actually part of why I'm doing this. So when you have respawns on, you can't get that whole, like, going and clearing an area doesn't have a satisfying feeling because the zombies are just back. Versus I feel like this way it's like, okay, when I clear an area, it's gone, like, there's progress, like I can do something, actually feel like I'm getting something done. So I feel like that'll have more staying power than if I just have, you know, respawns on, you fight an area, and you're just endlessly killing the place again and again and not getting anywhere. Yep. Like, there's a chance I might have to fall back on scissors from time to time. But at the moment, I'm sitting on a crowbar, I got a nightstick, I got 3 or 4 hunting knives, I've got some kitchen knives to back up just in case. Our maintenance up to, I believe, 3. So we're getting to that point that we'll start getting more picky about what weapons we pick up. We're also dealing with carry space issues. I mean, the crowbar helps a lot with that problem, because once you have a crowbar, it's like, okay, I can use this for a long time. No, I could do tailoring. I'm probably going to wait until we find the beginner's tailoring book, though. Just because it will save me, like, doing 3 times the effort for the same amount of reward. But yeah, the current the current priority is get to that gas station, because once you get to the gas station, I can start planting stuff, food becomes no longer a problem, we have the lake there, water becomes no longer an immediate problem, so we can get ourselves quote-unquote stable. And then once we're stable, like, we no longer have to spend time worrying about food, water, and all the other stuff, we just kill zombie. Yeah, I mean, you can make certain arguments, like, for example, okay, one would argue, okay, the zombies, you know, reappearing ruins realism. It's like, all right, well, the actual way the mechanic works, sure. You know, a zombie appearing in a building you've already cleared out is weird. At the same time, being able to wipe out the zombies and they're just gone, it's like, well, yeah, zombies would still manage to wander in from outside as society crumbles. But yeah. It's tricky. At the same time, I don't think it's unrealistic for the cars to get so badly damaged. Like a truck hitting a deer usually completely jacks the bumper up. It can mess up the wheel well and tires. So, you know, cars do get damaged really badly from hitting stuff going 35, 40, 50 miles an hour pretty easily. I mean, more so than in 1993. Like, nowadays, cars are designed with crumple points very carefully to protect the drivers. The downside being that's a part of the car that is designed to effectively intentionally brake to protect. It takes all that kinetic force that would be going into you, potentially hurting you, and puts it other places. Yeah. I don't know. When we get to realism, there's a lot of things that don't make sense. Like, certain weapons breaking so easily doesn't make sense. Other weapons, you know, taking 1,000 hits just to kill a stupid zombie doesn't make sense. But I mean, part of the game is realism, and part of the game is balance. In the past, I've seen games try and go the absolutely hyper-realistic route, and they're just, okay, it's realistic, but it's not fun because, you know, there's a strong meta, because, you know, objectively one weapon is better than the other in the real world. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But it's also a balanced decision. It's not purely realism. Alright, we're getting ourselves another hunting knife. Excellent. Love to see it. Yeah, because I get it's annoying to have, like, a really good car in the game, and then the car just gets ruined, and you're like, oh, well, now my car's ruined, I'm sad. At the same time, if the cars didn't get ruined on any easy regularity, you'd get your working car and go, well, I'm good for the next year in this car. Yep. And that does go both ways with that. You feel the cars get damaged too easily? Alright, well, I believe there's a setting to crank down the amount of damage a car takes in collisions and all that. Just the same as up. They just have chosen their defaults. I mean, I also find it unrealistic that you walk around all these farms, like every single one of them just about has no car left behind. Like the car's just not here. You know, from the realism's perspective, half the cars floating around here would have gas and stuff in them. Can we actually carry that? Oh yeah, we can. Cool. Because I'll keep that 9mm. Right. I mean, but also if we went to car repair in this game, right now it's just heavy and normal car. If we were going to have, like, more realistic, you'd have only cars of the same model could be repaired. And that'd be incredibly tedious because half the cars you'd find would be like, okay, you're in rural Kentucky, there's like no other place around. Oh, you found an Audi? Congratulations, when its parts break, there will not be another Audi. Hey, thanks so much for the follow, Willard Fillmore. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah. No, my first car was a 1987 Honda Civic hatchback. I remember how easy that was to fix. But I will say that car definitely had stuff wear out and break. Like that wasn't super surprising. Same as the old mobile I used to work on all the time. I couldn't tell you what year that was. I know the later one we got was a 92, and that one was fine. But the earlier one, sure was a box of steel driving down the road. So frame-wise, there was nothing gonna hurt that car. But that engine was temperamental as all get out. Oh yeah. I remember doing a road trip one time with that thing. And a bunch of the guys like, we were doing like a little convoy thing, and a bunch of them pulled in the grass and the water, and I just blasted right by. And they're like, why did you pull over? It's like, you don't understand. As heavy as this car is, if I pull into that grass, it's not stopping. I mean, we're still talking 80s and 90s cars. Like, there'll be older cars that is more true, but 80s and 90s cars had a lot of notorious, like, that's when you start getting that crap where what would happen is they go, okay, well, there's this one part and it has a specialty nut size and all that, you know, it'll be a 13 3/4 mm wrench that no other part in existence uses, just so you have to take it to the dealership or special order or modify a tool just to work with it. Hey, we have moved hunting knife up to our favorite weapon. Yeah, and that's just my point. Like, and we do have to consider we're in rural Kentucky, and that there'd be a bunch of different model cars floating around. You go, oh, well, the alternator's going on this one, and you go, well, I'm not going to find another alternator. And sure, maybe if you're an extremely talented mechanic who has a machine shop on hand, you can potentially modify another alternator to work with the current car or whatever. But more realistically, you're not going to have those resources, and you're just going to have to go, well, that car's done. Or you consider the wear and tear parts that you don't have to do in here, like we don't have to replace our serpentine belts and all that. You know, all these cars we're finding are beaten up and worn. You know, just snap a belt on the road and it's like, well, not going, like, I'm going to have to walk 50 miles to find a car with a serpentine belt that would go. I mean, I don't know, like, I've worked on cars as well. Like, my first car was like a $300 jobby that was beating the crap out of it, rear-ended the school bus. So I've, you know, torn apart the block, I've done all that stuff. And, like, I can't just bolt on an Oldsmobile alternator into a Honda Civic and expect it to work. And sure, it's like, oh, maybe you could modify it. It's like, the belt's tension's not going to be right. And well, yeah, you can adjust your tensioners and all that. If it's just way out of line, it's not going to go. Like, don't get me wrong, you could jury rig stuff, but that's the kind of stuff that you drive down the road, you hit a speed bump, and suddenly the whole thing comes apart, and then you have to, like, re-jury rig it all. You can't... Like, if the bolts don't line up, like, you can't... Like, you can rethread bolts if, like, things are at least close-ish. You know, tap, die, rethread, all that. But, like, if things just don't line up at all, you can't just slap it on the side and go, yeah, that's fine. You'd have to manufacture some type of adapter, find a different size belt. Don't get me wrong, there'd be cases you can make it work. But that's the kind of stuff that it just doesn't hold up. Like, I've seen those kind of repairs, and they just fall apart. I've seen people want to modify aftermarket parts, like weld on a bunch of material, tap and die, and they put it on with 100 miles, this thing's just tearing off because you can't just weld on material and expect it to be particularly strong. The point being, also, we have to consider the fact that our character is probably not some, 40-year experienced mechanic with a machine shop on hand. Like, even if you choose a mechanic for your character, they could be just a, perfectly normal mechanic. Well, right, but there's a difference between, like, me, welding, like, sheet metal on. Cool, that's fine. Like, no beef. You weld that together, it's fine. We're talking about people, like, welding more metal onto their engine to place, put places to put something that's going to have tension on it. It's like, well, no, that's not going to work out for you. Like, you're going to have to do a hell of a lot of work with a lot of power tools to get that to work right. And just realistically, like, we don't have angle grinders in the game. And I would say if you do use an angle grinder in the game, it should pull zombies from freaking miles away. Not literally, that's being excessive. But like, don't get me wrong, there are some of the wrecks that's like, okay, yeah, I can see you being able to fix it, but alright, I don't want to be sitting down for a med event. I need to do the stretch. I'm going to pause and do the stretch. Yeah, let's speak say it, but like we can actually take an example of this character's playthrough. We ran into a Land Raider, which is like a Hummer. That's one car we saw. We ran into a totaled what would be like the equivalent of like a Lincoln. Okay. We ran into a car that was something in the area of like a Honda Civic. Yep. Yep, don't forget to eat and drink, stretch, do all that good stuff. And so, like, all these cars we ran into, so we've been running around here, and we've run into probably 8 cars, and not 2 of them have been remotely, like, the same kind of car. So the odds of me being able to take a part from one to the other and have it meaningful beyond, like, maybe a windshield wiper is probably not great. And like I said, I do get that you can jury rig stuff and make it work, so, like, the battery's the wrong size, whatever. I can put in a different location, bolt it in somehow, attach the wires. Yeah, that'll work. But if it's something like, an alternator goes, even like something like an oil filter, you know, if it's not the same compatible size, you're not gonna be able to like attach it on. Like I think it's fair. Like they are very generous in this game at the fact that there's just regular and heavy car. Yeah, no, I agree. I do find there would be more cars. Like we see walking around here, there are literally tens to hundreds of thousands of people. They're all depicted as adults, but we can pretend, you know, a portion of them are children, all that, just for the sake of they wouldn't have cars. You would still have the cars here, and it's, you know, you hear the arguments like, oh, well, the people left. It's like, well, I'm currently stabbing one of them. Oh yeah, most of the cars, like, so the cars on the sides of the road and all that, it's like, okay, maybe not. Like, the wrecks, sure, they're totaled, frames jacked, gotcha. But when you pull up to half of these cars, they're just sitting here, it's like, okay, that's a perfectly good car. Like, most of the cars in this game are actually perfectly good. It's just the wrecks that are, you know, borderline unusable. But it's just, you know, there are so few for whatever reason. And, like, the fact that, like, none of the cars have gas just about. Like, some do, but it's so few. Like, that's one of the things that gets me. It's like, look, you know, the cars on the road not having gas, alright, I'll bite. That's why they're there. They're left on the side of the road because they ran out of gas. Fair. But yeah. At the same time, I think if we had a realistic number of cars, so like every house had like just about one or two cars each, it'd also be incredibly imbalanced because you'd be up to your nose in cars. Ooh, taking that right now. Extra gas cans. Alright, so that's 3 gas cans we've located now, which is excellent. We don't have the storage to carry them, really. Alright, so let's clear the area. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Like, I know... Like, I won't say, like, we're full-on rural, the area I've been to, but getting pretty rural. And I have definitely seen a whole lot of cars that might as well just be debris to be thrown in the trash. Like, it's parts together, but, you know, they let critters get all through it and destroy it, and... Like, how little care some people take of cars is absolutely mind-boggling. Yeah, my assumption from the, like, the highways and that where you have, like, a whole bunch of wrecks in one spot is it's not that the cars were in that bad of condition when they got there. It's that, you know, some altercation happened at that point, you know, cars got set on fire, that kind of thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, because yeah, if you're comparing urban Germany, so I've been over there, I've been to Cologne, I've been to, you know, a bunch of places, like, I have family friends over there and all that, and, like, the way people treat cars over there seems to be just way better than here. And a lot of them it's because they lack the means to take better care, or, you know, whatever. And I mean like financial means. But yeah. Like when you go to the to like the German countryside where you've got like that would be in a lot of cases comparable to like America's suburbs. You know, with farms though. But when you get like rural, it gets like you're talking there's a house. Like I mean you can see the map. Here, let's pull up the map. So like if you pull up the map, like you got one house here, you've got an entire farm, so like this would be what? You know, farm probably 10 acres plus. Yeah, so you're just it's a different world. Like you're gonna find out here a bunch of like 50 cars that have been beaten up 10,000 times sideways or sitting on 130, 140,000 miles. Barely starts. So those ones you kind of go, please, 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 please. It's needed parts, but the companies don't even manufacture those parts because half of those were cheap cars they made for a little while, and then the car, you know, went out of style. So the only parts you can get are aftermarket parts if you can manage to order them. And usually you have to go through a lot of the mechanic shops to do that because they're just so nuanced. You have to like know the people who manufacture them after the fact. It's better nowadays. Like nowadays with the internet you can look all that up, but if we're talking 1993 when the internet was still kind of in its infancy, looking up a lot of that stuff was really hard. You had to, you know, for example, my Honda Civic I mentioned, getting parts for that, because again, when I bought it, already it's like the previous owner had rear-ended a school bus. Like, that was getting on the phones and going, hey, junkyard, you got any Honda Civics that are 87 or 88? No? Alright, talk to you later. Hey, not a whole lot, War Machine. But yeah, so it was like it was really tough, and that Honda Civic I had was a very, very popular model its day, and I'm talking like suburb situation, not even rural. Like I think they depict this entire area in Project Zomboid having, I think, a single like salvage slash junkyard. Alright, I can do that. I can do a hydrate. I think there's a chair in here. If there's a chair in here, we go in here, we slam the door shut, and we rest until we're good.
Detachable Monkey just subscribed.
Hey! Thank you for the subscription, Detachable Monkey. I really do appreciate that. You now have access to all of the emotes, animated and otherwise. So, enjoy. And it was with a Prime sub, too, which is one you only get one of per month, so thank you for spending that here. I do really appreciate that. And showing all that support. But yeah, no, from going between the U.S. and Germany, it's very, very different, like, culturally, like, everything is so different. And not saying in, like, a bad or a good way, it's just very different worlds. I actually am sitting back in my chair. Yeah, for me, my first car, as I mentioned, it was like a $300 Honda Civic. It was like, we're not particularly close at the moment, so if I pull up the map, I forgot I can't, so this is one of the things that annoys me. So I can pull up the map, and then I can pause, but not the other way around. So this is the gas station, is that little green dot down there. We're here. We were clearing along this area, so we were much closer. The problem is there's no water here. Sorry, there's sound in the music that's messing with my mind. We've used up all the food here, so we had to go find food. So we backtracked along here to hit up these farms, and then hit these farms for food. We got a bunch of food back here and a bunch of food here, so we kind of had to back out and go back in because food was running out. Did the zombies we were following just say, never mind, we're leaving? Is that what happened here? So actually, if you'll hold for just a moment, I would like to show you something in the new build. Once these zombies stop being pains. So if you watch me go right here, choose pickup, and put it on the gnome, you can pick up the gnome now. You used to not be able to, but you can pick up the gnome. They're heavy. 4 kilograms is not an insignificant amount of weight. You can also now pick up the pink flamingos. That's one thing we actually did on the multiplayer server. I haven't actually been on there in like a week or so. I wonder if it's still the same instance or they reset it. But on the multiplayer server, the house we had, our goal was just grab as many flamingos as we could and put it in the front yard as our decor to like. So it's because it's just a regular house, you know, you want people to go, no, like you should stop at this house, like I've got stuff for sale or services for sale or whatever. And so the way we marked our house as being like something to stop by is we just absolutely flooded the yard with gnomes. Gotcha. And that is the deep fried brains subserver, because I mean to Jack's deep fried brains. Alright, here's hoping. No alarm. Okay. Because I've had real bad luck with alarms. Okay. I mean, like I said, I kind of stopped playing it on stream because just with how long the days were, and that like how important books are, it was just, you get to the point of reading a book and say like, I can't. Oh yeah, I'm not upset about it, like, at all. Like I said, for me it was just the settings. I was getting to the point, it's like, alright, like, I can't do these settings. Not on stream, at least. Alright, still no emergency station. Oh yeah, like the books where it's like, I had fast reader, and I think we timed it as like one of the books was like 27 minutes. Oh, the helicopters didn't bother me. I mean, honestly, where we were at West Point, like, I had to go out of my way seeking out zombies because they were just being absolutely throttled. So it's kind of catch-22, is I could live away from everyone and then never interact with people, which is no fun. Or I could live near everyone and I couldn't find zombies. So we're day 15. I don't know how the soup is fresh or the cereal is fresh. Yeah. Okay, so we have a ton of food here we can work with. I'm just going to blast through that milk because it's going to go bad. I'm going to immediately cook... Well, I'm going to take these out of the freezer and put them in the fridge. So we can use them for cooking. Because I suspect we don't have probably too long left in the power. Alright, so I think we are moving our stuff over here. What's in this cabinet? Nothing? Chips and pasta, that's right. So we are relocating stuff here. Okay, we've got 2 cans of soup on us and our water bottle. So we can sleep in there. Is there any rooms we're missing? We didn't check the utility closet. I'm not dragging sheets with us. We'll just clear out the zombies and hope for the best. I keep wanting to grab these. Okay. Before we go down there, have we cleared out this area a little bit more? Make sure we don't have any zombies at this thing. I want to check see if there's a generator in here. Or anything else particularly useful. Oh, okay, it's like I hear the zombies, I don't see them. That's always a danger. Yeah. And where I've made the comment, you know, no matter how you're playing a game, if you're having fun, congratulations, you're playing it correctly. One can certainly make the counter-argument of if you're playing a game and you're not having fun, it is not being played correctly, which could be the fact you're playing it at all if you're just not having fun with it anymore. Because that happens. You can have games that you've enjoyed for a very long time that you've either done all the things or what have you. It's just, it's lost its appeal. Let's kill these zombies out back. I wasn't going to, but I fear if I don't, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to have them jump into the windows and all that and not be able to deal with it. Because there's definitely been a number of games that, like, looking back is like, I used to, like, absolutely love this game, but not anymore. And a lot of times it's not even necessarily that the game changed, it's just certain game loops after you do them enough times, it's like, alright, I've done it. It's fine. School bag can just stay there. Yeah, don't care about the chicken coop and all that. Alright. Oh yeah, there's games that I played the living daylights out of that. You know, I thought about going back to them like, you know, I don't even think I'd enjoy the game anymore. Not from anything wrong with the game, just, you know, times change, tastes change. We don't need the saws, we already got one. It also doesn't even have to be that your preferences change, that you've played that game enough that it has nothing left to offer you. Let's get the knives off of us, get the trowel off of us. I actually get that a lot, and I feel like that's actually kind of a really neat thing about the game is how many people use how many different locations. Thanks so much for the follow. Zoncry? Is that correct? If I mispronounce it, please let me know and I will do better. Just trying to guess my best. But yeah, like, I'll have, like, every once in a while I'll stop by a location to, you know, do what I need to do and all that. People are like, that's my base. It's excellent. I love it. And I like that. Okay, were you just like chilling in this corner? Sure, whatever, I'll kill you. But it amuses me how often people are like, oh yeah, there's this spot, and they always want to tell you about the neat thing they like about it or what they've done with it, and I always find that fun. Yeah, secluded isn't necessarily bad. It's pro and con. Pro, you don't have to worry about all sorts of stuff dragging in on you. Con, it's a commute to find anything. Just depends on what you're looking for in your playstyle. Like, there's people who just, their fun is to go in the middle of absolutely nowhere and build a home in the wilderness and just live in the wilderness the entire game. And that's cool. Like, I'm glad they had that. At the same time, I very much enjoy fighting the zombies and all that. When you're way out in the wilderness, you have to go out of your way to do that. Which again, that's fine. I love the fact that the game caters to so many different groups of people and playstyles and all that. And then even the same person, it's like some days you want to have high intense action, other times, you know, you just want to chill. Yep, no, that is not at all a bad plan. Got to sit down and recover that stamina. The downside of the crowbars, it's an absolute stamina hog in a fight. Alright, in just a couple minutes I am going to need to make something happen for dinner because my wife will be home in not too long. And one of the things I do is when she's been working all day is I'll take care of dinner. Pro tip for all of you who are wanting happy marriages and all that. Make sure everyone's chipping in. We actually did that. Was it earlier this week? There was one of the other days where it's just like, look, I don't want to cook anything today. Like, I'm just ordering a pizza. Yeah, and I definitely do more of the cooking. Which is fair. Like, even before we had met, you know, most of the people I dated, like, I enjoy cooking. Like, nowadays I'm a little tired of it with the pandemic because it's a lot more cooking than I would normally do. But that's just dealing with the whole situation because, unfortunately, here in Florida, the number of people who don't take any of this seriously is terrible. So, there's a lot of places I don't want to go right now because people are bozos. Then, half the time they're rude and awful. Not the staff, the customers. I've had no problem with people working in those places. But plus she works second shift, so like right now it's coming up on 9 o'clock here in East Coast. So the options of where you can eat dwindle real fast once you get past 8 p.m., especially on Sundays. And then on top of that, like, part of the reason we've also changed, like, what I've changed is, so far as what I'm cooking is all that, is I like to stream, and that 9 o'clock-ish, just no matter how I would schedule my stream, would just land right in the middle of it. So that's just how it be. But I think I'll probably kill these 2 zombies, and then probably find something I can just pop in the oven, ignore for 15 minutes, and then have dinner kind of thing. Not the healthiest, but convenient. Yeah, I think we go with that, so bear with me. Just gonna pause. I'm gonna be away for probably 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes, somewhere in that ballpark. As I go and I make my dinner start happening. In the meantime, this is a very good opportunity to get up, stretch, use the restroom, eat something, get something to drink, all that. So eat, drink, stretch, do all that good stuff. Take care of yourselves, and I will be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, dinner's not in the oven, but I have a plan. But it will be something that gets tossed in the microwave closer to when she's actually home, so it doesn't get cold. So that was actually going to be the first plan, was frozen pizza. And I even like had started to turn the oven on for heat, and I was like, oh hey, I've got this this pork we got that we probably should use sooner rather than later. We're gonna lose it. Oh, we have au jus sauce. All right, let's go. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm debating between mashed potatoes or rice to go with it. Mashed potato seems more thing. Did you get to parents? Yes, we did get to the parents the other day. Had a fantastic time. Saw a lot of the family we haven't seen in a very long time. So that was all nice. Not like we normally in the past had like the entire extended family, which is an absolutely ludicrous number of people. So it wasn't anything like that. But you know, saw a couple of the aunts and all that. Yeah, and I love how many people be like, why on earth would you take thick skin? It's like, because, you know, in the event I would take an injury, there's a slight chance I just get an out of jail free pass. I mean, it's no guarantee. It might do literally nothing in your run, but it could save your life. And when you're dealing with RNG, it's usually stacking the odds in your favor as much as you can. So we're a little low on stamina. I mean, that's something you find with, honestly, like, if you get into, say, action RPGs, like Path of Exile, Diablo 3, oh, there's a whole bunch of them. I'm not going to bother trying to list them all. Like, that's usually the way a lot of the builds go. It's like, okay, well, get your crit chance as high as you can, get your crit multiplier as high as you can, get your hit chance as high as it can, so that you're hitting more, which is giving you more opportunity to crit, which is getting more opportunity to do more damage. Like, it's getting all those compounding percents together. And it's the same idea, like, this is the survival end of it. Like and for like Path of Exile, it's kind of the same thing. Is one of the things that makes it very difficult for a lot of people to get into that game is like everything is one-shotting me, but it's like I have a whole bunch of health. It's like, right, but that's not how defense works. You need a whole bunch of health and a whole bunch of damage mitigation of various forms, and you usually want to layer it. So it's like you have your damage mitigation to just dodge or block an attack entirely to ignore it, and then when that fails, you have your damage mitigation to reduce how much damage you take from the hit. And then you want, on top of that, just a hell of a lot of health to pull from. And it's only when you get all three of those that things feel good. So same here. As much as we can layer our defenses, the better. It's just, unlike those games, there's pros and cons with a lot of those decisions. Like, if I put on a leather jacket, that'll give me a much better chance of survival from the hit. But I'll get super hot and sweaty, and then I go much slower and I have a higher chance of getting hit. So it's juggling those decisions. At the moment, we've leaned heavily into don't get hit, which, okay. Project Zomboid, that is an option. Path of Exile, don't get hit is a joke, because there are boss fights in that game and packs of enemies that, you know, it's basically impossible to not get hit. It's just not getting hit by most of the attacks is kind of the thing. Oh yeah. Well, that's usually the counter argument that a lot of people give. It's like, okay, thick skin, so teeny tiny chance, roll of the dice that you get that get out of jail card where instead of taking a nasty hit, you know, you take the far less. So if you're getting hit one, you're already in danger, and that's a completely accurate and fair concern. If you're getting hit if you're getting hit in Project Zomboid by zombies, you are going to die. Like, no matter what trait you take, that is going to kill you sooner or later, because each one is a roll of the dice to see if you even make it. Now, thick skin gets you out of jail, but it costs a bit. Thin skin, on the other hand, if you're not getting hit, is basically a lot of points to continue to not get hit. Now, because I take so many strong negatives, I just don't need more points. Yeah. Now, and that is one of the things that I've mentioned on stream a number of times, is I appreciate what they've done with Project Zomboid. Is if you get people who are going like, what's the best build? And I've had that question here, and usually I'll try and say, well, like, that's, there's a very subjective thing. I was like, there's certain traits that people almost universally agree are, like, keen hearing. I have never heard someone say keen hearing is a bad trait, because, seeing twice as far behind you is immensely powerful. Lucky is just positive. Sure, we can argue if there's better, but more loot is just a good thing. And then fast learning for practicality. Yep, that's exactly the point. It's like, there's no best build, and I do appreciate, like, people get, like, so into arguments about, it's like, no, this trait's better than that trait. And it's like, the fact that you can't agree with a group of people that, like, there'll be 5 different people arguing 5 different traits. It's like, that is a very strong indicator the balance in the game is actually pretty good. Because if the balance isn't good, everyone's like, oh no, that's very obviously the best one. There's no discussion to be had here. Like, I can math it and show you. Because that's what happens in so many other games that have like 6 different defensive traits. You're like, yeah, but like literally this one's just better. And don't get me wrong, there's a few traits in the game that are like, you just don't take them. Like, illiterate as a trait is... There isn't, like, you take that because you want the challenge of rolling illiterate, not because you think it's good, bad, or otherwise build. Like, it ruins so much of the game. Like, Def is another one that's a trait that you don't take thinking I'm making any kind of reasonable build. It's, no, I'm taking it because I want the challenge of Def. Yep. And that's the point. Like, a lot of people ask me, like, my build, and they'll, like, start questioning my decisions on my build. It's like, this is a bad build. Like, I'll tell you this is a bad build. Like, that's not up for discussion. I will point out it's a bad build. But it's a fun build. For me, at least. I know a lot of people will disagree with me on that, because I've had a lot of people try my build, and they're like, I appreciate you have fun with it. Oh my god, I will never do that again. It's like, yep, it's a bad build. Start is slow. Start is real slow. You kind of just massage zombies to death with a crowbar. Oh, pasta, why are you so heavy? Yeah, sorry, the auto mod is really all over the place. And I get why it would potentially filter junky, but it's like, alright, could you not? As far as like the auto mod just being ourselves. Oh man. Pasta, why are you so heavy? How heavy is the pasta? 4 kilograms. Alright. I hate to leave it. Is there other stuff we like? Well, let's see if we can't make this work. I don't even need those things. Oh, we need to drop 0.35 more. Did I math wrong? No, I need to drop another 0.75. You know what? Get out of here, tarp. I'm probably not going to use a 10 tonight point. Okay. So we are at very heavy load. So we do need to be careful about what we're doing right now, because we are doing bad decisions. Let us eat some soup. Yeah, I think my only concern with the trap thing, and I get why they do it, is they do really seem to want to make sure you are fighting the zombies. I don't need the holster. I don't think the holster is particularly heavy, but we can check. I mean, it's point. Oh no, it's 0.06. I mean that's pretty trivial. Yeah. Yeah, 0.06 is All right, so we can all right, so let's see. So we are at 12.33. Yeah, no, putting in our bag actually increased its weight by 0.01. A lot of stuff has the equip weight, makes it ridiculously light. So like this is 0.2, but if I equip it, it's 0.06. So wearing is the lightest. I can put my water bottle in there. Okay, that drops us to heavy load. Okay, heavy load is manageable. Yeah, that's definitely what this character is. Zero to hero. You get no skills. You're overweight. Like your fitness is crap. Your everything is crap. Now it is min maxing in the sense that I get a whole lot of positive perks for my trouble, but yeah, it's very much zero to hero. All right, so now I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause, and I am going to run down again. I'm going to actually cook my food now. It should only take like 3-4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. But I'm actually going to cook it now because it was one of those things that if I cooked it back when I mentioned it, because what I was going to cook would have taken 20 minutes or so, and it's only going to take like 5. So I wanted to do it closer to when my wife got home. That way, she wouldn't be eating a cold dinner. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back probably just a little under roughly 5 minutes. If it is longer, I apologize, but I'm going to try and keep it down that much. But I will be back. In the meantime, don't forget to eat, drink, stretch, and take care of yourselves, and make sure you are, in fact, doing those things, because your health is important. Self-care is best care. Right, and I'll be back. And I will hydrate. I saw you sneak that off before I got away. That posture check is waiting till I get back, because standing up is going to be the same. Okay, and I'm sorry that took a little bit longer than planned. I basically got everything done, and my wife got home just about the same time I was about to head back upstairs. That's fine. So I wanted to make sure to say, welcome home and all that before I disappeared upstairs to the back to the stream. Like, she'll be up here in a minute once she's done getting her stuff ready. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so we're at heavy load, which isn't great, but we can live with that. We just need to make sure that if we run into any trouble, we are just ready to huck our bag on the ground and fight. So, like we were talking about realism earlier, here's like one of the things that bothers me. So you take like, we have a can of spaghetti, was it bolognese or whatever? So it's basically tomato sauce with pasta in it. And so we've opened the can, we ate half of it, and we put it back in our duffel bag. It's not like a can is resealable like 1993 like canned goods. You just have an open can of sauce in your duffel bag. Or if you don't even have a duffel bag, it's a can of, basically like tomatoes. I mean, like a tomato sauce with pasta in your pocket open. So like going on to that realism thing, you have to just ignore the realism because that's gross. Walking around with a little extra squish in your pocket. Yep, so like I said, anytime we get ready to run to fight, we just chuck the duffel bag in the ground because it's big and heavy and full of cans. And when it's safe, we pick it back up. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that is a fair comparison, and the maybe having spaghetti sauce squishing around in your pocket is not as bad as being literally drenched to maximum concentration of blood and dirt on your body. I guess your standards for cleanliness decline greatly in those circumstances. So like so many games you'll have like a really strong like what's the word I'm looking for? Basically they'll have like a webcomic scene that's very strong going for them. Like RimWorld has a very strong webcomic scene going for it, for example. Like I think Overwatch did at some point as well. Part of me really wonders what like the webcomic scene would be for just Project Zomboid, just hucking everything into your backpack with open cans and all that. Like, you've got all these bloodied clothes you're keeping with you and bloodied weapons. Or, maximum soakage with gore walking around. Being all friendly to the neighbors. It's just like trying to put yourself in the mindset of, okay, this friendly person walks up to you, but they're like head to toe just, look like they came out of like a meat blender or something. Alright, so far this trip is going pretty okay. Our stamina took a decent hit so far, but that's to be expected. If we were at very heavy load, that would have been much, much worse. I did try and grab what water we could while we were up there, but we have just one bottle, so can't move a whole lot of water, unfortunately. The good news is we do actually have 3 gas cans now, which is really good. Alright, we got more zombies that are in the way, so duffel bag on the ground. Kill the zombies, and then we will pick our duffel bag up. But this is nice because I think the last time we went to move stuff, it took us a couple trips. This time it's just going to take us one. And it's mostly because we have a duffel bag as opposed to a school bag. And also because our weapon situation is improved. We're not running around with 30 screwdrivers or whatever it was. Not literally 30, just a bunch of screwdrivers as opposed to real weapons. I'm also excited because I'm not sure if you guys noticed that we found a garden fork in the shed down here. The quote-unquote God fork. So that's in way worse condition than the 9mm we already snagged, but it does have bullets, so we're just going to go eject magazine. We rack it. Unload the magazine. Oh yeah, that's if you put it in your offhand, like in one of your hands, you'll drop it. If it's on your back, you'll be good. I've definitely done that once or twice, especially when I have like a big heavy-walled base and I'm just trying to rush into the base real fast. There are times I accidentally climb the wall as opposed to go in the door. And I've had plenty of times I've accidentally climbed over the wall and said, alright, well now I get to walk back outside my base and pick up my duffel bag. Oh wait, I don't want the 9mm, get it off me. Because I need to pull out my crowbar to not be overburdened. Well, more overburdened. Actually, I'm going to want to move farther before we actually sit. Because close to that tree line, if there's a zombie in the tree, that could be trouble for us. Where was it that we had, I think it was Long Prather, we had, I think I lost it, like, didn't have anything in it, but I lost I believe it was a large bag that way. It wasn't that we climbed something and lost it, it was, I can hydrate. It was we were running from the helicopter and I ended up having to push my way through a bunch of zombies to the point that we tripped. But you know, we didn't take a zombie injury, we just tripped. But when we trip, or sorry, when you trip, there's a good chance you'll drop whatever's in your hands. And so we dropped our bag somewhere. And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, it's either A, in the middle of where we dumped all of the zombies, i.e., I'm going to leave it, because it was one of, I think, 3 large bags I had at the time, and it was not even full. Or 2, it's one of those things I would have to go skulking through the woods where I had no idea where we had dropped it, trying to find this bag that could be disguised behind a tree where you'd never see it. Like nowadays with the new foraging system, potentially we'd find it a little easier, but even then it's, you know, needle in a haystack. And also, thank you for everyone who has been tuning in, who has been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing, doing the bits, donos, hosts, raids, all of that good stuff. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you all are enjoying the stream. I know this has been one where it's just been walk, 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 kill, 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 walk, 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 kill, 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 from point A to B. But we are hoping to make our way to Ekron, take over that gas station, because once we take over the gas station, we can actually start building up a base, getting our feet down proper, getting our food situation sorted out properly. That way we can actually focus on killing without going, okay, well, we're going to run out of water here, or oh no, food is getting scarce. Like, we'll have those needs covered up until at least winter. And honestly, clearing the bases, all that, we're gonna be up to our eyeballs. Hey, Nalutex, thank you so much for the raid. I'm going to pause, because I've learned my lesson about not pausing recently, and give you a shout out real fast. Also playing Project Zomboid. I assume you're wrapping up your 24-hour stream? Thank you so much for the follow. Dana Kino. If I got that wrong, please correct me, and I will make sure to do better in the future. Do I hear something behind me? We are currently in progress of moving from one place we had our stuff to another. Thank you so much for the follow. Kool-Aid! Welcome to the stream. But I assume you just wrapped up your 24-hour stream? I think that would wrap up around now. How did it go? Hopefully minimal number of player deaths. Only deaths being zombies. Or if there were deaths, hopefully lessons were learned and you had fun doing it. Because the worst is when you have a death that you're like, I didn't learn anything. That's just not a good feeling. Hey, Rippin', how's it going? I saw you post earlier. It's kind of funny because now I think about it, didn't I drop off, like, wasn't it something like 58 people when I rated you yesterday? Ah, that is no fun. Yeah. Now it's I think it was yesterday we rated Nalutik with it was something like 50 or 60 people. So it's kind of funny that it's like, okay, it's basically rated back with the same amount. So it's like, okay, just gave them back. Getting your cardio in playing Gundam. Fair. Alright, we got a stretch. I'll go ahead and do that. I am going to pause again for that, though. I'm learning my lesson, so I will quickly do these stretches, and I will be good to go. Okay, so we pick up where we left off. So yeah. Where we're at right now is we are trying to push into Ekron. We're playing at 16 times population, which is the absolute maximum population that Project Zomboid will allow without mods. I actually wanted that pair of scissors back, but I'll deal with that in a minute. But we were pushing into Ekron, and we were just about to run out of food, so we went, all right, well, we have to give up our push temporarily and backtrack and, you know, come back. What is this song? But we have to backtrack out and try again. So we managed to get a bunch more food, and so we're pushing back into Ekron from. We're still on the north side, but the other part of the north side. All right, so let's figure out our weapon situation. So. Sorry about that. So we've got a nightstick, got a hunting knife. Thank you for the follow, Rotten Picks. Welcome to the stream. Our crowbar, which will last us a good while. I've got a God Fork here, aka Garden Fork. So that's coming with us. Need a little bit more in the weapons department. Ooh, we don't have as much weapons as I thought. We'll grab their nightstick as well. That should carry us for now for weapons, I think. We need to bring more food. I think I will embrace the sadness and we'll bring some dog food with us. That'll upset us. We're a little overweight, but that's okay, because I'm going to go and take the cooking pot and the saucepans and dump those outside. That way if it rains we can get some water. Okay, so we're not overburdened. Getting pretty close to sleepy, which is really unfortunate for us to be getting sleepy at 4, but so is our life. So I embrace the afternoon nap. Okay, so before we go wandering around outside, so I'm going to bring up the map. We're going to pause. So basically, where we want to go is here. This little blue building, oh, I'm sorry, the green building here, the blue building, or that's not building, that's a lake. So I want to go here because I plan on putting a base in this area. That way I've got water, gas station, forageable area. There's an entire city down here for us to deplete the population of. I'm going to mark stuff. We looted it. There was absolutely literally nothing there. Looted it. Looted. Looted. That's not even a lootable building, but sure. Looted. Yeah, so our goal is to get to this area. We were clearing here. It was going well. We ran out of food, and that was between the food we grabbed here, and then there was nothing in these buildings. They were a good place for us to sleep. We had to keep backing out to grab water up here. So we backtracked here, got a bunch of food. Oh, looted. So then we came down here because that was the next set of buildings, and now we're going to try and cut it back across to get down here. We are going to kill a needless number of zombies. Oh, that was weird. Because I didn't realize we were marking all spots on the map, so it was afterwards. I actually don't know what's down this road, so I'm going to keep wandering. I think it just dead ends. But I'd like it not to. But so we are playing on 16x population. Normally I have multiple helicopters running. In this particular case, I do not. My last run is just getting very aggravated with constantly having to clear out the same spot again and again, because that was just the cadence the helicopters were coming. So we turn that off. If it starts to get boring, I might turn it on next time. We'll see. But our goal is to basically kill as many zombies as we can before we die. But we're getting ready to just pass 1,000 zombie kills. But the idea is, if I'm not mistaken, when Royal with Cheese did a similar run, he did it on insane population. And I was like, you know what? I can do more than insane population. We do 16x on a regular base. Didn't I have more? There it is. I was about to say, it's like I had more spaghetti sauce. Get the water out of her backpack, because we were hauling a whole bunch of stuff, so our inventories all moved around. Man, so basically, the current priorities we've got right now is we want to get our foot down in Ekron's northern border at that gas station, because that is what we intend on making our long-term base for this operation. We'll end up having to make a bunch of forward bases and all that kind of stuff, so like when I go to West Point, I'll find a building. What do we gain? Is that nimble? Strength. No, I'll take strength. Strength and fitness. Okay, cool. That'll help us a lot. That means that this... Oh wait, never mind. We haven't quite dropped obese yet. We'll drop it soon, though. Because they do roll my characters weak, unfit, and obese, which means we get 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 any skills whatsoever. Clean slate. And we spend the first chunk of the game just correcting our character by beating the crap out of zombies. For anyone new to the game, I do not recommend my build. It is not only not new player friendly, it's not veteran player friendly, it's just a bad build. It's fun for me build, but if you look at it objectively, it is not good. Because I have to survive long enough to get rid of my negative stuff, and the very beginning is a very slow thing because of how weak we are. Alright, we've passed 1,000 kills at 16 days. Nice. For the beginning, we were keeping about 50 kills per day. I've lost track of where we're at because we had a good couple of days that we weren't getting hardly any kills because of how much we were having to travel, and then we had a bunch of days that we were just annihilating zombies. Okay, this is what I was afraid of, is that this just ends in a dead end. I'm going to try and just cut across southeast and see if we can't meet the road. If there's a ton of zombies or the trees just get too thick to do this safely. I don't think it will, but if it does, then we'll backtrack and just take the road. If it doesn't, though, we're going to cut over the road. Maybe we backtrack along the road in the future. But I'm hoping we will find a usable car soon. Because we did get keys for a Land Raider, but it was a wreck, unfortunately. Then, no gas or anything, so it got to stay where it stayed. I think we also got keys for a truck, same deal. Just total wreck, not worth taking. That was promising. There's like no zombies here, really. Big open areas. Sorry about that. But yeah, the other reason I want to really get to the gas station is once we get our permanent structure there, I can start building storage, which means we can start collecting out a bunch of materials, extra weapons, and all that, versus right now I'm having to play like we're nomadic. Thank you so much for the follow. Cersei9576. Yeah, so I'm having to play a nomadic lifestyle at the moment, unfortunately. Which kind of limits our ability. Okay, so there's a lot of zombies along this road. More than I expected, but that's fine. Every zombie we kill is one less zombie in the world. And after we kill these two, we need to sit down. Oh, so like Circ 9576? Is that right? Cool, cool. Alright, well I will try and remember that. If I get it wrong, please correct me. I want to get it right, just sometimes there's more of you than there is of me. So it takes a few attempts. Alright, so we're going to enjoy our delicious dog food, cold directly from the can. Yep, and she has been losing weight very well. She started at 105, because she started as obese with that trait, and that's what you start at. But between, like, she's actually not even eating that healthy. Like, she's eating a lot of calorie-rich stuff pretty regularly. But something about crushing in 1,001 or 1,010 zombies, like, it's a bit of a workout. Like, some people have gym memberships. She has a crowbar. They just gonna ignore me? Like, I'm rolling up right on top of you. We're definitely gonna end up fighting this entire group in the dark. It's gonna suck. Yeah, we'll just wait till they turn. Yeah, I haven't heard specifically what we're going to be seeing in the way of the wildlife update. Like, the only thing they've really shown that I've seen is the picture with the deer in it, or it could be an elk or something. The hoofed woodland creature. But I've heard rumors, but I haven't heard anything that's like, oh yeah, the devs have said you're gonna be dealing with bears and wolves. Like, I haven't heard anything like that. Because if that's the case, like, wolves and bears, like, I'm gonna want guns for. Like, for people like zombies are scary, I'm like, nah man, you know what's really scary? A freaking black bear or something rolling up on you. Oh yeah, the wildlife that attacks you in Red Dead Redemption is terrifying. Like, you realize it's a game, but you hear like the cougar coming after you, and it's like it's a very visceral feeling where you're just like, no, get it away. And as a reminder to everyone, I do keep a filter on OBS that increases the gamma for you about 15-20% from what I am seeing. So when I say it's dark and I seem to be being extra cautious, it's dark. It's real dark. Like, I can see that group of zombies still, but pretty soon it'll get dark enough that any zombies wearing like all black, I will only see when they're moving around, just because they're blocking out grass and not because I actually see the zombie. Like, I'll just see the grass kind of shimmer, it's like, wait a second. You know, and then once I realize where it is... yeah. Yep, nah, it is super dark. Like, this one here I can see, like, when he was facing over here, I lost track of him because his hair is blocking his face. But, yeah, like, this one I can only see the hands, nothing else. They keep reshuffling and it keeps making me want to shift out. I really want to get to that road. That's the reason I'm killing this pack so intently, is I'm trying to get to the road, because once I'm at the road, having the road behind the zombies makes them super easy to see. Yeah, and I understand I can turn up the game itself, but I want the night to be scary and spooky and awful because it's, in my opinion, supposed to be. Like, one of the most intense and like anxiety-inducing moments I've had in this game. I was doing a death run and we got caught out by the river near, I think it was, I can't remember where it was relative to West Point and Riverside, but it's along the river between them. And a tropical storm rolled in us during the night. So I could see I could see absolutely nothing. And I was deaf, so I could hear nothing. So all I could do is put my back against the river and just hold my weapon up and hope for the best. We survived the night, but it was us standing like that the entire night, like, waiting for that moment where you just see a green outline flash and then an injury show up. But it just never happened. Zombie never came. I was like, you're just standing there going, I can do literally nothing about this. Like, we are here, I can't see where I'm going, I can't see the zombies, I can't hear the zombies, everything is awful. It was a lot of fun, but yeah, there was moments in the death run where it's just like, everything is fear. My existence is fear. Looks like there's 2 left. Then I can get to the road and we can potentially sit down and recover our stamina. That wasn't part of the plan for them to be there. Ooh, I do not like sitting down in the dark. Alright, let's try an inventory where we see zombies. Alright, there's a group down there and there's a group over here-ish. I want to stay away from the tree lines as best we can. Eat more of our fresh dog food. We actually have better food back at the house, but I've got stuff like maple syrup that can make us happy. So I'm just embracing the sadness and then we'll fix it later. Give it just a little longer. And I'm just going to use the hunting knife as opposed to the crowbar and just deal with not having maximum, not having a whole bunch of stamina with us. Just because, like, this is not a good feeling. Because if a zombie strolls up, like, especially if it's one, like, wearing all black and I just don't see it, it can just get to us, bite us, and, like, by the time we realize we're in danger, it'd be too late to stand up to save ourselves. Yep, now we got chill music going. There's definitely, like, I am finding a lot of, like, the chill music that's licensed to be, you know, DMCA friendly on Twitch has similarities to other music. I mean, I guess that's true of music in general. A lot of stuff has similarities to other stuff. Yeah, this does sound very StarCrafty. Or like that it belongs in RTS type game. Oh no, I think about it. We actually have antidepressants back at the base, so I don't even need to worry about like eating the maple syrup and all that stuff. Oh, there's two of them. Okay. The maple syrup and all that, I can just take some antidepressants and it'll fix itself right up. I hear another one. Oh, there you are. Okay. One hunting knife down, and many to spare. Three, yeah. Is that a bread knife that got stuck in you? Because it looks like a bread knife. Yep, bread knife, don't care. Is it actually scaling over time, or is that appearing to be so? Because that's one of the things that's always tricky with that stuff is when you have a small sample size so far as players it's experiencing, it's sometimes hard to tell what's perceived and what's real. Because I've definitely had a few times where people have sworn up and down the game works in certain ways that, like, even the devs are like, that's not a thing. Yeah, no, I have no idea if there's any type of loot scaling or anything. I don't think there is. I haven't heard of it before, but you never know. I mean, I believe there's scaling for zombies in multiplayer, but I don't actually know the specifics of how it works. Like, does it affect respawn or what? Oh, the crowbar overtook it? That's weird, because we got stuck back to using our hunting knife for a while. It'll bounce around a bit, because I think we only have the one crowbar, so eventually it'll drop. Alright, I'm now feeling really good about the fact that we put all those pots and pans outside to collect water. Because we still haven't found the emergency channel, so I had no way of knowing that the rain was coming. So just took a chance, left it out. I guess there's no risk involved. It's just the right thing to do because there was the chance. Making mushroom logs. I don't know what that is. Are you talking about, like, for growing mushrooms, or... I haven't heard mushroom log before. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like, getting stuff like a really bad storm or a tropical storm and you're stuck out in the woods. I did mention the one time I had the most anxiety in the game was when we were deaf and just... We physically couldn't see anything because of the tropical storm and we were just caught out in it. Basically had to wait for his like daytime and it started to let up and then we were free to start looking around again and get home because they're like ready to pass out levels of sleep. I hear the one behind us. Let's finish this one first if we can. Yeah, ones like this one out in the grass cannot see at all. I do appreciate that they're taking turns attacking me one by one. It really is convenient. Oop, didn't see you. We want to go up, not back that way, or we'll just aggro more. Okay, we're at 5 a.m. It'll start brightening up, so we'll be able to see better. Interesting. Cool. zombies behind us. Have ourselves a little more dog food. Excuse me, sir, I'm trying to eat my dog food. You know, I figure if we kill this group, then we got actually some room we can rest. So we probably should just kill this group and give ourselves the chance to recover so we can use our crowbar more. Because we got some knives, but not enough that we can just go fight 100 zombies with knives and not have to worry about the consequences. Because then we'll be stuck with weapons that suck down your stamina real fast. Alright, so we're getting actually legitimately really sad, so we'll have to address that. So it will slow down action speed. So stuff like looting will take longer. Crafting will take longer, stuff like that. It can be potentially dangerous over time. Like, the depression itself can't kill you. But the action speed penalty can get bad enough that it can start killing, getting you in lots of risk. Because you go to open a window to get away and it'll slow you down. I don't believe it's too bad on combat. We're going to find out here in a second because we're only one tick from the worst level of depression. No, that swing speed seems fine. But stuff like opening windows and doors, so if you're in trouble or picking stuff up, putting it down, that'll get slowed down. That can get you in trouble. Sorry. But yeah, it won't be a problem. We'll go back, we'll take some antidepressants, and it'll be like everything is fine. Because in this game, antidepressants are powerful as hell. So this is the Chill Station on Pretzel Rock, which is a DMCA free music system. I believe there's ever a song you really like. If you do !song, I believe it will give you the name of the song and the artist. But it's some DMCA free music, so like I don't have to worry about getting in any trouble on Twitch for you know, what music I'm playing. The downside is the licensing between Twitch and YouTube is different for DMCA. So while my music is friendly for Twitch, if I were to take it on YouTube, I could potentially get dinged. So I had to go through a whole thing to be able to strip out the music on my recordings. But I just really wanted to keep the music in the VODs because I know there's a number of people who if they miss a stream on one of my playthroughs, they'll actually watch the VOD to catch up. Which blows my mind because, you know, I stream just about every single day for like 10 hours plus. So I don't know how people catch up if they fall behind on that. But more power to them. Like, I appreciate it immensely. It's just I don't get how they make it work. I have a good time. Like, the way I look at it is I'm going to play these games anyway. And like I'm used to having to hop on camera, on microphone, all that. And granted, I'm like not on camera and stream. I've been very deliberate in deciding not to do that because I don't want the stream to be about me. So I figure if I'm going to stream anyways, or I'm sorry, if I'm going to play games anyways, why not stream? And then, you know, the secondary thought is, well, if I'm going to stream anyways, why not try to actually not make something of it, but like, you know, make it as good as we can. And again, apologies. So, I teach software development. Oh no, I don't mind. Like, I deal with like education and teaching and all that, like as a daily thing, and I did IT before that, and I've done software development, so like that stuff doesn't bother me. But yeah, it's not teacher and developer. I teach development now. Like I do development as part of my teaching, and I teach the subject of development, software development. So it's not like I'm working two jobs or moonlighting as one or the other or anything like that. Like one thing that is something that's come kind of as a cost that like I used to be more involved in contributing to open source, but yeah, it's not dual hatting in the sense like it's two separate roles. It's one role that does both things. Well, that fog went away fast. It was like fog and done. But yeah. But yeah, in the past I was just doing kind of like teaching stuff on the side a little bit. Like I had once been a adjunct college instructor way back, even like before I was in software. And just after basically burning out on a really rough job, you know, after over 10 years in the industry, wanted to switch to doing something that felt more meaningful, and wound up in the teaching side of things. Financially speaking, like streaming doesn't pay much. Like with the audiences I'm holding, like streaming doesn't pay much. Like It's a nice little bit of money, but it wouldn't, like, there's zero chance with the money I've gotten, like, I would be able to, you know, quit my day job or anything like that. It wouldn't even be enough to, like, cover food. Like, it could cover stuff like my internet bill and my phone bill, like that kind of money, but at the same time, that's with it, like, it's growing very quickly. So that's kind of the whole thing there. But I'm not doing it, like, solely for the money or anything like that. And anyone who goes into streaming going, I'm going to do this for the money, you really don't want to do that. It's like anything, like trying to be famous or whatever. The chances of you making big money doing this kind of thing are not good. The water's been out for quite a while. It went out before we left the first building, but I am waiting for the power to drop any day now, and unfortunately, because we don't have the radio, we're going to get no warning. It's just the power's going to be gone one day. Oh, those are basically empty. If I knew that, I wouldn't have drugged them out here. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not only like the humble thing, it's just, it's like people who want to be a professional athlete, like regardless of your skill level. Like, you could be the greatest athlete at your school, you could be objectively one of the best in the world. Even then, your chances of making it are not high, because you could just easily go unnoticed. Those types of jobs, like, great, pursue it. Don't make that like your plan though. Like that's your hope, that's your dream. Have a plan B. Don't quit your day job and think this is what I'm gonna do. Not unless you start like actually seeing numbers where you're like, no, I actually am getting the kind of money that maybe this could be what we do now. Because one you hear about all the time is the person who's just like, oh well, you know, I quit my job, I spent $300 on setting up this like professional audio equipment, I spent a couple $100s on making a professional studio setup. And you're like, have you streamed yet? And they're like, well, no. And you're like, was that wise? I mean, it's the same for people like who go into like game dev, for example. Your odds of making it as an indie game dev, like the average salary for an indie game dev is way below minimum wage because the vast majority of them don't make it. You know, for every one of those ones who make millions and millions of dollars you hear about, you know, Concerned Ape, Notch, all them, there are countless thousands who just never do. It's like, by all means, give it a go, just make sure you have a backup plan. Put all these things in the same shelf. Got a bull in here, right? Where's the bull on me? The bull's on me, that's fine. Alright, let's start by where are our antidepressants? Did I leave them behind? Because I was like, I don't need these. Oh, that's bad. Okay. I mean, it's not actually that big of a deal, but it's just like, oh, that's not what we want to do. Oh, I can make stirp. Yeah, and that's the reason I was checking the cupboard is like, is that the bowl we already had, or is that, you know, another bowl? Yep, so we're actually fixing our depression by taking a steak that would make us sadder, cutting it up in a skillet, no seasoning, no anything, and then eating it cut up. and calling it stir fry. Well, yeah, one of the things is like almost any computer can stream. It's a matter of whether or not it can stream what you want it to. Because like if you're looking to stream, say, like Grand Theft Auto or a game that's like very intense, you know, yeah, there's a good chance your computer may not be able to do that. I carry an empty bowl on us because stuff like berries and, you know, any type of vegetable, I can cut that up and make a salad. I mean, you can even do it with like ham. I'm going to do that with the ham in the fridge here in a bit. That I can literally just take this ham, chuck it in the bowl, call it salad, and suddenly it makes us happy. In fact, I probably should do that. I should probably do that with all this stuff. Like, that's the reason I'm not that worried about being sad, is making food that makes you happy is actually ridiculously easy. You just need either a bowl or that. Yep. Yeah, so what I'll end up doing is I'll go here and I'll just take the bowl. And the reason I'm not worried about these, like, okay, these might not be fresh soon, I don't actually care, because what I can actually do with these is the moment I put in a salad, even if it's not fresh, it makes it a quote-unquote fresh salad. Yeah, I mean, if your computer's having problems within itself, then that's a separate issue. Are these actually full now? Yes. But yeah, like your computer's just struggling on its own, then that's one thing. But like, for some people, it's like, oh, well, I want to stream, but I don't know if I have a computer powerful. It's like, oh, well, if it runs well, I mean, you might be limited on what games you can stream. Because I know some people, it's like, oh, my computer's crap, like, I'm going to stream chess. Well, it's not exactly hard on your computer. Yeah, there are points that you'll see the stream will jitter too, but that's when I have, 200 zombies behind us, we turn and we catch the big group of, zombies out of the corner of our eye. Then it won't, like, the frame rate won't drop badly. It'll just stutter for a moment. Okay, those are all already showing us good. So I'm going to drop those on the floor. That's spare water for us. So what that means is when we come back, we keep pulling from those up until they run out, and then we'll go back to the sinks. And I'll prolong our water. Yeah, no, that happens. Typically with laptops, you get somewhere in the area of 3 to 5 years out of them before you usually start worrying about the first component failures, aside of the occasional lemon or getting dropped or whatever. Desktops, it's 5 to 7 years is usually about how long they last before you start worrying too much about component failures. Usually the components that fail first will be stuff like if you have mechanical hard drives, like spindle hard drives, those are one of your first things to go. Power supplies are pretty early on ones that go. Video cards. Basically anything that's got mechanical parts, those tend to go, and anything that has like high wear kind of electronics in it, like really big capacitors, that type of stuff. One thing I have been impressed by is screens. It used to be those things were only good for a couple of years before they'd start having all sorts of issues. Like, yeah, your old CRTs would last forever, but they'd get jitter to them, or you'd have color tubes start going out, but they'd still run for 5 more years before they started actually failing. Liquid crystal would be like 3 to 5 years, and then the screen would just one day wink out and nothing would work. But screens nowadays seem to really last a while. It's like one of those things that's like, oh, there's new fancy screens. Like, well, I'd buy one, but my screen's still good. I'm not going to just dumpster it. It's still a good screen. It's hard to justify. And like, don't get me wrong, at this point I actually did get new screens recently, but it was a very long time of like the tech getting better and better. That's finally like, alright, look. one of my two screens started going, it's like, okay, it's actually time that I can justify it. Hey, we're better at bludgeoning zombies to death. What does it put us up to? 3? Yeah. Short Blade's right about to level up again too. Cool. Nimble's getting close. All those skills getting close. And I know we don't strictly need to be killing these zombies, but the idea is, if we get into trouble, I want to be able to back out of the fight without accidentally running into zombies as much as we can prevent it. Because that's the kind of stuff that gets you in trouble, is when you know, something's going wrong, you gotta back out, you're getting tired, exhausted, and then you pick up zombies on the way back, it just compounds until, you know, it eventually catches up and kills you. Yep. Oh yeah, I definitely know. I used to take a lot of my computers that, you know, the CPU was starting to get a little quirky, or the GPU was starting to get rough. That, you know, it was a perfectly serviceable computer for most things, but stuff that really ran it hard wouldn't work. Back in the day, I used to use those for servers, like at the house. I'd just tuck it under a desk, and it'd be a server for just whatever little project I was goofing off with. Like, I've run my own websites off of servers in my house that I hosted. I don't have one anymore, but I did that for ages. Like, honestly, my last computer's just sitting in the closet. Its GPU just basically crapped the bed, and that's what led to building this one out. Because at that point, like, a bunch of the hardware in it was already getting pretty dated. I should have grabbed the fruit. Because then we could have made our salads. So at some point we'll end up having to back out again to grab that. Okay, turn to get both of them in scene, and we should be able to watch for them. We've been killing everything the way back. Which skill would have the highest level here? Gotcha. One thing I will warn you, depending on, you know, what instigates your depression and all that, no matter what you do that puts you into a public face, alright, where are they going to move? At us, that's not great. But you will have to deal with people who can be real jerks sometimes. And I know for some people that can be very difficult if they're dealing with things. So just a forewarning. It would be potentially good to do stuff like phone verification. If you want to post stuff, you have to be in the channel for certain length of time, that kind of garbage. Because I know a number of people who do that just because, unfortunately, people can be pretty toxic. That's a kitchen knife there, but unless you see a hunting knife, I'm not, which is entirely possible. I focus on the zombies nearby, mostly. Yeah, you saw how long it took me to switch weapons? That's because we're depressed. So that's like one place it can get you in trouble in combat is if a weapon breaks, it takes us a while to pull out a replacement. Oh yeah, no, it's no problem, and I've done that a lot with kitchen knives. I'm probably gonna grab the kitchen knife. It's not like the kitchen knife damage, right? Hey! Ratanaru! Thank you so much for the raid. If you bear with me for 1 second, I'm going to grab this kitchen knife before I forget. I'm going to pause, and I'm going to do a shout-out. So yeah, Ratanaru, also playing Project Zomboid. Definitely worth checking out. I failed at pausing. I am really happy we didn't run into trouble. Also definitely worth checking out. Consider tossing them a follow and all that. So how's your project Zomboid going today? Stream go good? Hopefully the only deaths were the zombies, and if they weren't, hopefully you either learned something or had a really good time with it. Oh, you asked me if I was just to be put in a project, like just yeeted into a zombie apocalypse, which of these skills would I probably have the highest in real life? Thank you so much for the follow, Bubsky420. Welcome to the stream. And also thank you for the follow, Maxwell PPT. Welcome to the stream. I can't help but look at PPT and see PowerPoint. That's just because I do courses which require PowerPoint. Nice, research is good. But yeah, for me, personally, the ones most likely that I would potentially have the highest skill in is carpentry would be one strong candidate. Electrical would be another. Actually, electrical might be higher than carpentry for me. My degree included partly electrical engineering. I cannot call myself an engineer because I didn't have the general stuff, but I did get a good amount of it. Cooking would be pretty high. Tailoring wouldn't be super high, but it'd actually be up there. I would say probably electrical, realistically. Electrical, then carpentry, then cooking. Why am I still sitting? I'm totally covered. I mean, I definitely use push to talk. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are people who will objectively say that they're terrible at cooking. And I've certainly known people who you could give them a paper bag that says put in microwave for 1 minute and they'd get it wrong. Mostly because they think they know better than the bag. But you know. Man, I grew up where it was definitely you should know how to do, like, have an idea of how to do everything in the vague concept and choose if you want to pay someone else to, you know, do it instead. So I've got a pretty broad skill set. Apparently the zombies don't believe in hiking bags or large backpacks or anything like that, because we're coming up on 1,150. Still not seeing any. Honestly, I think we've only seen the one duffel bag we've got with us now. I don't think we've seen a second one yet. We've seen a couple of school bags and satchels, but even those we haven't seen too many. The reason I'm grabbing this radio and checking it on the second hand was to see if it had the emergency channel, which it did not, so we take it apart. Yep, that is one solution. If you want to make a character that's got more skills than the game thinks is balanced, you can just give yourself points. It is an option. Yep. This is fewer corpses than we've seen in a lot of places, that's for sure. And I had debated as like, oh, I should probably turn around because the storm is going to make it hard to see, and I'm now regretting not taking that decision. At the same time, we're now at the point where I can't see, and the thought of going back across the field through the trees feels like an even more dangerous decision. So this is our life now. We switch up to our knife, and the reason we're doing that is I don't want to run out of stamina, nor do I feel comfortable sitting down. Or even if I can face the way a zombie is coming, I may not see it because of how dark it is. Because again, there's a I have a filter on OBS that turns up the gamma about 15-20% for you. That's just for you, not for me. So night is dark and scary and spoopy. Versus for you, you guys can watch the zombies just close range on my face as I'm blissfully unaware of them because it's too dark for me to see. I mean, she's doing alright. She's got food, she's got water, she's got depression. I mean, one of those isn't as good as the others, but we're working on it. She was sadder, but we're taking an already cooked steak that makes her unhappy to eat it, and we're just cutting up into little pieces, and then she's super excited. Well, she's relatively excited to eat it. Saying she's super excited is overselling it just a little bit. It's a unsalted, unseasoned, unmarinated, just literally a cooked steak, plain. Oh, and we cooked it yesterday. But she cut it up, and she feels pretty good about it. Hey, welcome back. I do hope your internet woes have oh, hey, have all been resolved. Stream is going well. How did your 24-hour stream go? I was saying, oh, you rated me back, and it was almost the same number of people, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. But seems like your 24-hour stream went the full 24 from the looks of it. 24 hours definitely longer than I intend on doing any streams. I do long streams, so 24 is, no, good on you. I'd be a zombie by the end. Oh, geez. Nice. I think around like hour 12 or so, you know, Chad be talking, be like, huh? Because brain would be like, yeah, there's no fuel left in here. Gotcha. Cool, cool. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, and for anyone who didn't catch the shout out earlier, I'm actually gonna do it again. I'm gonna pause for real this time. So if you didn't catch earlier, Nautic was doing a 24-hour Project Zomboid stream that went to 26 hours. She was doing a whole thing where she's giving katanas to all of her community members to go on a killing spree, and if they still had a katana when the thing ended, they got to keep it. But it looked like it was a lot of fun. Just having a good, you know, good old silly time. So if you haven't checked her out, you know, she's worth tossing a follow. We've rated her a good couple times because it's an excellent stream. It's worth watching. She's also rated us a good couple times. Yeah, I could absolutely see with how powerful katanas are that it's definitely one of those things that you cut through like 5-10 zombies one shot and you're like, I am a god who cannot be defeated, and then just walk into death with open arms because just total Superman complex it. Like, I've definitely taken deaths like that. What's really rough for me is after I have a character I've done exceedingly well on, and then I have to hop on a new character because you do, you know, inevitably die, and you just try and run into the next group and fight them like your leveled up character and just get smashed. I also watched that you, I guess you guys were, a bunch of you were climbing like this 3-4 story building, and there was like animations glitching out looking like people were jumping off the stairs everywhere. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I know how that goes. I've certainly had a number of runs, usually early on in a run, where it's like, I know I should not be playing with these sirens, but I mean, I want the wee-woos. So you turn on the wee-woos. Then you don't survive. Or we had, because we use Pillow's random spawn mod, we had, I see you zombie, leave me alone. We spawned one time in the armory at the prison, and we're like, alright, we know this is certain death to just pull these guns and start just going to town, but I mean, when do you just get into the prison armory? So we're like, okay. I think that one we actually fell off the roof and busted our leg and got killed by the zombies swarming us. Because I was trying to back up to the corner to give myself more room to shoot and just stepped a little too far, as it were. Yeah. Well, it's also funny because I think I'm probably over 800. If I'm not over 800 hours yet, I'm really close. And I think I've only in like 2 games seen the katana. It may even be only 1 game, but one game I think I saw like 4 of them. And you know, this is going into a character that was like lived to be like 3 months, or actually almost 4 months old, because that was our the really CDDA run. I think we got all the katanas on. But other than that, I don't think I've ever seen a katana in the wild. I could be wrong. I could be mixing up my runs. There may be 2 runs I got them, but I have not seen many. And yeah, when you get a katana, you absolutely just slap zombies. Nice. Yeah, no, I can see that, because like you get the katana, it's like, I hear this is a good weapon, then you're like, okay, well I have 0 long blade skill, like, you know, the characters I make, I always start them obese, weak, and unfit. So we start with 0 strength, 0 fitness. Like, I start with no skills. And even with that, like, you get a katana and you can just wreck through like 4 or 5 hordes really fast, and you're like, what is this? We need to keep working on that depression by eating our cold, unseasoned steak that we cut to bits, because apparently that makes us happy. Alright, this is legit getting kind of spoopy, because I cannot see anything. Just again, the reminder, I do have a filter on OBS that makes the gamma about 15-20% brighter for you. So, like, I can see that there's zombies over here. I'm guessing there's 10 or 12 of them, but I can probably see maybe 8, maybe 10. Like, this one here with the black shirt, I can only barely make... Like, I can't see them anymore, wherever they went. They were around here, and I've lost them. So like that's the reason I kind of just stopped moving. I'm like, I don't know what I want to do right now, because I can't see anything between the dark and the storm. Hey, how's it going, Poity? I hope you've had a great day. It could be worse. I think the last time we got stuck out where it was this dark and we couldn't see anything, we had the death trait. And that was not a great time. And it was darker than that because we were along the shore. Yeah, no, I definitely see there is a decent-sized horde there. Oh yeah, that one down there that's walking up. Oh, hey. Hi, zombie from behind. Thank you for announcing your presence. It is appreciated. The good news is in one endgame hour, it should start to brighten up a little bit. So I don't want to promise I will play on anyone's server. That doesn't mean I won't play on anyone's server. But I just don't want to put out the thing that's like, oh hey, if you pay for it, I'll play. Like I want to make clear that I don't want to promise that, because I also don't want the obligation of following through with that promise. That makes sense. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like when it started to get dark, it's like I really should, like, even though we're not sleepy, I should back out, get back home. And it's like, all right, well we stayed too long, so this road is home until it's brighter. Like, basically, I'm not necessarily against playing on other people's servers. One of the things I would be cautious, like, I wouldn't be hopping on voice over IP or anything like that. And the only reason for it is, unfortunately, there are people who, they are all about just, you know, stream sniping. And it's like, okay, like, if stream sniping when you don't, like, you kill me in a game, I actually wouldn't, like, that wouldn't annoy me that much. Like, in Project Zomboid, it could be really sucky and all that. But still, that does happen. I'm more concerned about, like, someone running up and then shouting a bunch of, like, racial slurs or whatever, and that all being a thing. Because, I mean, like I said, there's only been one person ever banned from my channel, and they were absolutely the kind of person who would have done that. They popped in here like, this is music that'll make the woke people all upset. And then they got combative and we just went, you know what, you're not needed here. I don't want to be in control of a server, to be entirely honest. I don't want to deal with the admin stuff. Like, that's actually one of the things I said on stream, is like, the reason I'm not hosting a server, it's not because of money, it's adminning a server is a lot of work. And I know others could help do it and all that, but like, the amount I stream already makes it difficult for me to do stuff I need to do to properly run the stream. So, like, yeah. Yep, no, I appreciate the offer, like, I really do. But what I'll probably do for, like, multiplayer that I manage is it's going to be probably me grabbing it, me and a couple of friends kind of thing, and not strictly, like, just IRL friends or whatever. But, you know, a small group of people where we have some objective in mind. So, like, it won't, like, I don't intend on ever having a, any multiplayer that I'm involved in running that's a long-term thing that, like, the server runs 24/7 or anything like that. It'll be boot up the stream, you know, host a game, invite some people in, do whatever our goal is, as it were, or work on it, not just do it all in one sitting. Like, that probably would be what I'd do. Otherwise, I'll probably just hop onto other people's servers that are animating. Like I was doing for the Deep Fried Brain server that Djax is hosting. Because I enjoy multiplayer. I just personally have found the persistent servers, it's really hard, because if you get a bunch of people who know what they're doing, you don't have the zombies cranked way up. Yeah, like a gaming night. Exactly. That's exactly the type of the thing I would do. Be like, hey, Thursday, whatever time to whatever time, we throw down. But yeah, like the persistent servers, it's very difficult, because if you have a bunch of people who know what they're doing, you have to crank the zombies up, otherwise the zombie population gets decimated. But then that makes it super unfriendly for early players. But if you keep it way down, and you have a bunch of veteran players who actually want to go out and kill zombies, like, then the newer players struggle to find zombies. You know, unless you're all spread super far out. Which, you know, I guess that's one solution. And that'll be the difficult thing to tackle. Yep. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I would do. Like, If it's with a small group of people that I am very comfortable will not break TOS and all that, then I'll be on. I might hop on. Yeah, I'll probably hop on voice over IP for that kind of thing. If it's going to be a much larger group that I can't as carefully vet kind of thing, or that I just don't have enough knowledge being around that person, then it won't be over voice over IP, just for the reasons I stated, because while 99% of the people would probably be cool, I don't have too much trust issues, like, in general. I would just worry there'd be that one person who sneaks through the cracks who just ruins it for everyone, because there's always that one person who sneaks through the cracks who ruins for everyone. Yeah, now that's what I used to do with, like, there's been multiple groups of people I played with over the years that we had gaming night. That was like, there was a night a week that we would all hop on and we had whatever game that was the regular game we would play. Some of them would bounce around between games periodically. I think that sounds like a good model. Because I know some of the people I've definitely wanted to get into it is, we've had Moonwitch on here before. She doesn't stream herself, but when the channel first started and I was doing GTA RP all the time, our characters interacted on it extremely often. And then we also streamed some other games like Raft and whatnot together, Diablo 3. But there's Jet, Sayura, and all of them. I'd probably want to get them into a Project Zomboid game. My wife has, like, at first is like, I'm not sure this is a game my wife would like when people asked if she was going to play, and she's like, I'll give it a go. It's like, sure, good enough for me. So definitely want to set some time aside to do stuff with her. And all of them, that'll be like their very first time playing the game. Maybe like they'll tinker a little bit before that. But I actually think that's fun because I'll probably put it on, like, I'd guess maybe Survivor difficulty. So not Apocalypse, but, you know, Survivor. Knowing full well, no matter what difficulty you set on, a first-time player is going to die a lot. That's not criticism of players. That's this game. You die a lot until you learn the mechanics. Because every zombie can murder your face. One mistake kills you. Then we got a hand axe. So it'll be fun kind of teaching people the game. Because I think that'll also be good for a lot of the viewers here, you know, are early into the game, they're learning. And it creates situations where it's like, oh, hey, you're doing this thing, you might want to do this other thing, or, oh, hey, here's something you can do to be better about that thing. It's like, oh, or hey, that's a good way of approaching this, good job. Like, kind of going through that kind of stuff can hit those lessons that when you've played a whole bunch, you don't think about. Because it's like second nature. You don't consciously think about, oh, I want to zigzag with these zombies, you just do. Like, once upon a time it may have been a conscious thought, but it's just become almost like rhythm. Because there's definitely behaviors you pick up in the game that, like opening doors and then backing away as you open them when you think there's a zombie on the other side ready to swing, is just something you do. Oh yeah. Oh, beta blockers, finally. We're almost 1,200 zombies in and we finally got some beta blockers. Now when we pull a group of enemies, we can actually do okay damage. But we are just pushing down this road. At this point, what this road should do is, if I'm not mistaken, it will keep going south. I can't remember if it goes to a T or an L, but we'll want to turn east whenever we hit whatever it is. And that will take us to Ekron, which is the same place we were trying to clear before, when we ran out of food and had to back out. We may have eaten an entire can of dog food. We didn't really need to. I just had enough stuff that we can fix the depression. I was like, all right, let's just do it. Eat the Dalush food. And then we'll have some maple syrup. We'll have ourselves a salad. We had some steak that was completely unseasoned, unmarinated. We cooked it a couple days ago, but we cut up in little pieces and we put it in a pan and called it stir fry, and that was good enough. Didn't even reheat it, just cut up and put in the pan. Alright, so we're starting to get sleepy. So let's back out before we get ourselves in trouble. We're making good progress, I believe, towards getting to Ekron. Yeah, I think it is a T. It's just one of those things like, I haven't come from this direction. Like, normally when I come to Ekron, the most common direction I come from is the south, by where that ice cream parlor is. And that's just I happen to know that part of the map better. But, I have come from the east side of the north, but I have really never come from the west side of the north. Okay, so I can see by the mini-map here that we've revealed this area, so I can cut up here. We should get there. There was one group of zombies that when the meta event happened, they did wander this way. That might be them over there. So we just gotta watch that. Oh, we got one here. That we don't just like walk up into some zombies. And I did that to try and preserve some stamina just in case we hit a group of like 6 or 7 we gotta deal with. And I don't know why we're sad. We have a friendship bracelet on, and we even have 2 spares at home. We're friendshipping so hard right now. Weirdly, I've gotten into the whole thing of like actually keeping all the friendship bracelets we find. It's a super weird thing. Like, IRL, if I find someone is just collecting friendship bracelets, that's like, I would be calling some hotline going, I think I found a serial killer, you need to get your butt over here. Oh yeah. I think of it as I'm just trying to, you know, like, for all the people who lost their friends, I'm trying to be everyone's friend. Just because their minds are totally gone, and to the point that they're animalistic and trying to murder me, doesn't mean I can't do them a solid. I'm seeing a very large number of leather jackets this time. More so than I'm used to. I think we're going to go ahead and kill them too, because these are starting to get pretty close to where we're staying. Anything really close to where we're staying must go. Because those are ones who just, a meta event happens, they start banging on your window, they break your window, and now your bedroom's not safe to sleep in anymore. I've seen a number of people who have just random weird things they collect, and I find that actually both kind of endearing and very funny and kind of creepy depending on what it is they collect. Like, I know now that the garden gnomes are pick-upable, a lot of people will grab the garden gnomes. Oh, that's exactly why we saved our stamina. This exact type of situation. Because even though I can sneak by them and not fight them, they're close enough as we walk around in the house they might hear us and start beating down the door. So we might as well embrace the fact and just kill them. unfortunately, we're about to take a strength penalty because we're getting that hungry, but we don't have food on us because we're trying to get back to our food. So that is our life. Marisa's going to be a wee bit peckish. I mean, I guess it's full hunger at this point, not actually peckish, that's a separate thing, but she's just going to have to deal. If I had ice cream, I would give it to her as compensation for the fact that she had to go without. But we don't, so instead she's probably going to get a maple syrup. Or actually, probably fruit salad first, then the maple syrup. Because the fruit salad will also make her happy. It really sucks that we're sleepy and it's 10:30, because that means we're going to be up for nighttime again. Like, if I had a bunch of books to read, we could milk it out till it's time to actually sleep, but we don't. And with as much as we're fighting, exercise is out of the question. Oh, right, we have this. Oh, so slurpy. It's awful. That is truly horrendous sounding. Okay, I think we finished that soup, because it's probably going to get stale soon anyways. Like, realistically, I should have put that in bowls, but we're here now. It is what it is. Okay, and we'll kill those zombies out in the backyard. Because close as they are, we'll just aggro them eventually anyways, so might as well do it on our terms. We just two-tapped that one. Hey, cut it out. No breaking windows. Kills 1,200 zombies. Begins to panic at sight of zombie. Singular. Oh, Nimble's getting real close to leveling. That'll be nice. Nothing else is particularly close other than short, blunt, and axe, but I don't think we have any of those handy. Or none of them that are good. I think we have a rolling pin. I don't know where they came from, but they're gonna get out of here. Ooh, what do you have stuck? Oh, it's just a kitchen knife. Never mind, that's not exciting. You sleep well. You've earned it after, like, such... I mean, you've earned it in general, but you've earned it after such a long stream, so... maybe have yourself a really good sleep. And thank you so much again for the raid. It really does mean a lot. Catch you later. Okay, we filled up that bowl. Hey, where are you going? We're getting quite a, like, every couple of them, we're getting like a 2-tapper. Couple 3-tappers, couple 4-tappers. So that's getting exciting. Because every time we get to the point where it takes fewer hits to kill zombies, we get to kill that many more zombies before we get tired and break our weapons. Means we go faster. I'm not dealing with those giant balls of zombies over there. We're just gonna kill these and keep moving towards our destination. The downside is where we used to have a pretty good idea of how many zombies we killed in the Ekron area, because that's basically all the zombies we were killing. Now, because we've been killing in these these tangential areas, we don't have a good feel for it. So we know we've killed at least 500 or 600 zombies directly in the Ekron area. And we did our initial estimate of about 5,100 zombies in that town. So it means we would have wiped out about 10% of the population of what started there, not counting migrations in or out. Now, though, we've killed a lot of zombies that were nowhere near there, so no idea. We'll just go by when we stop seeing zombies. There's no more zombies. Okay, we step back and we take a breather, because I don't think I have many hunting knives to spare at the moment. There, that lets me watch both those groups, because I don't think we'll have much groups from above us. Yeah, got 3 kitchen knives. We've got our god fork, hand axe. Yeah, no more hunting knives. So we wanna avoid having to drop back to using kitchen knives if we can help it. I am looking forward when the crowbar goes. I'm gonna grab the pitchfork, and we're gonna gain some points. And spears is what's gonna happen, and unmake a bunch of zombies. Hey, we're no longer obese. We're just overweight. So we're no longer weak. We're feeble. We're no longer unfit. We're out of shape. We're no longer obese. We're just overweight. So slowly but surely, we are getting our lives together. And part of the other reason I'm just killing absolutely all the zombies is we're heading towards Ekron. So the more zombies we kill here, the more of the zombies from Ekron should spread out this way. And the less dense they are in one area, both the safer it is for us to clear, as well as the more likely we'll be able to push in through what density is left behind. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Plus, it also gives us more places we can safely sit down and recover our stamina. Alright, let's back off and recover our stamina. Plus, with these big fields open, we can actually sit away from the body so we don't get sick. It's not something we often get the opportunity of when we're clearing this many zombies. Zero 0.1% of the zombies on the map. I'd say 0.1 actually feels like that's being generous. I can't remember. I know we did the math of what we estimated the total population is. I don't remember what it was. It was enough. That's what it was. Let's back off a little, sit down. Do we try and race back and actually sleep so we can be in... no, we're not sleepy enough. I feel like it was. It was somewhere between 600 and 850. Or yeah, I think that 800 something K. I don't know if it was 850 or like 810 or 820. But I think it was around 800 something thousand. You know, and realistically, we're not going to kill them all because there'll be some just in some random spot in the woods. We'll never find them. Or, you know, trapped under staircases, being chill because they don't hear us, so we'll just never know they're there. And our crowbar's right about to break. Which can still be a while, because it's, I believe, like 1 in 70 plus. Hey, Nimble 2. 170 plus for taking a durability hit, so we have to wait till we lose that roll before it finally will break. And then we'll get out our garden fork. Start wrecking day. Ooh, 0.15. I'm regretting not going back and going to sleep. I did not anticipate. Okay, mailbox. Oh, that means there's another house here. Okay. If there's another house here, that gives us a place to stay potentially closer, which means much less walking. So I figure we check that out. Plus it could just be more food and books and maybe a generator, that kind of crap, so no reason not to. Not unless we saw like 80 zombies just hanging out right there, then we go, alright, maybe that's a reason not to. But we don't see that, we just see what looks like... Oh, there's a lot of zombies wearing all black there. Maybe 20 zombies? I can't tell. It's too dark. You gotta go, because you're a stealth zombie. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed at myself that I actually ditched the antidepressants. We didn't actually need them. But it's just like, oh yeah, that actually would have been a useful thing to have on us. I was like, pain pills, antidepressants, we never need those. I mean, if you work out, the pain pills can actually be useful, but usually I end up with so many of them, it's never a problem. And that's just how desperate we were for more carry space, was that even that wasn't, like, didn't make the cut. What do you have on you? Is that just your shirt, or you got a weapon for me? I think it's just your shirt. It's just your shirt. Alright, and sorry about that. I was wishing my wife a good night and all that. We pushed solidly into moderately exerted because I was more focused on that conversation, which is fine. It's not that big a deal. We just want to go into high exertion. I'm also not expecting too many zombies up here. Maybe one more horde? Maybe not. I don't see any. I think there's a zombie or two over there. A lone zombie up there. I figured we'd go over here, check out the side yard. Don't go busting any windows, alright? I want them intact. I want them pristine. That was almost a very dangerously timed break. If you use a nightstick, I'm saving the garden fork for when we're not exerted because I want to get the full value out of it. Oh, there's one inside. It's like, I hear another one and it's scaring me. Thankfully, no house alarm, because that would have been a really crappy time. Alright, that room is compromised. That's fine. We deal with it. Okay. Yeah. One of them's banging a door somewhere, and I don't like it. Gotta remember, do not sleep in this room. This room is the no sleep room. You have all this and no sewing needle. They also have two of the same book here. Okay. Lot of food here. Ooh, orange water bottle, or orange bottles. That'll give us more water bottles. Cool. So the next day we'll drag all of our stuff forward to this location. That'll be excellent. All right, I think we're good here. All right, so if you bear with me, I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. In the meantime, make sure you aren't forgetting to eat, drink, stretch, and take care of yourselves. And I will be back in just a minute. Okay, and I am back. I'll leave that book on the floor. We got a spare on the shelf. It's the same book, both of them. So let's ditch some weight, because we're going to go back to the other place and start bringing stuff over. So we will make the sink one. Actually, we'll make this corner just the random junk shelf. Hey, how's it going, Tech? This is an extra nightstick. We don't need an extra screwdriver. I'm gonna ditch the axe for right now. We'll keep the vitamins and the beta blockers. Battery goes. I don't need the kitchen knives right now. Get rid of the frying pan. Finish off the salad. Gotcha. Yeah, I know how that goes. That was the reason we didn't stream at the normal time yesterday. Actually, was we did the Christmas stuff with most of the family, but the niece and nephew are on the opposite coast, so we didn't do the gift opening and all that with them until later. So I had to wait for all that, which was fantastic. All right, pitchfork time. A spear without the main drawback of a spear, which is durability. So let's get wrecking. Nice. Okay, so it looks like you can move up to this location. Yeah, we destroyed that jacket so it just stays in the ground. We'll grab all our stuff, do like we did the last time, load it all into our duffel bag, bring it on up. Because if I'm not mistaken, we're not too far from Ekron. So we did have to back out from where we were pushing it before because we ran out of food, but we now have a whole bunch of food. We've got more liquids we can work with, so that's awesome as well. And now I can start pushing back into Ekron. So it's still from the north side, it's just instead of from the east north side, we're now going from the west north side. And keep in mind, this is with Spear 0. Or I think Spear 0. Am I lying? I don't think I'm lying. Spear 0, yeah. So we have no skill in Spear, and we're just throttling entire hordes of zombies. There's a reason why people refer to this as the God Fork. The downside is, when it breaks, we get sad. Like, because I haven't repaired it at all, I think I actually will hold on to it to do at least one repair. I remember when people were saying, oh, there's not very many corpses around. Well, you know. Alright, I think this is where we turn up, judging by the fact that all the corpses are piled up this direction. Yeah, no, it's according to the picture, it's got four tines. Yeah, it's got 4 tines. Yep, it's got 4, both in the model and the image. I imagine it's just like when you're zoomed out this far, it's really hard to make it out. They're kind of blurred. go ahead and kill this one right now. It's here. Yep, no, I gotcha. That's the thing, like I can tell, like when we weren't zoomed in all the way, I could see where the middle two tines look like they're one tine. Like, I mean, I had to do the same thing as like, wait, is it 3 or 4 tines? I don't know, so I zoomed in to look. Okay, just like last time, we're probably gonna way overload that duffel bag. And then anytime we see zombies that we're going to need to fight, we just drop the duffel bag on the ground, kill the zombies, pick up the duffel bag, rinse and repeat until we are at our destination. I will kill them. They're close enough to where we are. Better safe than sorry. And the only danger with Pears is that execution animation. I haven't gotten killed by it, but I have definitely gotten to the point where the zombie is making the grab when I run away. Okay, so put that in the bag. I'll pour these out because otherwise they're ridiculously heavy. Alright, I do think no matter what I do, this should be a 2-tripper. We'll see how far we can go with it, though. Important stuff first. Yeah, because it's 34 units worth of weight in here. Okay. How far do we push it? Okay, that is full and it puts us at heavy load. So I think we go with that and then we do another trip. Like I said, let's get the duffel bag ready in our menu. If we run into trouble, we just chuck the duffel bag in the ground, fight, pick the duffel bag back up. Yep, that's the plan. Alright, it does look like... Ooh, is that a duffel bag? No, that's not. Oh no, it's not an incorrect statement. Now, I don't like that I have to walk the whole distance, but you know, it's not a bad thing to do. Because that means that's that much farther I don't have to walk to reach Ekron when I'm pushing into there again, which is our goal, is to get situated in Ekron as our, step one for conquering the world. Or I guess it's technically just wiping out the zombies. We're not actually taking anything. Hey, hydrate. Actually, this cup is empty. So that works out, because I will pause. Because I need to get a new drink and then stretch. Hydration achieved, and now the stretch. Okay. Yeah, no, like I actually have no problem with beer. I think like I enjoy good red. But generally speaking, I'm trying to avoid carbonation in the evening and all that. I mean caffeine's not in beer, but trying to behave. I think we drop the Duff Bag, we kill these two groups. Because we have to cut through these trees. I'd rather know if we aggro or not go into a problem. Because we're still... Oh, actually, never mind. We're not sad anymore. We did enough salad that we're not sad. Because the sadness slows down your action speed, such as dropping the bag. So they're dead. Well, we missed one. Yeah, generally I try to avoid like encouraging drinking and all that, just because, there are people who have, difficulties, addictions, all that. So, I'm perfectly down with the drink and all that. Try to keep it, mostly to myself. Like, obviously when you go out, people see you drinking. That's all fine. I'm not trying to go there, just... You don't see me encourage on stream just because of that. I don't want to help someone who's having a problem lapse. I'm gonna leave the kitchen knife in the body. I don't need to deal with that. Yep, leaving the kitchen knife behind. We've got like 5 of them at the other stop. Yeah, I've got a buddy like that too. Alright, we're fighting more. Yeah, the friend I would say has what I would refer to as a addictive personality, in the sense that he will always have an addiction. Like it doesn't matter. That broke faster than I wanted. So like things that are actually addictive are really rough for him. If you don't have those, like he can get addicted just by anything. Video games, alcohol, stuff like that. He's doing way better these days though, but that's because he's been, like, he checked himself into rehab and it's done really well for him. And he's been there a long time at this point, because he knows, like, if he leaves rehab that he'll just lapse. So at least he's aware of his problem and what he needs to keep it under control. Because yeah, he was, someone who'd get a good job because he was a very talented person and all that. I'm saying is a talented person and all that. But sooner or later he'd get into something, get hooked to it, and then move on. I don't know if we aggroed her or not. I'm really hoping we didn't, because I don't want to have to stop and drop the bag in. But we're just going to cross through, get to the road, and drop there if we see her. Gotcha, that sucks. And I can imagine for people going through those kinds of difficulties, it's a lot easier for a person with a lot of stress to relapse, and there's been no shortage of stressors. I would say this friend wasn't like that bad to the point that he wasn't sober at all kind of thing. Mostly probably because he couldn't get a hold of it fast enough to keep himself from being, staying off sober. But I definitely did have a friend who spent probably about 1.5 years, 2 years of his life perpetually drunk. He regrets it now, but he's doing real well. He didn't have, that wasn't even an addiction problem. That was more mental health concern. Just struggling to deal with stuff going on. You can probably make a second trip during this day without too much of a problem. Put the food here. Oh, let's drop these cooking pots and all that outside first, because they're very heavy. Yeah. Sweet, we got it halfway repaired. That's not too terrible. Yeah, and I had a close friend who, Won't dig into it. Well, actually, I'll just leave it alone. I'm good. It's been a long time. Don't want to bring down the stream or whatever. Yeah, Marisa, working it off. Getting swole, getting healthy, getting fit. And I believe the cutoff for quote-unquote normal weight is 85 kilograms, so 14 to go. I did say swole. Because she's getting strong. It's slang that you'll hear a bunch of people who are regular at gyms. They'll say swole as in like your muscles getting big. Swole. Yep, how's it going, White Rice? We're wrecking zombies. We're relocating from where we had picked up a bunch of stuff to move up forward to continue our push on Ekron. We had to back out, unfortunately, because we were running out of food. So we've acquired food, and we're going to get back into it. We got ourselves a garden fork that we've been absolutely destroying zombies with. I say as that particular moment we have one of the worst. Like the garden fork will quite often one-shot zombies, and if not one, two. But sometimes you do get crap kills. Again, reminder, we're doing all these kills on that garden fork and just slaughtering, and we haven't even gotten a point in spear yet. That's just 0 spear skill. But I am hoping between all of the pushing we were doing on Ekron to the east, the helicopters, the meta events, and the fact that we've been killing zombies on kind of both sides of the north end, that we'll have the zombies spread out real far when it comes to that part. So when we get there, like, we won't have to worry about, like, it'll just be easy peasy. Not easy peasy, but the zombies won't be particularly dense at that spot. Alright, so now I got a whole bunch of weapons up there. I think we might have a little bit more canned food, non-perishable food. If we don't end up leaving behind, like, if we leave a couple things behind that aren't amazing, that's fine. Like, we won't come back for them for a third pass, but if it ends up being that just because of how many weapons we have, we leave behind a lot of really good weapons, we'll do a third pass. I'm really hoping we won't, though. Because one thing I am noticing is because we're walking and not fighting that much, we're not getting sleepy real fast, which means we might be able to finally correct our sleeping schedule. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we ate our entire can of dog food, and then we, between slicing up our steak and then having 2 fruit salads, we're basically right as rain. Because food is the absolute cure to depression in this game. Feeling the sad? Put it in a bowl, call it food. Congratulations, you're not sad anymore. That'd be spear 1. Yeah, so that thrashing was with 0 spear skill. Yeah, now unfortunately we left the antidepressants, pain pills, and a few things back at the previous house before this one because we were desperate for the inventory space. So those are just like, it's not worth us walking the whole way back just to get them. We're going to kill these 2 zombies too. Like, don't strictly need to, but there's a good chance while we're dealing with their loot in there, they might walk up the front door and they could creep up along the side of the front door, and then, you know, we have to react suddenly to make sure we're safe. Was there anything in the bookshelf? I don't remember. No, the bookshelf's fine. I don't care about books. I'm pretty sure we already looted all. Just double checking. Cool, cool. Alright, so gas cans first. Those are a must. Wrench, lug nut, propane, saw, food, other food. That puts us up to very heavy load, which you really don't want to be at very heavy load. So what we might do is leave the gun behind but take the bullets. Yeah, now it's in good condition, but it doesn't have anything particularly great about it. It's just a regular gun. Yeah, so we've got a little... I don't feel like we've come back for what's left here. Like, it's a shame to leave the metal... Well, no, it's a pretty broken metal bar, so I don't think it's that big a deal. Let's grab one of the screwdrivers. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, let's get home. Nah, I think we're not going to. Like, I was on the fence, because I was like, oh, metal bar is good, but I was like, oh, this metal bar is already down to like 20% durability, so it's like, alright, yeah, I don't need to come back here for a rolling pin, a mostly broken metal bar, a 9mm we've removed the bullets from that doesn't have any mods to it. So I think we've got enough out of here to not bother coming back. Nah, the gnome's gonna stay for now. We once we get to the point that we're set up, then I'll start going around taking gnomes and all that kind of stuff. It's just unfortunately the gnome is 4 kilograms, which is like half our carry weight. Yeah, I am gnomeless. Gotta get a home. Once we get a home, then we can get a gnome. You have to have a gnome appropriate domicile house. I'm not getting bother. Like, in order to have a gnome, you must have a garden. like a gnome without a garden, it's just like what is it going to do with its life? It's just going to stand there and long for a garden. And for a plastic flamingo, you need water. Luckily, we will be getting both of those things. That's awful. I love it, but also that's awful. Oh yeah. Of course, the last trip, the zombies had to be like, alright, we're rolling up on the street. Make you fight for it. Alright, we want to check that walkie-talkie, see if it has the emergency channel, because if it does, amazing. If not, then it's... I'm not going to pull it apart. We don't have to wait for any of the components. We don't have the electrical book. It's not worth pulling apart, but we will check to see if it has a frequency, because that would actually be worth something. And the reason I'm not taking that one versus the one I have is the shorter the range, generally the less battery use in the game. Like in real life, it doesn't work out that way. Not necessarily that way, I should say. This should work out. We can read our book to get us well into the dark, and then go to sleep. We should wake up at daytime and actually be moving on daytime, which will be fantastic. Now we gotta keep remembering that back bedroom is not safe. Okay. Yep. It should serve us well. Because my hope is we'll be able to go from here directly to the town. We'll actually be able to get in from here. Ekron, that's the name. Alright, we'll want to grab a couple extra weapons. Okay, so we have no extra weapons on us. Hand axe is a good one for us to have. Two metal pipes should be good. And the wooden mallet. That should do us for weapons. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna grab the rest of this at all. Maybe the kitchen knives. Probably overkill, but sure. It is a salad made with cheese, beef jerky, 2 instances of ham, and a single jalapeno. Okay, we can call that salad. It's more just like charcuterie in a bowl with a jalapeno. I'm not like complaining about it, though. It's like, oh yeah, I could see eating that. I wouldn't call it a salad though. I don't think the singular jalapeno is enough vegetation to push it over to salad territory. Oh yeah, no, I could see absolutely wanting like charcuterie style stuff. So knocking out another book real fast. Cool. Yeah, charcuterie is still pretty popular around here too. It's not something you do frequently, but it's been a go-to for a long time for just some if you're looking for like a snack kind of dinner or lunch or whatever. Where you don't have to do lots of prep, you just well not lots of prep, like no cooking rather, you just do a charcuterie. We basically made the exact same salad, it's just we don't have a jalapeno this time because we already ate it. Alright, we woke up to a panic. We still got a decent amount of sleep, so I'm not going to bother, like, waiting to get back to sleep. We can continue our day. Okay, so we've got our meat salad. We should bring something else with us that probably will be okay. So let's grab that and this. And a bag of chips. That should do. Alright, we push south to Akron. And here's hoping all the stuff we were doing to the east drew as many zombies away from the west as possible, and we can potentially slip into this town already. If not, we just keep killing till we can get in. I can't imagine we find a closer building to Akron than this, so we are going to just clear out everything along the way. Alright, yeah, we're already almost up to the T. Oh, there's more zombies behind me. I don't know where they came from, but they're dead. And with that, we've already repaired it 3 or 4 times. It's gone. The gas station is where I want to set up the long-term base. That saying, if we get into the first building, we just need to sleep there a night or whatever to push to the gas station. Like, we won't make it a base, but we'll probably use it like the barracks, where we don't keep stuff there, we just stay the night, move on. Because part of the reason why I want the gas station specifically is because then I can put down a generator, I can power the pumps, and I can put like some ice coolers and all that in range. So I have one generator powering all of that stuff without having to do the whole thing where, you know, I leave a generator behind in one place, turn it on at need, or drag it with me, that kind of thing. We will ultimately wind up having 2 or 3 generators, because we'll have one we bring with us to the, wherever we're currently clearing. Yeah, parents put up with a lot. My mom dealt with 3 sons and then a father that often was just as bad as the kids. Couldn't imagine. I see what I think is water. That is water. Cool. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. We didn't do anything that rough. We just caused all sorts of just pretty typical mayhem of, you know, getting things broken. Maybe going places we ought not go. That kind of stuff. Like, generally speaking, we were good kids. I can only imagine the amount of trouble that causes. Alright, I got zombies moving around a bit. That's always alarming. Well, this metal pipe isn't half bad. It's a shame its durability just isn't holding up well. I guess I should start picking these up in case we need them. Really hoping we want to drop back to that kind of stuff. Yeah, we didn't do anything. Like, most stuff we didn't have, like, lasting damage kind of stuff. Like, we definitely broke stuff. Like, that happened. But usually our stuff was, like, you know, going all sorts of places on our bikes we shouldn't be going, rollerblading, getting ourselves, you know, skinned knees and all that. Messing around with stuff we probably shouldn't be doing. Thank you for the follow, Zanzibar TV. Welcome to the stream. Gotcha. Yeah, Inverse Flux definitely has an absolutely fantastic stream. So, you know, happy you found me through there. I don't know what you could do to bring up the map and the stream on your phone at the same time. Yep, unfortunately. And I get no control over those ads. Like, the only way I get any control over the ads is if I explicitly go out of the way to take ad breaks and play them so many times an hour and all that crap. Yeah, and that's the thing. My options are either I let it automatically do it, or I have to explicitly be like every 15 minutes or whatever, I stop what I'm doing, I do an ad break, and there's even then I can't control all the ads. And then if I don't do enough ad breaks, then the ads go just right back to what you're seeing. And it's like there'd be no way for me to actually manage that, so I don't, so it does the automatic thing. But to my knowledge, the only way to get around the ads is to subscribe. And they're not doing that to be like, hey, you know, give me money. But no, if you subscribe to channels, just that one channel, you'll get no ads on. Or I'm not even going to promise no ads because I don't want to promise that because you never know what Twitch is going to do, but a lot of the ads will not be shown. Yep. That's a big thing, like, cross-promotion is huge in Twitch. Like, there's so many people who be like, nah, I'm not going to, you know, advertise in each other's streams. Like, that's not okay. Like, I can't go to some... Like, it's inappropriate for me to go to someone else's stream and advertise my own stream. However, rating, hosting, doing all that stuff is a way that people become aware of your stream. And then most people's streams have, like, a self-promotion section these days to allow for that cross-promotion for people who think their streams are similar in content. But all of it helps, as long as people don't abuse it, and if they do abuse it, you just, you get rid of it. Like, I have a kind of an unwritten rule to myself that we will never post, well, with like one or two very specific exceptions, like if I'm doing someone's specific challenge, I'll post it on their Discord, like once or twice in a row. But otherwise, if I've got the last promotion on someone's Discord, I won't post there again until someone else has promoted themselves. That way I don't, you know, have, like, the spam of the whole list. Like, because I want to make sure I'm not spamming people's stuff. Because I'd want the same courtesy on mine. Not that specific rules, but just, you know, that someone would go onto my Discord and all the time be blasting my Discord. But yeah, no, I enjoy Flux's stream. I tune in there, you know, not all the time because I stream all the time, but when I'm not streaming. D-Bad. I'm not familiar with the acronym. I'm probably familiar with the rule, but I haven't seen it presented that acronym. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. AKA Wheaton's Law. Looks like that's a hunting knife, which we'll look forward to because we're out of those, I believe. Sweet. So this isn't where the gas station is. We're 1 block from the gas station. This is a side road that has actually killed this group. A side road that has a bunch of residential down it. Like, this is a good place where we'll probably find our generator, potentially. Yep. So yeah, we're pretty close. So it's like 1 block farther east. I think there's like, there's a house in this one. I think there's like a couple of shopping buildings or something, and then, or a shopping building, and then the gas station. That's one of the reasons I really like having like lakes and that, because you can put your back to them, and you don't have to worry about a zombie coming from that direction at all. If I'm not mistaken, we'll have a house on this side. There'll be like a plaza that has, I think it's like 1 or 2 buildings, but they're like commercial. And I want to say then the next road is the gas station. And like we said, we've already been to the gas station. It's just we ran over there and took a look, and there's way too many zombies the first time we went to actually stop and make a stand. And we were clearing to it when just we were running out of food, so we had to back out, fix our food issue before we could push in again. But now we're starting to get our food sorted, we should be in good shape. Because especially once we get to the gas station will have a bunch of food on its own. And on top of that, we can fish if we get desperate. That was dangerous. We didn't run the way we wanted to run. We almost got ourselves in trouble. Yep. Yeah, no, we pitted when they weren't out of food yet. It was one of those things that we had like 4 or 5 canned goods, but most of those canned goods were just canned veggies. It's like, okay, realistically, we're gonna blast through 4 of these cans in one day, which is exactly what we did. So we're like, all right, now's the time that we need to pivot because we got a day and a half's worth of food. So we did, and it worked out. We've got a good couple, a good like week's worth of food, maybe. Give or take, like just as a guesstimate, because I'm not actually looking at what we've got. Probably longer than that, maybe. Which I am assuming should be more than enough to get in here, because I'm not expecting that many hordes. I feel like part of it is we're going to have thinned out a bunch of the zombies, and then another part of it is we're going to have drug a bunch of zombies that would have been here to the other side, because we were fighting so much on the east end. Did I head north blind? No, there was 2 or 3 areas I knew of already up there. Like, I knew about the, not the house we're at right now. I didn't know about that one. But I knew about, there was a farm just north by northwest of that. I knew about that farm. You know, my directions were a little confused. I thought there was one less turn than there was to get there. But, you know, I knew about the farm. And then I also knew about a collection of, like, 2 or 3, like, farmhouses a little bit farther north. But yeah, so we knew about a couple of farms up there, and that was the idea. Like, I knew roughly where they were, not exactly, so we kind of like followed the road in their general direction. And we did get confused a couple times, like, wait, am I going towards Riverside? Like, I had to like correct a couple of times, but we got there. There's a cluster of like 3 houses we went to, and then the farm. And then we bumped into that other house, which I didn't know about, which is great because that house is nice and close to here, so I don't have to hike the whole way back and forth. We're just like just up the road and around the corner. Is there a word that Americans means American that is shorter to type, which Americans happy to be called? I can't think of something that specifically would be like, oh, you know, people are that Americans. Yeah, Yank is generally slang for people in the South referring to people to the North. Not always negative, not always positive. But that's not people in the country in general. That's usually referring to people north. Usually when I say north, maybe. Yeah, usually when I hear them mention that, they're usually referring to people in like the New York area. There are some people who probably would not receive it well. Not like it'd be a horrible slur or something, but it'd be not mislabeled. They'd just not respond to it, kind of thing. Be like, what? Like someone who gets truly offended by that's probably someone you want to back away from, because that's someone who's probably got some pretty radical views. I mean, the word dang. Ooh, duffel bag. Do I want to fight all that for a duffel bag? Probably not, actually. Yeah, I would put in that way that, like, there isn't an audience who would be like, oh, okay, that's cool. There'd be just some that's like, right. And then some would be like, that's not who we are. But no, I actually can't think of a term that were like, oh, you know, refer to us as this, other than Americans. Which even calling, you know, people from the U.S. Americans is kind of misleading because, you know, there's a lot of America continents, so it's weird. USAian. Cool, we're really close now. And I'm gonna get this duffel bag. Mm. Alright, gonna read this map because we haven't yet. I should have given you guys more warning, my apologies. Didn't mean to blast your eyes. Save that duffel bag for later. Oh yeah. Well, and I can really understand, especially from other American continent countries like, you know, Canada, Mexico, you know, all the South American countries and all that. Because you're like, no, we get to call ourselves that. Not all the rest of you who live on the same continent. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people outside the US would be like, oh yeah, we'll just call them that. But if someone were to call me that, I would assume they think I'm, you know, someone from up north. And they wouldn't be entirely wrong. I was born in Detroit. Well, born in the Detroit area, I should say. But that would be my assumption of what they meant, not that I was a, you know, citizen of the United States. Yeah, I'm not aware of a term that's shortened, unfortunately. But I think it's like comparing, you know, someone who lives in all of, you know, anywhere in Europe by comparison, not like an individual country. So where we'd refer to them as European. Because sure, you know, the US is one country, but the states of the, like, the individual states, most of them are as big as European countries. Some of the middle ones get weird because, like, okay, landmass wise, yeah, you know, this state is the size of Germany, but it has like 20,000 people in it, so landmass wise, yes, people wise, absolutely not even close. It's just a bunch of, you know, wheat. Like that was, I've had a couple of job offers that were actually pretty good, but then it's like, oh, where am I going? Oh, the population for like that county, the entire county is 14,000 people. And you're like, no, because I'll get paid more, and what will I even do with that money? There's nothing there. Don't get me wrong, I don't need to live in the city or anything, because I don't. And I don't want to. But there's a difference between, like, a little rural and all the rural. No. Like, there's parts of the country that would be... I wouldn't even say it's that popular anymore, even in general. Like, that's something I would associate more with an older generation. Not that there aren't younger people who do it, but that's... You honestly don't see that many fish fries anymore. Like, here in Florida we had tons of fish fries back in the day, but I couldn't tell you the last one I've even heard of one happening here beyond being like some restaurant thing. I do feel like that is probably a thing that's like maybe really rural areas around areas you would catch lots of catfish. So parts of Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, those kinds of places. Oh yeah, there's a difference between like frying fish and then, you know, like a proper fish fry where everyone gets together, which is like a barbecue. It's just, you know, it's a barbecue where a whole bunch of people fry fish, drink beer, you know, play some games. Like horseshoes is a pretty common game for that. Racing around in four-wheelers is something you'll see if they're in an area that makes sense. But yeah, no, I'd agree. That sounds like a deep South thing. Which, for those outside the U.S., South gets really weird because when you're talking about South in the U.S., you're typically not talking about Florida, even though it's one of the most South places. We jokingly refer to that as Souther than South. Yeah, no, it's a good time. It's just like when people do a what do they call it? It's not an oyster grill, where they get a whole bunch of oysters and people are shucking out, just, you know, shucking oysters, eating them, hanging out, having drinks. You know, usually there's a bonfire with something like that. Kind of thing you do with, for example, like you'd go camping and maybe do that. Oh yeah. No, I'd agree. A lot of the younger generation, including the generation I'm in, I'd say very much are less prone to going outside and doing a bunch of stuff. I mean, for us in Florida, part of the reason is like the temperature has measurably gotten hotter over the years to the point it's like, okay, going outside legitimately sucks. Like, it was always hot, but now it's hot. If we gained sneaking, there be zombies. And that means there was zombies that could see us. Like, so far as line of sight. Not that they actually saw us, always we wouldn't get sneaking. Where are the zombies? This is actually really concerning to me, because you only gain sneaking and light-footed when there's zombies nearby and they're not alerted. That is really messing with me. We be extra careful when we go inside. They might be in this room, because this room's missing a window. I don't know. That legitimately, it's like, unless they change something and you can gain sneaking now without having zombies nearby. Do we read all our books? I think we did. Let's make our salad. Yeah, but these days instead of seeing fish fries, I just see people doing barbecues. Like it kind of hits the same thing where it's you're getting together, there's food involved, usually fire. Just hanging out, having a good time. PZ has scenes now, doesn't it? I'm not sure what you mean by scenes. Do you mean like they'll have like a car crash and then they'll sit there and they'll have stuff to like look like it's from something from a movie, like it's a reference to it kind of thing? Because they've had Easter eggs like that for a very long time, that if you look at certain stuff, like they have Jason walking around, you know, with the hockey mask and everything, you can find him. Like he'll have his machete and all that. Yeah, that's actually probably a big... I would say another big thing that's been a problem with the fish fries is a lot of places used to catch catfish at any real level you don't anymore. Just because of all sorts of stuff, you know, damming up rivers. You also have, like, we have, not far from here is the Indian River, and we had problems with a bunch of companies dumping crap in there, and it basically wiped out the horseshoe crabs and a bunch of the catfish and some other stuff. Like, luckily it's been coming back now that, you know, effectively someone at the company was like, hey, they're illegally dumping, turned them into the authorities, and it became a whole thing. And with what's been happening with our temperatures being all over the place, I imagine that's probably screwed with the fish population. Yeah. We've had that too, where sometimes because something gets spilled or dumped in the water, we'll get an alert basically saying don't eat the fish in the area for a while. Not always, but deep frying is not unusual. Like the fish fry I went to, they were deep frying, but granted they were deep frying all sorts of stuff. Like it was a fish fry, but they're like, hey, let's take random junk and put in the deep fryer. Just to see what happens. I have no idea. Like we have a bunch of problems going on in the Florida water right now. Like we've got a type of algae, if I'm not mistaken, that's killing off the seaweed, and it's really absolutely ruining the manatees here, because if they eat it, it paralyzes them, and they sink to the bottom, and manatees breathe air, so that's been one problem. Yeah, that's been a big problem here, is the toxic algae blooms. And then the other one is because our climate's been all over the place. We've been getting these freeze shocks and then just really hot. When the freeze shocks happen, that also that seriously hurts manatees. Like the freezes have really hurt manatees. It looked like we're going to be able to take them fully off endangered and everything, and the changes in weathers have solidly put them right back in. Oh yeah, manatees are like, they're really sweet and kind. Like sometimes they'll knock you off of your like kayaks and that if you're out there, but it's not like malicious. They're just rubbing up on your boat and you're just like, ah, you're this big, big fish cow thing. And you're just trying to love up on the boat, but like, could you not? Yeah, we still have the boat thing happening, and technically it got way better for a very long time, because like the Coast Guard and all those would be out there just absolutely causing, like, showing no mercy to people who go into the manatee zones and blast through there going, I don't know how many knots, I don't know knot speeds. So they got really good about actually enforcing stuff so people calmed down. But all this weather stuff has just undone so much of the gains we've had. Like, we're actually, the government here has gotten to the point that they're effectively getting food for the manatees in the wild just because it's gotten that rough. Because they're incredibly sweet creatures. They're really weird. But they're fun, they're adorable, all that. Like, and that's one of the nice things, if you end up at places like, say, for example, like SeaWorld or Epcot's The Living Seas and all that, they'll have manatees there that are all rescues from, you know, where they got injured by boats or, they actually have a term for when a manatee gets too cold. It's like manatee frost syndrome or something like that. I don't remember the actual name for it, but it's, the manatee's going through treatment for that. Most get returned to the wild. Some of them just, either the injuries are too severe or sometimes they just get too adapted to people and it's hard to get them to go back to the wild. I don't think they're going to go extinct for a long time, thankfully, but they are in rough shape. But yeah, you can find them, I can say for a fact, you can find them a lot of Central Florida. For example, there's a place called Walaka. There's springs up there. You can find them around the springs. You can find them along the Indian River. They will show up along the docks there quite a bit. But like pretty much along the entire Space Coast, they'll have kayaking, kneeboarding, all that kind of stuff. But they'll do tours that'll take you to see manatees and all that. Looks like we're gonna have to get up for her. Yeah, I actually don't know about alligators so far as how they handle all sorts of temperature stuff, because they're trying to remember. I remember one of the big lizards was weird into that, like, most of them are cold-blooded. I think alligators are still cold-blooded. I gotta check. There's one of them is either like, I know Komodo dragons, I believe, are cold-blooded, but there's one of them is like not cold-blooded, which is why its own genus isn't the word. But like they're in their own subset. So you're Meredith. Because that is a, I believe a Viking. No, was that Viking? I think that was Viking. I could be wrong. Oh, I'm gonna have that wrong, and someone's gonna be like, no, that's really offensive. And I'll be like, I'm sorry, I don't know better. I want to, but I don't know. I thought she was Viking. Anyway, I know about all the Disney stuff because Central Florida. You can't escape it. It's everywhere. Celt. Okay. Yeah, that's the reason I was like, wait a second, I don't know if that's... please don't migrate your entire horde at me. Got the stamina for it, but I don't want to have to deal with that if I don't have to. So yeah, that's that next to that road. I believe that's the gas station. I believe we're basically there. We're just gotta clear the zombies out of the area. So it's probably, we're not going to get into it this day in game. We're probably gonna make a lot of progress towards it and maybe get into it the day or next day or the day after. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's those ones that's always like, okay, some of these, you know, for someone without the knowledge about it, doesn't, like, it's hard to discern because I am uninformed. Like, I am ignorant. That is on me. I haven't actually heard that we've been having too much of a population explosion. We are having a housing problem here. But, for example, one of our local newspapers that does really good journalism, they were doing a research of all the houses being sold in Orange County, which is, you know, where Orlando, Kissimmee, all those ones are in. But, what they found was over 80% of the houses being sold in our area were going to investment groups, banks, and that. And so, like, only 20% of the houses were actually going to people for purposes of living in. So the rest were effectively being treated like gold bars. You know, you buy it, you sit on it. When it gains money or value, you sell it. And so that's the problem we've been having, is almost entirely banks and foreign investors buying up all the housing, making it impossible for people who actually intend on living in them to get good prices. But as far as population goes, I know we've been going up, but I think it's not been... I could be tying it wrong. I haven't seen huge swaths of it going up and all that. Part of that being there is a very strong push here by certain groups to basically keep other cultures out, kind of thing. I'm overstating that. And that's not here Central Florida, that's here state of Florida. Central Florida is very much a mixing pot. Same with most of South Florida. Actually, the highest elevation place in the state of Florida, not including the Panhandle, is Mount Dora. It's still basically a borderline foothill. Maybe, but Splash Mountain isn't even land. It's just... like, if it flooded, the structure would probably just collapse. And just rot out the bottom. I'm actually curious, because they're doing a major, major rework of Splash Mountain. Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's not bad. Yeah, Splash Mountain's having a major rework done on it. Yes, the IP is based off some, no longer particularly acceptable source material. No, we have Space Mountain as well. By and large, Disneyland and Magic Kingdom, which is the, one of the main parks in Disney World, have almost all the same stuff with a few exceptions. Like, we don't have Toontown, is one of the few exceptions we have. We don't have, like, the Roger Rabbit ride, for example. I believe we have more stuff, but that's just down to Disneyland is kind of stuck where it can't grow. There's no room. Versus Disney World is giant, so there's plenty of room for places like Magic Kingdom to grow. It's just whether or not they want to invest the money to move their infrastructure farther away to make room for it. But it's all Disney, so they can do what they want. There's definitely objectionable stuff in there. It's mostly how they depict people that gets objectionable. I will say the way they were presented is how they were presented by certain groups of people, not their own. And then even then, they're often not. They're fairly unkind in the presentation as well. On top of it. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, there's far worse out there. Oh geez, I can tell you from working with Disney at times, the people who play Disney princesses at Disney, like, there are ones who, hey, it's a job. And then there are people who they genuinely act like they are royalty with the expectations of royalty, that you're supposed to treat them like a higher being, and oh, it is weird. The most of them are the kinds of like, look, it's a job. I am paying my bills. Like, it's not that I have a problem doing this or anything, but like, it's a job. Yeah. It's always tricky with stuff like that. Because, like, you definitely, I feel like stuff like that, you definitely don't want to just, like, make mainstream to, like, keep around and be like, oh, this is just perfectly fine and normal. Because, like, alright, we know this is harmful. But, you know, it is worth having for the purposes of, like, case study of saying, hey, this is how things were. And we've since, you know, learned better and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, acknowledge the fact that it was something that happened. Would I find Katussin? I've never heard that before. Oh, citizen of the United States of America? I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with it, I just don't think I'd get it. Like, it's not like I'd react and like, oh, how dare you, be like, what? Not in a negative way, just in a genuinely confused kind of way. I mean, but hey, if it picks up, I could see it. Oh yeah, there is some ridiculous stuff. I mean, even Disney has some stuff that if you look at from the modern lens, you go, oh no. Like, I think it's a Mickey Mouse cartoon from way back in the day. I think it's called Plain Crazy. And so the gist of what it is Mickey kind of like invites Minnie on a date to go in a plane that he's flying, and then goes up there and effectively traps her up there with him, trying to kiss her and all that, when she's clearly not into it. And it's like, that may have been okay then, but this is sending off some, whoa, this is very not illegal. But that's like, whoa, this, yeah, you're watching just like, wait, what is Mickey doing? But like at its time, no one would have thought anything of it. But, you know, by the modern lens, you're like, oof. Oh yeah, Pepe Le Pew. Oh man, all of Pepe Le Pew was bad news. Like, even back then, like, before we started becoming really conscious about it, like, even then, Pepe Le Pew was like, this doesn't feel okay. Like, it's funny, but something doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, the gas station's right down there, like, just on the other side of that road. I don't think we're gonna reach it today, but we're gonna get close. I gotta hydrate. Oh yeah, no, I am totally on board. Like, one of the things, and I don't have it anymore, but I had my social studies book, which is just, it's world history, that kind of stuff, and American history book we had. And I remember we had a particularly terrible thing that the United States did in its past that was known as the Trail of Tears. And the TLDR of what happened was effectively, you know, the United States went and there was land, there was Native Americans on it. We fought them in a war, and then we went, oh, our bad. We'll set aside this other land. You can live there, and we'll leave you alone. We'll never bother you ever again. We're so sorry. The Native Americans were like, okay. Like, you know, they weren't happy about it, but that is what it was. And so they were there, and they lived there for super duper brief time, and someone went, hey, we found gold in their land. And they went, and march them to the desert. And many of them died. They were forced to march. They collapsed. They just left the bodies there. Like, it's a truly horrible event. Like, definitely one of the very dark scars on our history. And in our U.S. history book, it was 3 sentences, was the entire coverage of that event. Like, it wasn't even in the main chapters, like with the little block they put at the bottom of on the page for like people who have a little more interest. Yeah, I mean, there's the problem with some of that is like some of that we can't prove. Like, even if they didn't like do that, it was still bad enough. But yeah. It's tricky because you want to make sure you cover it and go, hey, we've done awful things. And then like you point out, it's like, and some of those awful things we've done very recently. Like, don't think yourself above awful things. You need to understand that awful things can and will happen if you act out of fear, and you need to, be conscious of that. You need to check yourself. And to do that, you have to be taught about not necessarily every single awful thing that has ever happened here or something like that, but you do need to make sure that point is brought home. At the same time, it's very difficult not to go overboard as well. Yeah, and that's the tricky part. It's like, okay, we need to make sure we teach it, we need to make sure we cover it, we need to make sure, they're informed enough to say, hey, you need to be able to recognize the red flags of, you know, when we're potentially putting ourselves in danger of doing awful things again. But at the same time, not drilling, because it's not their fault kind of thing. Oh, we got ourselves a spare hand axe down here. That's lovely. Yeah, and I'm not going to even remotely to pretend to know what's going on there. I do appreciate that one thing that they did was the bunker at the end of it. That Germany was like, we don't want this to become a place that his supporters come like as almost a celebratory place, and just destroyed it. No, I haven't. That is one of the things that we're actually struggling over here with is funding of education. You look at some of the money that some of these schools get and it's just absolutely negligible. They go, okay, we want you to go ahead and teach 200 children on this. You go, but what? Huh? Yeah, so that's the business, which means this is the gas station right here. Like, and to me, that's one of the difficulties is a lot of states have rules that teachers aren't even allowed to like go on strike or fight for themselves. They basically had like any pushback they can realistically do beyond just quitting taken from them. And I get it, it's difficult. You do need them to teach for the sake of, you know, we effectively use them as daycare as much as teaching. But it's tough. Uh-huh. Well, it's not so much that we ask them to do it, it's just we don't give them the supplies needed to do their job, and they care about their students, so they're not going to, like, they're not going to be the ones to ruin their kids' education, and it means it costs it out of them. It's such a mess. I mean, I've worked in the education system, and I've never experienced anything like that. Like most of the schools I've worked with, you have a principal, a vice principal, somewhere in the area of 20, 30 plus teachers, give or take. And this is for schools that have like a couple hundred students. You usually have some support staff, like 2, 3, 4 people working in the cafeteria, 1 or 2 janitors. You'll usually have a resource officer on campus. Right, Integer Smirk, you have a good time. Oh yeah. Yep. I also find it disappointing and fascinating that like what happened there like should be a cautionary tale for everyone. And yet it's so often we run to stuff around here that gets so close where it's like, yeah, we're being presented stuff that's based absolutely not at like on any fact whatsoever, that gets into complete fear mongering and all that. It's like it's the same, like it's the same approach. The end result's not going to be the same, and I'm not saying it's the same thing, but it's like people are just letting fear dominate common sense, putting their brains together and figuring stuff out. Yeah. I am someone who is a big fan of the idea, whether it's like government or education or anything like that. Alright. Who is at the bottom of the pile so far as pay? Congratulations, the person at the top of the pile can't make more than X amount, like X multiplier of that. If your company's making a boatload more money, congratulations. It's got, you know, like everyone at the company should be making a little bit more money. You know, do stuff like they can only make more than so much of the average pay, that kind of thing. Because you hear these companies, yeah, you hear these companies about, it's like, oh, well, they have people who they're being paid so little that they're eligible for government subsidies like food stamps, and then the CEO is, you know, raking in $10 billion a year, and you're just going, exactly. Yep. No, that one definitely hits home for me. Like I've watched companies that they've actually turned record profits this past year, and it's not from doing anything, you know, awful. They actually have a product that does good, but they're turning record profits, and they turn around and go, but we're gonna cut benefits, and you're just going, but why? Like, you're making more money than you did before. Like, literally, you are just getting more money. Why are you going to start, like, you know, nickel and diming your staff? You know, the answer is greed, but that one did not go over well. Company had just short of an exodus, and they're going, but I don't understand. Yeah, that's the thing I'm actually the most excited about, what's happening here in the US so much with things. Like, you have almost, and it's not purely generational, but you have so many people are like, yeah, you know what? Like, they're just quitting their jobs left and right and taking new jobs that pay more, and just the companies are frantically going, how do we deal with this? And then you hear companies also going in who actually were paying their staff really well, and they're like, what problem? We're retaining all our people. I don't understand what this whole thing you're screaming about is. Have you tried paying your staff? Not that companies that do pay well aren't seeing any increased turnover, mind you. It's just where there's companies who literally can't keep the lights on because they can't get people in the door, and it's just the people next door who are paying their staff well are just like, I don't understand your problem. Like, we've lost one person this year, and that's pretty much par for the course. Alright, we got a lot of migration happening. Let's back up. We'll kill these zombies that we get caught on us. We'll deal with the migration. Like, one of the companies I've worked with, they had their entire... It was one of their service teams on one of their products. The entire team just quit. And it wasn't like someone... You know, like, you hear about the things where it's just... They have a crappy manager and the whole team just quits all at once. It was a slow trickle away. They just couldn't bring any new people in. And so it's like, alright, well, no one knows your product anymore. Are you going to pay one of them double to come back? Alright, we want to check that radio for the emergency channel once we're not fighting. It's the bodies in the bushes there. There's like 3 of them. It's on. One of them. Nope, no dice. How fast do you need to find the emergency? Oh, it's not really a requirement to be fast. Like, you can actually live perfectly fine without it. It's just very convenient to have it for knowing when you know you've got tropical storm rolling in, when the helicopter's coming, when the power's going out. Because we're at the 22nd day, so we're at the point the power legitimately should be going off pretty much anytime. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if we walked home and the power was just out over there. Like, it was just out while we got or away. But it's just knowing that information can change how you approach the next day. Like, if I know I'm going to have a tropical storm for 2 days, you know, that'd be a day where I say, okay, forget fighting the zombies in the tropical storm when I can't see. We'll just, you know, work out the whole day and get through it that way. Or if I know it's going to rain, I might sit there and be, you know, very aggressive in my use of water for a couple days to clean up and do all that. Yeah, that's one of those things that I am in full support of when they have, like, the anti-gouging laws. Like, the ones we have here in Florida are pretty toothless a lot of the times, but when you go real far, when you go back, what was it, 2005, 2008? Florida got slapped by, like, hurricane after hurricane after hurricane in quick succession. We're talking eyes on the land, that kind of slapped. We got wrecked. And we had people buying up generators from the stores, taking them back to their place, not even unboxing them and saying, okay, I'm selling this for 10 times the price, because they knew they'd just run out of, you know, generators and people who actually need them for, like, oxygen, and that had no choice but to pay for it. It's one of the few times I've actually seen the no gouging law came into play, and the police just rolled up, went, do you want to go to jail or do you want to give up your generator? Is that an axe skill we got? Yeah. It's weird how sometimes like it'll highlight that and it's like, oh, that's clearly not the skill we got, but that's fine. Cool, combat skills are coming along. Almost all of them are at 3. Yeah, I know with the fires, I've got my younger brother works in emergency management services. So when it comes to, okay, giant fire shows up here, what do we do? What's the plan? How do we approach it? Okay, hurricane hits there, what do we do? How do we, like, he deals with all those logistics for his group of emergency services people. And that was one of those things, like when California was having its fires, you know, he was helping organize stuff and move people and all that. It was both fascinating and terrifying to hear half the stuff they have to do. Yeah, the big one we have here in Florida is the power companies here, the real rough ones. We had the all infamous Amendment 1 that was this big pro-solar reading thing, but if you looked at it, it's so the power companies could just charge you a monthly fee for having solar. So even if you were to do your entire generation of power for your bill, so you wouldn't have to use a single watt of their power, you would have to have them pay them the fee to have the privilege of having solar kind of thing. Thankfully, that one got defeated. Well, yeah, for another one, and this actually did go through because, again, the power lobby here is so ridiculous. Here in the state of Florida, if you put solar on, you are required to have the solar connect out to the grid, then back to your house, which means when the power goes out, even if you are generating power on your roof, your power goes off because the grid went down. And their argument was it was a safety thing for, you know, live lines, all that kind of stuff. But all other power generation in the state doesn't require to do that, whether it's wind turbine, generator, all that. Doesn't. It's just solar. Now, certainly with a generator you could turn it off, but a wind turbine isn't as easy. Rain barrels aren't illegal here, but we have HOAs that make it so you're not allowed to have them. They're like, but it's a rain barrel, it doesn't look good. Alright, we're getting pretty close to sleepy. So we're going to start backing out, because I probably will have at least a couple packs who have moved between us and home. We've definitely had a really good push in here. I did not expect to get this far. And we do have a bunch of big packs coming out that we'll have to kill tomorrow. We'll probably have to do that. That's the reason I said it's probably going to take us 2-3 days to push in. At this point, I could probably forge to make some more weapons, and I probably actually will end up doing that. Like, we actually have some hunting knives on us, so like we actually do have more reliable ones. I'm not bothering to take the time to switch out to get like the best weapons. We're going to use them all. So if I bust a hammer, no big deal. The hammer gets busted, switch weapons. We just rotate through them as we get them. Like when this kitchen knife breaks, I'm going to switch it out for a hunting knife. And then the mallet, I don't know what it's going to switch it out for. Probably the other hunting knife, honestly, because I don't have a nightstick or anything. And so just don't forget, thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, who has been lurking, who's been chatting, who's been following, who's been doing the bits, the donos, the subs, the hosts, the raids, all that good stuff. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you are enjoying the stream. This group of zombie dies because I don't think sneaking around it's going to work particularly well. I did see that pack of zombies we were working on had a fire axe. I really wanted to go for it, but because of how they're bunched up, I was going to have to clear the whole group to do it, and it's like, alright. Okay. Sneaky zombie. We can reposition. But yeah, now the only reason I haven't I've not taken the time to forge to get more weapons kind of thing is I'd rather commit the time that I take to forage for it and to gain enough foraging to do it reliably to just continuing to push on, because my goal is to basically get to that gas station, and then we'll sit there and at that point we'll be crafting, foraging, doing all that kind of stuff at that location, because that's my intended long-term base. We'll have a bunch of forward bases we put in the various cities when we go there, but that'll be like where we return to restock, to drop off, that kind of stuff. We have the default settings, so it's 0 to 30 days. The water is already turned off, and then we are basically waiting for the power to go off. It could go off literally at any time. I'm getting to that point a little bit antsy that I'm expecting to be just anytime we look for it to just turn off on us. But so far it's held, and I don't have a radio to listen to see when we're 2 days out from it. So for all we know, if we were to get the radio, it would warn us that it's going out any second, and we'd have no way of knowing it because, you know, don't have the radio. Grab the processed cheese, because that's going to go bad. I think that's the last of our perishable foods. Okay, so we don't have a lot of food on standby anymore. Start burning through it already. Which isn't super surprising in all honesty. That's one of the reasons I have all the lights on and I keep the TV on, is those are easy indicators when you walk in. You go, the room is dark, you may not notice it. But if I see the TV turned off, it's like, oh, 100% without question, the power's off. And we've absolutely had runs that we've started, and when you start the game, the water or power is already off. And that's because days, it's 0 to 30, so 0 is the beginning day. It's not actually that rough. Like, I know people here and they go, oh no, that's so hard. It's like, eh. Like, power off can be pretty rough. But water off that early, it's like, well, you're going to be pushing in from building to building anyways. You can just keep filling up in the sinks. It's only when you're in like settings like ours where you have such a ridiculous zombie population that it takes multiple days to push in another building that becomes really problematic. That said, I am getting pretty hopeful that either today or the next day that we can actually get into the gas station, which I am really hoping this time does not have an alarm. Hey, how's it going, Whistlepeak? Oh, alarm. Gotcha. Took me out to catch what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, that alarm got... Like, that's honestly one of the big contributors to Laurel's death was just that alarm had me not tilted, but I was frustrated with it. Which led me to being in more of a rush, which is probably a big contributor why I didn't pause, even though I thought about it. I was like, ah, it's fine. I don't want to wait longer. I want to get... Like, I want to get this going. Because and it's worse. Like I even put the clips in order on the Discord where it's like where I'm like, you know, hey, we got the van, it's got gas, we know where the generator is, we got our manual we already read, like right here, you know, like we are good to go. And then the alarm went off, and I was just like, are you shitting me? Yes, unless something's changed, the alarm can still go off without power. Last I checked. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's true. Yeah, because we had an alarm on CDDA, and the power's off forever in CDDA. Which, like, okay, if the power went off that day, alright, sure, maybe the alarm goes off. There could be a battery backup. I'm willing to buy it. They have had alarms with battery backups for ages that last, you know, at least a good couple hours to a couple days. But, like, the really CDDA where it's 6 months later, no, there's not a battery backed up alarm in the world I can think that could possibly last that long. I still think the worst I've had for just frequency of alarm was one where it was a multiplayer server. I spawned into a building with an alarm, ran, went up the road a little way. The very first house I reached after that bar alarm went in, also an alarm. I was like, what? And it wasn't like they were cranked up. It was just default settings. I just had really bad luck on the RNG. You know, then I found one group of zombies with 2 large backpacks, a crowbar, and I think a hunting knife or something. I was like, okay, I see. You hit me with all the bad RNG up front and then followed up with a bunch of good RNG. I got more migrating around. That's fine. That's gonna happen. I just want to be able to actually reach this gas station. Okay, migrating. We'll let them see where they're going. If they bump directly into us, that's fine. We kill them. If it looks like they're gonna head right into us, that's fine. We just kill them. Well, we're sure getting the kitchen knives, for what it's worth. The good news is with as much maintenance as we're starting to get, the kitchen knives aren't the worst thing in the world. So many zombies are moving around, it's getting kind of scary. But I want to loop back to that police officer, at least take the bullets. We probably won't end up taking the guns. Is that a mime? Not sure which one you're looking at. None of the ones I see particularly scream mime to me. No bullets in that shotgun. Lame. I mean, like I said, I don't see one there that I'm like, oh, that looks like a mime. I don't. I mean, there's one that's wearing mostly black, but it didn't look like they had like white makeup or anything. Yeah, no, I'm assuming you mean this. Oh, wait. Nah, it's not a mime. It's not makeup, he's just pale. I don't remember that from Robin Hood Men Tights. I've definitely seen it. Like, I do remember a bunch of the jokes there. I don't remember one about a mime. Oh, like I remember the line being said. I don't remember what the context is. Yeah, because that's like, not that there couldn't be mimes in rural Kentucky or anything. It feels like a weird thing to find in rural Kentucky. I imagine the mime business in rural Kentucky is not particularly booming. Alright, we're back to pushing into the gas station parking lot. 2 days in a row. And we're nowhere near sleepy. We got a decent number of okay-ish weapons. To some vaguely good weapons. I don't like the lineup there. Nah, when you do that, they tend to bunch up, which is fine. But I'm gonna get bunched up too much, they'll spread out from that bunched up point. It probably makes sense to just keep picking away at them as they migrate in, we deal with it. Because, like, at this point we're starting to get decent enough in combat, it doesn't take us that long to clear a pack. Like, that was half a pack, and then this will be the other half pack. We'll probably break that into a third. And we're starting to get to the point where I'm not being super cautious to draw them out one by two. It's just grab a bunch, kill them, grab a bunch, kill them. We aggroed some from the bottom group, but that's Mexico's gonna kill it anyway, so I don't care. It's RNG, but certain conditions have to be met for you to be allowed to do that. One, you can't have another zombie nearby that is aggroed to you that your character is aware of. And it does have, like, a little bit more awareness than you have. You have to be close enough to the zombie, so if you're at absolute maximum range and you're trying to stab, you're not close enough to do the finisher move. So it's a few conditions. So, like, when I want to do it, I generally get a little bit close to the zombie and there's a good chance you'll do it. But only when it's, like, the last zombie you have aggroed nearby. Because otherwise, if you were able to do it while zombies are going on you, all those execution animations lock you in place where you cannot move until it concludes. You'd just get killed. And that used to actually be a problem. Like, it's still really dicey with the spear, where sometimes you'll get close enough that by the time the animation ends, you have to be holding run button and away, because the zombie will already be starting its grab animation. It's too close. But that's with spears. And the reason you hold the run animation is if you bump into the zombie while running, a lot of times you'll just, shove the zombie out of the way. But that can come with the consequence of once you're in that shove, you keep going whatever direction you were going for like 4 or 5 steps. You can't pivot or anything. You're just charging through them. And the idea is your character is slightly off balance from the push, which is why if you shove 2 or 3 zombies in a row, you just fall over because your character's bumped into enough of them that they couldn't keep their balance. Now, it doesn't always take your dagger or your knife when you do the execution, but it does sometimes, and I actually find it pretty annoying when it does. Because I've absolutely had it where I've, stabbed a zombie, a bunch of them are bearing down on me, the knife is stuck in the zombie, and I have to just leave the knife behind and circle back for it. Which isn't like an unreasonable thing for it to do. It's just annoying when it happens like that. There's a good chance we get into this place today. Yep. That is what 16 ounce pop does. It's also one of those things, because of how many more zombies I end up killing, that if we were to start with the same stats so far as fitness, strength, and our combat stuff and all that, my character would probably be 2-3 entire levels ahead of yours at this point. And that's just killing that many zombies is a workout. My character would also probably be, like, unless you manage to be living entirely on just berries, my character would more likely be losing weight faster too. I did not bring enough food. That'll probably be what ultimately makes us retreat back, is food. Now granted, if I can get in this front door, then potentially I can just grab the food from inside. You know, bag of potato chips or two is all I would need to keep going. It depends. So, the consequence of overweight is, I believe you lose more I'm sorry. Between overweight and underweight, I couldn't tell you. Between obese and underweight, like, I think the fitness penalty is worse for being overweight. I could be wrong. But, there are advantages, because, like, I can get away with eating nutritionally devoid stuff. Do you have respawn still on Omega? Because if you have respawns on, it's 10% of the population per 72 hours if you haven't been in there in their area recently enough to prevent spawns. Otherwise, if you're comparing this to Riverside, Riverside's got a higher base population for this than this area. That's part of the reason I targeted this area first, is because we are at a lower skill set right now. So, okay, if you don't know if you have respawns on, then usually by default it's on. Thank you for the follow, Sfix12. Welcome to the stream. Or Sfix12. Whichever way you prefer, just let me know, and I will try to remember to say it that way. Yeah, how's things been, buddy? And for those of you who don't know, Buddy Fox also streams Project Zomboid. So I'll actually give him a shout out here in a moment. But definitely worth the stream checking out. Toss him a follow, all that good stuff. Yeah, and that's the big reason why people don't like going obese and overweight, is fitness is a very, very slow thing to train. Ooh. That's the push that freezes you in place. I don't like that push. We've aggroed to our left. That's fine, it's just 3. Alright, bear with me. Gonna get that shout out. Yeah, check a stream out, give him a follow sometime. Another fun stream to be in. Anytime. I find the community fantastic, and I love that the everyone kind of helps out. Like most of the people, when I hop into their stream, they give me a shout out. They're just like, "Oh hey, it's Roll. You know, check out a stream." It's like, I'm not ready for people to just be promoting me randomly, but thanks. Super appreciated. So, I'll try to pay it forward. Especially when it's like streams actually frequent on any regular basis. I want in. I want your potato chips. No, don't break the window. Ah, she's gonna break the window. We gotta fight this, so we're not gonna be able to stop her from breaking the window. That's fine. I don't actually care about that spot. It's the back area. There's like an upstairs apartment. That I want to be safe for right now. It's not where we're actually gonna stay long term. That's where I'm gonna set up while we're getting ourselves built up here. Yay! Antidepressants! Do you have to break all the windows? Is that just what you do? Are you satisfied now? Is that what you wanted to do with your life? Just so I don't accidentally jump through it later. Okay. Oh, hey, zombies. I was about to say, okay, let's see if there's an alarm, but we got a party out back apparently. Before we mess with him, let's check out back, because I want to make sure they don't bust out the window down here in the door if I can help it, because that's where I want to sleep up there. And there is a separate room, but I really don't like waking up, going into the kitchen, and find window's already busted. Never mind, I withdraw that comment. We can't prevent the window that's already broken from being broken. And that's the interior door being broken down. Yeah, the emergency channel? Let's talk to me. Nope. No, I don't believe so. I want to be away from there in case there's a zombie upstairs that can't flank me. We can check, though. I'm going to first take the glass off this window, though. Okay, let's because I am down to double check that, because I'm not positive. Okay, was worth a shot. Alright, I'm gonna check here for ice cream. Nope. Ah, no alarm. Gritted my teeth going through that window. Still no. Grab some quick food. We're not going to get too picky about trying to get everything. That should do for food. Come on, generator magazine. Let's talk. I mean, engineering magazine, alright. It's not what I wanted, but, you know, not going to be unhappy about it. It is still progress in reading material. Okay, so we have managed to successfully get into the gas station. Next up is the super terrifying step where we go up the stairs. Because there were zombies inside the building there. Okay, so we got stuff we want to eat here. The power still is on. Oh, there's so many water bottles. Love it. So we got fruit muffins that are fresh. So we want to eat these things here, but we're not going to grab them because I want to keep them in the fridge as best we can. All right. Don't screw me. Yeah, and you cannot close these blinds, and it upsets me so greatly. Alright, we got some produce here and all that. Bunch of rotten stuff too that we'll need to get rid of. Ice cream and an uncooked pork chop. So before any, like, the power has a chance to go off. Off right now. Cool, cool. This is looking real good. We're still going to end up probably having to kill a lot of zombies in the area before we are solidly going to be in position here. But this is what we want to see for a start. Alright, I think that's pretty good actually. And so the reason we're cooking the pork chop is because when the power goes off, we won't be able to cook it, and then it won't be safe to eat. So we're just cooking it now. We'll keep it with us, and we'll just eat it. We need to be careful, because this room isn't technically safe, because that window's busted down there, and there's no doors between me and that window. Huh. Oh, I guess they're not fresh. Okay. Yes. The issue is there's no door, there's no, like, the window. They can just come up. It's not like it's super likely that they'll just beeline right for us, but it's basically, you don't want to count on it being safe is the big thing, is just to keep an eye on yourself. Alright, before we commit to trying to run back and do all that stuff, let's just keep killing the zombies in the area. I believe we checked the freezers, but I can give it another look. Yeah, we already checked that freezer. Yeah, nothing left in the freezers. The problem is there's a window on the second floor that you can't reach because it's on the stairs. It's actually, I'm pretty salty about that window, honestly. I'm not going in the trees for him. That's fine. Okay, so I'm not going to say we fully secured the pumps and all that, because we're going to have zombies that'll collapse in here, so we want to keep killing the zombies for the time being. But we do want to make a trip back to the other location to fill up a duffel bag to bring stuff once we feel we've got a path. I know one of these groups had a fireman's axe that we were really hoping to grab, but we had to retreat last time. Because basically, as we kill the zombies, they'll stop, like, for a little while we'll have them walk in here, but eventually that'll stop because we've killed the nearby zombies. Just like we managed to do with, Laurel. Okay, got a group up there, we don't want to fight that way. That was a dangerous pivot. We should just play it safe and go for the dash away. Yeah, just big old pole arm style axe. Alright, I've killed that group. Let's kill this group. And that's basically what we're doing, is we're just going to keep rotating around the building, killing zombies, up until we feel we have enough wiggle room. Keep in mind, in 1993, titanium wasn't a particularly commonly used metal. It is one of the things that ruins some A. Like, people are like, oh, well, they should just put in this, like, 1993. All right, yeah. And before we kill that group over there, we're going to check around back, make sure we don't have another group that's closing in. So I think we are probably just sleeping. Yeah, we're definitely sleeping here tonight. Alright, let's check around back. Make sure there's no zombies hanging out by the window into our like our current apartment. Alright, we got patrolling zombies, always lovely. It's a shame I didn't see any cars around here, because this last time is where we found that van that was so amazing. Oh hey, there's zombies right there. And that's the reason we dropped back to check out the situation. I figured I aggroed at least one with how much we got pushed over here. Oh yeah, a lot of medieval weaponry would just demolish. Not exactly what I meant to do, but that's fine. Whew. There's some in the back too. Let's really hope they don't see us go in. Sure, let me try just sneaking up here real fast, and then we'll check it out, because this door is dangerous, because this window. I want to put down the window blind, but if I step in the glass, I'm going to make noise. So we're going to not do that right now. We're going to creep over here and get into our room. Okay, skills. Here we go. So, alright, I said sleep. Yep, so a bunch of our combat skills are now up to 3, with the exception of long blades because we haven't found any, and spears because we haven't really made any. I'm getting real close to hitting 4 on maintenance. So yeah. But like I said earlier, when I start with my character, I do take traits that ultimately mean I have no stats, or like no skills at all when I start. So that's what we've worked our way up to. So I'm really hoping we do not aggro the zombies until we've gotten past here, because I can get pinned upstairs. Which is one of the reasons I'm concentrating so much effort on just killing the zombies immediately around where we started. Because that window is a problem. Don't beat up the door. Yeah, I did too. I just gotta deal with these first. Like, if they destroy the door, again, it's not the end of the world, but I would much prefer not have 2 ways for them to accidentally wander in. The good news is that door should last a little while. Okay, we got them off the door, aggroed entirely too many, which are just gonna break the door now I think about it, which was dumb, but that's fine. Well, we got the whole gang on us, that's fine. Alright, we don't want to go down there. That'd bring more into the party. Aggroed more. Love to see it. That all didn't go the way I wanted to. A zombie banging on the door, but I think right now we just ignore that. We have bigger problems. Aggroed more. Lovely. Got another group here that we're going to aggro. Yep, there they are, because we got so many we're going to aggro from forever away. Gonna get them as well. Yeah, that door. Oh no, she de-aggroed. I mean, not everyone's just gonna take over, but still. That big bunch is getting really dangerous. Yeah, no, this is definitely a fight I should be backing out of. There's so many of them we've softened up and hoping we can just get the chain reaction where we start just dropping them. Don't tempt me, guy with shotgun. Well, I think this party is over. So now I'm just trying to draw him away from the gas station. So down says I think we are going to have to go and forage for weapons, because I don't think we left much behind. We'll check. I might have some rolling pins and stuff like that, but not much. Oh no, we have a whole bunch of garden forks and crap like that. That'll be fine. Thanks so much for the follow, Silo Cybernaut. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to ditch these zombies now, which shouldn't be too hard. We just walk over here, scooch over here, Betsy. Thanks so much for the follow, Gooey Lull. Welcome to the stream. We can go ahead and run. We've got stamina for days. We're using weapons that don't use like any stamina. We don't really have any weapons left, so it's just kind of ditch the zombies, get back home. So we did get kind of kicked out of the gas station for now. We did manage to set up there. We killed several hundred zombies there. So I'm not super worried about it. Alright, let's not push our stamina too far. We've got ourselves a nice little gap between us and the zombies that were chasing us. We'll just keep going this way. Meet back up with the road. Get back to the house we have a bunch of stuff stored at. Not going to fill up a bag yet. Because my fear is if I go and start filling up a bag all the way to the moon kind of thing, we'll get out there and it'll be overrun by zombies. This is not great either, because I'm going to aggro stuff and bring it home. We already aggroed. Let's hope it's just a few. We'll just take him back to the road. We'll ditch him. I should have realized there was going to be this many zombies out here. That's fine. We'll ditch them just like we did the other group, and then we'll go home. There's the road. Cool. So walk this way, then we'll try and cut to put these trees between us. Hopefully we won't draw too many. Hopefully we're not like right at the house or anything like that. That would be pretty odd. Yeah, now there's zombies down there. I'm not planning on going directly to the tree, but I do plan on using the trees to break line of sight. So yeah, so that should break line of sight behind us. We'll shift down. Okay, that's pretty close to home. I don't really want them this close, but that is what it is. So we might have some still on us. We might just have to fight them. There's a chance we'll have to forage to make some weapons. Like we'll see what we've got here. I've only seen one falling so far. Yeah, we kill him. Trying to look around, see if any of these zombies nearby us have weapons. But yeah, that was always a very strong possibility. I was actually surprised we got into the gas station that day before anyways. You have something. I think it might just be a bread knife, but it could be a hunting knife. It's a bread knife, but that's, you know, whatever. I have a feeling the placement of that bread knife was not voluntary. I don't want to use a pipe wrench in that yet. Give me 1 second, I'm going to get a new drink. I'm going to pause. Okay. Alright, so I guess we just push back towards the gas station until we get sleepy, then we turn around and we go home again. It's not that big a deal. We do have a lot of screwdrivers and stuff like that, though, so we should be alright weapon-wise for a little while. All I have to do is get lucky and find ourselves a crowbar or an axe or any type of nicer weapon and we'll be good. Oh, I forgot how close this was, this intersection. That's right, we were like right here. Yeah, this isn't bad. Sneaky, sneaky. Really starting to wish we had actually grabbed a bunch of those potato chips and kept them on our person, but it's like, oh no, let's eat all this stuff that's going to go bad first. Not anticipating getting pushed out immediately after that. Yep. Yeah, no, I'm not too worried, because we got pushed off, we killed several hundred zombies while we were there, so we just circle back, kill some more. Eventually they run out. Yep, that's the plan. As long as I don't die, and I keep getting kills, they will eventually all be gone. She has a pipe. We're detouring to get her. Yep, just don't die. Just deplete their life before yours is depleted. Cool, this will give us another weapon. Excellent. Yep. Zombears win. Ugh. I've already made the comments like, if we have to like fight legitimate wolves and bears, that'll entirely change the feel of the game, and I'm not sure in a direction I really want to go, but we'll see. Oh, we got zombies behind us. Deal with them. Yep, that's the plan. Step 1, we get our foothold at the gas station. Let's back up into the field because we're getting low on stamina, so I'm going to have to take a break soon because unfortunately we're not rocking a whole bunch of knives anymore. We used them all. Let's switch out for the metal bar. Yeah, so it happens, it looks like a whole bunch of the zombies that were bunched up farther in town because we've been clearing this area came out and just overwhelmed where we were sleeping. We're lucky though that they didn't push into the building while we were on the second floor because there's a good chance we may not have been able to get out. Not super safe, like we could have jumped out the window and hoped for best, but it wouldn't be a particularly great way of dealing with it. Yeah, I don't believe we have a great way of going around these. They're pretty close to where the gas station was, and I'm imagining we just, because of how much got bunched up there, this is what they've spread out to be. It'll randomly make like turkey noises and wolves howling and all that kind of stuff. I feel like we kill the ones behind us first. Keep our exit safe. Not let ourselves get too focused on just pushing the gas station. We don't, like, we have food behind us back at the house. We don't have to rush. Right, there's a kitchen. I thought I'd get us a few more kills. Forget zombies. Just bees. They're not even like special bees. They're just bees. Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's just the joke about bees. Some people are super not chill with bees. Like, again, if you got like an allergy or something where it's actually life-threatening, but there are people who just no chill around bees. That they are. Well, that is not what you like to see, but I guess we're already aggroed, so sure. We need to not be doing less than full damage, so big blockers it is. Alright, killed another group. Yes, I know. I've had that, and I had a wasp get up my pants like one time while on a motorcycle. That was very not fun. That wasp and I were both having an equally awful time. You know, when you get short blade high enough, the screwdrivers actually aren't that shabby. You can actually get quite a bit of work done with them. That they are. Alright, keep pushing forward. I'm just letting them do whatever they're doing real fast, and then we'll move in. I think this is the zombies we ended up aggroing and dragging all over the place. Just got basically the order to migrate. So they're all trying to not be bunched up. Which works out because that means they're going away. So, same plan we had as we aggroed everything under the sun, was just keep killing zombies immediately around our perimeter. Okay. The weapon supply is starting to get worse and worse. Alright, we got some at the back door. We got some at the front door. Probably the same group as, like, just actually in the building. Clear up that group. So we get inside, we can potentially get some food. We're probably going to get forced back to the other house again. But that's okay. Alright, the power's still clearly good. I think put like the actual, all the really good snacks on the other side. That's fine. That was another close one. Let's get out to the street. I can't see because it's getting too dark. We aggroed more. That's our life. That's not what you want. I think it's time to bail. It's a shame we haven't found ourselves a new decent weapon. And with that mod list, the only thing that's incorrect is Eris Minimap mod is not actually loaded, but all the others are correct. I just haven't updated the list since I, stopped loading Minimap mod. Planks so far as weapons? They're ridiculously heavy. Like, don't get me wrong, in a pinch I'll use a plank, but they're really heavy. Their damage is only okay, and their durability is kind of crap. Taking a little chance here. I shouldn't be, but we're going to. Because there's a group down there and I didn't want to aggro them as well, because I'm hoping to only have a couple still behind us. Because we can fight, but not nearly as many that saw us. Alright, so I see one. If we have like just half a dozen or so, that'll be fine. Oh. You lost track of us, okay. Sure. I can go with this. I didn't want to use the pipe wrench, but I think we're at the point of using the pipe wrench. Frying pan's kind of garbage. We'll use whatever we got. Alright, that's literally everything I have that's actually a weapon. Well, that's not a bad idea. Stuff that's out of water, though. Brooms and mops. Like, I can use those if literally nothing else shows up, but those break in like 2 seconds. When it runs out of water, I'll do that. I don't want to do it earlier than that just because I do want the water. At least till I know I've secured a new source of water. Food's gonna start being a problem soon. Really need to get in there. Okay, definitely when we walk through the door this time, we want to run. And the reason for it is the zombie could be waiting right here at the side. We're clear. Alright, so it did drag a bunch of zombies behind us. Yep, I agree. So we're gonna kill these zombies because these are the ones we've been dragging back here. So maybe we'll get lucky. One of them will have a decent weapon for us. Next, a screwdriver won't hurt us. Okay, none of our weapons go on our back, so get out of here. Nothing to replace it. That's fine. Yeah, so we got all these zombies that we dragged on our way back. We're just gonna have to kill them, clear our way back to where we were. That's fine, it happens. That one's got something stuck in him. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be a hunting knife so we can actually get through some zombies quickly. Or better, I could go for a machete. Bread knife. Oh yeah, katana would be amazing. Let's see. Maybe these two consolidated with... No, I guess they just took off. That's fine. Whatever. We kill them. Well, at least little by little we're getting maintenance out of this. So when we do get another decent weapon, it'll last longer. Yes. So what'll happen is, bear with me just a moment. So all of these combat skills, as well as your firearm skills, can only be gained using combat. So, for example, anytime I'm using a weapon that can lose durability, like all of this, like that'll give me maintenance. So just make sure the weapons last longer. Because I'm using screwdrivers and hand forks, and those are considered short blades, I'm gaining levels in short blade, which means more damage for short blade weapons. So I am gaining a lot of skill for that. You also get fitness and strength for fighting as well. So combat actually is good for getting a lot of different skills, it's just none of them are particularly fast. Do I see any weapons down there? Not that are standing out. Okay, keep moving. So yeah, if I keep killing stuff, I will get better at killing stuff. So like right now where we're kind of going slow because we have crap weapons and all that. Once I get more skill, like when I get an axe, I'll just thrash through entire groups and be able to get multiple weapons before I break. No, they don't. It's basically machetes and katanas. Katanas are the rarest weapon in the game. I believe they're the rarest weapon in the game. They were last I checked. And then machetes are fairly rare. Yep, the town are taking over. We've estimated to be have a population of 5,100. So it's giving you an idea how many zombies we've killed. Not all of them from this town, but most of them. That one's got a knife of some kind, like it's probably a kitchen knife. The lady in the sort of like indigo shirt, I guess. I'm sorry, not the lady in indigo, the guy in green had the knife. So I want to check that body. Ah, scissors. That's very disappointing, actually. I mean, I'll use them if I got to, but of the short blades, they're one of the worst. Another thing at Cap is if we end up running out of food and stuff at those other houses, we can poke into these houses right here as a temporary boosting spot. I'm still just trying to push the gas station because I'd rather just go there to begin with. I keep checking the zombie groups I'm seeing off to the sides to see if any have any obvious weapons for us. Because I'm absolutely down to detour and kill a group of zombies if I'm going to get something to fight with. Well, the good news is all those packs are small, and these packs are pretty small too. I wasn't expecting that. That implies there's not that many zombies moving around at the moment, which would be good. I say as a giant group wanders right up here, but that's fine. I don't care about this. I'm going down towards the gas station. There's a shotgun in that one, not exactly what I'm looking for weapon-wise. Oh, we aggroed more than I want. That's fine. We deal with it. I didn't realize they were coming through the brush. Let's take a beta blocker preemptively. It's getting more and more likely I'm just gonna have to forage for weapons. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you can attach pretty much like you have weapons for left and side, right side, as well as your back. It's really good for a quick swapping. Trying to avoid pulling that giant group until I get an actual weapon. Alright, what are we down to weapon-wise? We got a pipe wrench, which we'll use. Another hand fork. Alright, I can do a hydrate and all that. And I am focusing on these zombies out here because they're smaller groups. Give us more area to work when he pulled the groups too big for us. And if I have to forage, it gives me space to do so. I really don't want to be using my pipe wrench. I don't find that many, and you need them for hooking up the water from the rain barrels. It's fine though, like I'll find another. Then our bread knife? I think that's in our bread knife stuck in there, but I'm not sure. It's probably in our bread knife. Nope, that'd be a machete. Let's go. Finally another weapon. Alright, emergency broadcast channel? Nope, getting out of our lives. Alright, it's time to start chopping. Unfortunately, we have literally 0 long blade skills, so it's not going to be the greatest, but it's going to be a hell of a lot better than what we've been doing. Hey, don't lose durability on the first hit, come on. I want you to last for a little while. I've got some decent maintenance skill. Alright, let's start killing the packs, getting in here. Getting pretty close to hitting 2,000 kills. When you get a couple points in long blade, the machete will absolutely just like 1 and 2 shot almost everything. Katana's a little bit better than that. Unfortunately, because we have no weapon skill in it because they're so rare. It's still better than what we were using, but still kind of in an okay position. And we're going through its durability much faster than I normally do, which is disappointing. Alright, before we aggro them, we need to back off, recover our stamina. X-Fair, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, long blade 1, so we're going to do that much more damage now. Excellent. Um, 6 noon and 6 p.m. So 6 a.m., 6 p.m., and noon. As the days go on, some of the other time, like some of those time frames will stop having shows before they finally all stop having shows. Let's see. Kay's Shadow, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Like, I want to say, like, it's the last couple days in the week that's, like, the 6 p.m. show doesn't play, or, you know, whatever. But it's all set. But after the first week is fully finished, then the show stopped playing entirely. Well, at least we're getting a lot of kills with this machete. It's a shame I'm not finding other weapons, though. Oh, that's a big group. They wanted to aggro with as little stamina as we have, but we're here, so we're doing it. Let's back way up. We'll see if they follow. Maybe. You just keep doing whatever that is. And I'll recover my stamina. Alright, let's get rid of them. They'll try and clear behind the place. Score some food. Maybe actually be able to sleep here tonight. We'll see. And that one has a screwdriver, so I'm going to circle back for that. Okay, let's see if there's zombies upstairs. All clear? Alright, let's grab some food. Let's go back to killing. Oh, did we leave any weapons here? We may have left weapons here. That'll do. Alright, let's go back to the front. Keep clearing the zombies. Keep doing the same plan. Keep killing the zombies. Eventually, they won't endanger our lives immediately the moment we try and wake up. Did it really get all of them? Oh no, okay, it's split. You guys were just shuffling about. I do not have multi-hit turned on. Oh, no, sorry. It is not multiplayer. I'm playing single player. The command is mods, plural. And the only one of the mods listed there that is not actually on is we do not have Air's minimap mod loaded, but everything else is correct. Oh, I take that back. Auto mechanics is also not loaded. But everything else is correct otherwise. Basically, I took away the two mods that people would argue. It's like, oh, but this run, you know, you use these mods and make it unfair. So it's pretty much vanilla. Oh, the only difference being we have Pillow's random spawn mod turned on. I don't actually know, honestly. I play mostly vanilla, so I don't know about the mod maps and how that works with the in-game map. Alright, let's finish off this pack. Yeah, so the character we started at was obese, unfit, and weak. So we started with 0 fitness, 0 strength. So yeah, I know how it goes to start with basically no stats going on. Like when we start a character, we have no skills, no fitness, no strength. This whole thing is empty. So everything you see here we built up from basically combat for the most part. A few exceptions. Because we're at 2,016 zombie kills at 24 days. Alright, we got more zombies that came in from behind here. We have to get rid of them. Because those are waiting at the bottom of the stairs. We could be dead tomorrow. Come on, Machete, hang in there a little bit longer, alright? Yeah, that is actually kind of part of it. So what ends up happening is we end up spawning in one of the cities, we loot the house, everything in its sister ag goes on us, so we have literal hundreds of zombies on it. So we're forced out of the city. We... Stop walking away, don't... So what we end up having to do is basically finding some place with not that many zombies to get our foot down. We immediately turn around and just push into the next city. Like, I don't sit there and, you know, spend months and months and months hanging out at a farm. Like, you can see we're pushing into, Ekron right now. Okay, while we're safe-ish... Restock our water. The power's still on? I fully expect... Well, of course power's on, the lights are on. This stuff's gonna go bad, so let's just gobble it down right now. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, so it's I end up having to like work my way out of the city, navigating through the ridiculous wall of zombies. Now I get to see how bad of a situation I'm in now. I am feeling very concerned, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say... I don't have a hammer or a nail. Never mind. I was going to put down a rope ladder. Oh, we have zombies here. I hear them. Don't be a bunch. Okay, we're alright. Because the danger there is if they're at the bottom of that stairwell, because the doors and windows and all that are busted on it, I get no time to change direction or anything. I'd have to run back upstairs and try and somehow deal with a horde of zombies in a tiny room upstairs, which in practice usually means death. Sometimes you can get real lucky and sneak around and make it work, but... Okay, I guess it wasn't a zombie that close. It's just this guy hanging out in the trees, being creepy. I don't save my whole streams on YouTube. The big thing I've run into was, until recently, my audio channels, my music was with the same, and while I have licensing that works with Twitch, where I won't get in trouble for the music, it doesn't work with YouTube. But I've recently got that sorted, so this character might be the first character that ends up getting it, well, not the first, but the first in a very long time that ends up getting a playthrough put on YouTube. I mean, put the VODs up. I probably need to do that, but yeah. But I mean, I do intend on putting a bunch of the VODs on YouTube. Part of the problem is my streams are usually like 10-12 hours, so it's very difficult to get that content up in a manner that, like... Alright, that's Longblade 2. No problem. Yeah, that's the only challenge, is my streams are like 10 or so hours long, so... You know, putting up a YouTube video that's 10 hours long is... Not many people are going to watch it. And taking the time to edit 10 hours is... Like, I would have to hire someone, which... This does not pay nearly enough to hire anyone. Yep, no, I don't disagree. Like, and that's other things I have debated at different times, like putting together, like, edited video that's just not even, like, of a run, like, go where I go out of the way. It's like, hey, you know, here's some tips and tricks, like, all that kind of stuff. Well, goodbye, katana, or not katana, machete. You served us well, but now you're broken. So now we're back to kind of garbage weapons until we can find something else good. But yeah, now a lot of times if you're dealing with like insane pop or higher, so we're 4 times what insane pop is, usually the way the run your starts is you aggro everything in the city, and you have to leave the city. And then you decide what you're doing from there. Yeah, spears are ridiculously powerful. Their durability is absolutely hot garbage, though. So that's the kind of thing, is you need to get a couple points in maintenance before the spears really kind of hold up. I wouldn't say like the spears are hard meta, though. There's arguments to be made for lots of different weapons that have their niches. The spears are definitely strong. Like, they are a strong competitor for meta. That one has a hunting knife, finally. Like, I'm actually personally a really big fan of the hunting knife, which is not by any stretch of the imagination meta. It's just, it uses so little stamina, I can fight forever and ever even without, like, any fitness. Yep. Yeah, with the lower populations, it's really easy to draw zombies away. And when you're talking about the populations we've got here, there's just... like, because of how dense they are, when you draw them away, they just fill in behind where you draw them away really quick. Yeah, so what we're doing is we want to I'm planning on making not the gas station base, like the building itself my base, but planning on constructing a building between the lake, well, kind of around the lake and the gas station. That way I have access to the pumps and, you know, water that's renewable right there. But first I'm going to have to keep clearing the zombies out till they stop overwhelming the area. What are you wearing for a helmet there, buddy? Let's switch to our garden fork. Try to keep her... Oh, they've got a gas mask on. You've killed over 2,000 zombies, including packs of like 20, 30 zombies. Why are you panicking against 4? Yeah, I really like the new system. So, the old system was definitely, for just surviving short term, much more powerful in regards to just getting a bunch of berries and being done with it, or making a bunch of forgeable weapons. I will say the new system, in my opinion, is better. One, because it's like active. So, like, instead of just going boom, forage, you know, and you get stuff, like, you actually have to do something. So I like that part of it. The new system also, you can get all sorts of much more interesting things, like boxes of nails. You can flat out just pick up weapons, you know, a jar of leeks, just all sorts of random stuff. And like once you learn, like, oh, if I'm tired, I don't forage as well. If it's dark, I don't forage as well. If it's raining, I don't forage as well. If it's foggy, I don't forage. Like once you learn all the different things that impact foraging, you can like get to the point that at higher skills, you just find stuff constantly. Low skills a little rough, though. Yeah, in some ways it's more overpowered, but in a lot of ways, like, the things you normally would worry about, because the thing was with the old system, with just like 1 or 2 foraging, you could just stand in like the corner of a property and walk away with like 20 berries, because you could filter to only find berries. And then if you either had the book or if you knew how to experiment to locate the poison berries before the change, you basically could eat for the next 3 months on obese without even hitting neutral. Like you'd hit about normal weight after all that time. So it's like extremely overpowered. And you can easily sit there and get, you know, 5 or 6 axes on a regular basis going in the course of a day. And that's fine. Like, for its time, it was fine. But this way, it's like you get a lot more variety of stuff, and it feels a lot better. Even if in some ways it's like, you know, you now can get nails. That used to be a finite resource. There was no way to get more nails once you used them all. And now you can just find a box. Another point, maintenance, excellent, love to see it. I figured we were right about to run into the thing. I just kept trying to want it to turn, but they were lined up so well I didn't want to give it up. Alright, we had another group by the pump. This is starting to turn into the other day again. Hey, Inverse Flux, thank you so much for the raid. I will get you a shout out in a moment. We are in a situation where we're gradually getting more zombies than we want. You know, how high pops usually work. Our weapon situation is also not particularly great, as we've gone to the point of screwdrivers. I didn't want to get... Oh, no, we're right on the fence of Exerted. We'll get to that shout out here in just a minute. But I assume you're playing Project Zomboid, and so how's your stream? I hope the only deaths were zombies. And if they weren't, I hope they're at least entertaining and fun deaths. Hey, Discord, how's it going? Okay, shadow time. Yep, so those of you who have not seen Inverse Flux's stream, it's another excellent stream to tune into. If you haven't been over there, it's well worth going over there and, you know, dropping a follow and all that. He also plays Project Zomboid. He also... he has a bunch of stuff going out there. Sorry, brain farted. Bah, good times. It's one of the streams I tune into fairly regularly. I already have food set aside? No, so let's shove half a bag of chips in our mouth. But yeah, so I got the name of Roll Storage. I play primarily Project Zomboid. There are other games I play on the stream on rare occasions, such as RimWorld and so on. Currently we are doing a 16 pop no respawn run. So just so you know what 16 times pop is, that is the absolute maximum number of zombies that Project Zomboid handles without mods. And we are currently trying desperately to get ourselves a foothold at this gas station. We've got a farm a little ways away that we've got a bunch of food and stuff stashed that we've secured, but it's annoying to walk into town, so we want to get this spot here, because this is where I'm intending to having our long-term permanent base to do our operation for purging all of the cities of zombies. And the reason I've chosen this location is I plan to drop a generator around here, so we can power up these two pumps. I can build a base here, we can have farm, we'll have access to water for fish and all that. And that way I don't have to worry too much about my survival, and I can worry a lot more about just taking these screwdrivers and any other instrument that I can hurt zombies with and proceeding with the hurt. We are currently 25 days in. We've killed 2,084 zombies. Sure, I can show you where it is on the map. Give me 1 second to kill these 3 zombies that are following me. But we are currently on the north end of Ekron, but I'll show you where that is here in a moment. Okay, this also is a good time for me to update my map real fast, so we looted that. Okay. So, if you look at the map, we zoom way out, we have Riverside, West Point. No, that's Rosewood, Midridge. And then Muldrow is over here somewhere. But then this would be Ekron. And so we're trying to get into this gas station right here near the top and make that our base. We're going to put our actual home right here. In fact, I'm so committed to this. Home. And right now we are currently over here is where we've got our stuff. So as you can see, all the circles are places we've looted. We were trying to push into Ekron from this side. We basically ran out of food, so we ran over here, found some places to steal a bunch of food from, and moved in from there. Yeah, so we got a little bit to do. Where did we spawn? We spawned over here somewhere. Oh yeah, we spawned in this trailer park, and because we're on 16x pop, we got pushed out all the way over here before we finally got rid of the zombies. Then we hit these trailers, and I said, I don't want to go out to the main, this is a dead end I've gone to, I don't want to go to the main drag, so I just cut across the woods. We ended up here. I don't remember if we looted these or not. We probably did. Either way. Alright, so I'm at the, currently because we don't have respawn on, the current, order of business of how I'm approaching this, I actually want her to keep beating on that door because I want that door to come down. So I'm going to leave her to doing what she's doing. But we're basically circling the gas station, killing hordes, killing hordes, killing hordes until they stop showing up so closely that we can't do much. When it comes to the progress we have not found the herbalism magazine, we have not found the generator magazine, we don't know where a generator is off the top of our head, and I don't have a car. But we have killed almost 2,100 zombies in under a month. So that is all Marisa knows is death. I probably want to check out that car. But we are hurting for a new decent weapon, as you can tell by the fact that we are poking things with a screwdriver. We had ourselves a machete and had a grand old time, and then it broke and everything got sad. That said, a machete, or a screwdriver actually isn't that terrible of a weapon. You know, it's nothing to write home about, but it certainly does hold up. And I do absolutely use guns, it's just, you know, when I have enough bullets. So that's the reason I'm taking all the bullets out of these and then ditching the guns. Really heavy is the primary reason, honestly. Usually I don't ever have to worry about repairing guns, honestly. It's just collecting all the shells, find a gun that's in good shape, and then usually that's all I need. Alright, we got a bunch migrating. Helps if we have a weapon out. That's dangerous. Yeah, because we're so low on weapons, we're in that desperate mode where if I can hurt a zombie with it, I take it. You know, barring, like, spoons and stuff that do basically no damage. Yeah, so we got zombies migrating around. That can actually get pretty problematic. We'll just keep killing, 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 though.
Celion just subscribed.
Celion, thank you so much for the sub. I really do appreciate the support. You now have access to all of the emotes, so I hope you enjoy those. Anytime. I'm glad people enjoy them. So many bodies here. And not one of them with a weapon worth anything. The only reason I don't bother doing that is I know I can preserve weapons when it comes down to it, and we have done that in this character when we got down to just one or two weapons, isolated and pushed and stepped. But I want to keep getting my weapon skills up constantly. It's also my main source of fitness and strength. No weapons that I can see there, so I'm going to leave them alone for a minute. Because we did see a fire axe way earlier in one of the groups around here, but unfortunately we got pushed out. You know what? I am going to kill her. Because my luck, I'm going to back up into her later. And that'd be a very unfortunate way to go. Actually, you know what? I don't even think I checked to see if this is locked. Okay, it is. We'll break in there later. But yeah, if I find like a revolver or a shotgun or something that's in really good shape, then I'll take it, but at the moment, mostly just interested in the bullets. I'm trying to not break that pipe wrench, honestly. That way I can still use it as a pipe wrench later since I don't have a spare. Alright, I think we have no zombies in the immediate lot. So what I want to do is I want to check out this car. Because that car looks like it's in good shape. And it would be really nice if I could actually get a car. Because we still have power. Which is amazing at 25 days. Or last I checked, we still had power. Alright, they keep backing off. That's fine, whatever. And I'd love to fill up the car's gas tank before the power goes off. I also have 3... Oh, wait. New plan. Before I forget. Dismantle chair for spear. I don't think I have a hammer. That said, it wouldn't be that hard to forge and make one. Like, if I get to the point I'm basically out of weapons, what I'm going to do is I'm going to forge for some stuff, and that'll probably be when I start taking apart things, and, you know, you get the idea. Like, I got a plank here. Yes, we have the gas station. We still are tenuous control of it. There's lots of zombies rolling through the area. Oh, I bet you our gas tank is... Yeah, the gas tank is still at the other property. Right. That's fine. We have another location that we have a whole bunch of resources at. And I just haven't brought them back because there's been so many zombies here that I would have to, like, fight through them all bringing it. So I've been basically just trying to fight the zombies as is. Yes. It is 16x pop right from the get-go. Day 1 is peak. The whole 9 yards. Maximum zombies right from the start. No, about the only frame drops I really get is when we have like 200 or 300 zombies kind of on our tail from, you know, meta event, helicopter, whatever. And, you know, I turn on where I get them for a second. I get one really hard frame skip right as I catch them into view. But once they're in view, it's usually fine. It's just when they first load in all that number of zombies. I was about to say, like, I don't want to mess with that door. One thing you do that will really help with frame drops is, if you bear with me for just a moment, I'll show you a setting you can change that. A lot of people don't realize when you deal with high pops is pretty big. I'm gonna go looting this place right now. Let's get outside. Okay, bear with me for one moment. Because you go to your options and you go display. Where is blood decals? These blood decals, they're set up to like 100% to begin with. On higher populations, that will actually just absolutely tank your performance. So you either want to turn them kind of down or off if you start seeing frame drops. Alright, nothing in that car we care about. Do you have gas? Just for future reference. No. Sidecar's worthless to us. Cool. Alright, let's check the gas station again, see if we have any new zombies that have wandered onto the property. I'm not super worried, because if we push down here, I believe there's a hardware store that we should be able to get a whole bunch of tools from, and tools are synonymous with weapons in this game. Alright, yeah, we got zombies on this edge of the property. Let's get rid of them. Yep, no, I saw the cigarettes. We're not a smoker. I'll end up grabbing some cigarettes after a while for making pesticide, but it's not urgent. Like right now, I'm just moving around dealing with stuff. But once we can clear out the zombies enough that they're not constantly everywhere, we'll start putting down a farm so I have food that I don't have to like constantly be moving around to get it. We'll start worrying about getting the tools we need. Like, we have saws and all that to start building. I just need to make a hammer. Yeah, it's weird, because, like, even in times when I'm not using the weapons, like, like, the one that goes to favorite, we've had it bounce to them. I think we push towards the hardware store. Get this weapon situation sorted. I'm gonna leave that on there. I've already got several duffel bags. Oh, friendship bracelet, that's coming with us. Can't leave that behind. Yep, gotta have flans. Yeah, so we're gonna just have garbage bags in here, but just take a look. Yep, that's fine. Alright, so start pushing towards this hardware store, because it's just basically right here. Guys, should be able to get some hammers, some shovels, that kind of thing over there. Assuming we can make it today. We may not, because we're not too far off from starting to get drowsy. But might as well keep pushing. I did. A rotten dead rat. Actually, I think I saw two of them. Well, that didn't last long. Why are the hand forks breaking so fast? Like, I didn't see. Maybe it's just that basically no condition left, but still. This one group of zombies, like, and we've used these for quite a while. Like these styles of weapons. Yeah, that's the hardware store right there. Yep. That's the reason I was like, you know, I really should just push the hardware store. Oh, don't you go shifting back to block me. I don't care about anointed maps. We're gonna clear everything. Yeah, no, I've absolutely had to break out rakes and brooms and our stuff. There's side windows to this place? No. Yeah, we're gonna back out because we're right about to get drowsy, and I don't want to accidentally engage that whole group and have drowsy kick in, and then get exerted and start the spiral. Cool, they backed off. I'm hoping that's not because someone else moved in, because that is a good reason they'll usually back off. Cool, I don't see anyone. Nice. Yeah, we definitely, because like right now this staircase situation is dicey as heck. No, this would be third, fourth, something like that. I know we didn't need it. I'm trying to get a little bit of happiness out of this before, because we're on day 26 now and the power is still held up. So, like, the chance of us still having power are getting super slim, because we have, I think, 3 more days, a little over 3 days before just there will not be power. Okay. Now, with that said, oh, great storm. What time is it? Yeah. So that said, I am going to be wrapping up my stream.